stations, including those operated by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and major independent marketers, adjusted their pump prices upward over the weekend. In about this update, here in Lagos State and Ogun State as well, NNPCL retail outlets were seen selling petrol at 900 per litre, even as crude oil prices dimmed from nearly $69 per barrel last week to around 66 per barrel. 60 Nigeria has disclosed that it has expended over 88 billion on repairs of vandalized infrastructure from 2021 to date nationwide. Speaking at the public sensitization on the heels of vandalism of TCN infrastructure at the Odonguyo, a 132 kilovolt transmission substation in Ikorodu, a TCN principal manager lines engineer Sheyi Onobanjo noted the tax is meant to be paid to the government to rebuild and upgrade and power system which are now being used for repairs of the damage. As well, also speaking at the event was the general manager of TCN Lagos region, Mojida Kitola, where he stated that so far they are delighted with the response received from the community leaders, the security agencies, which include the Nigerian police and civil defense, as steel companies around the Ikorodu area and some key community members. He also said the level of awareness will be done quarterly and they will engage local management to reach out to more community leaders and stakeholders around the area. However, Ikorodu has been slated for upgrade, but when there is a report of vandalism, the funds for those upgrades will be channeled to repair. And most times those repairs makes up to 3 to 4 months before it is completed, leaving communities without a power supply. Thank you so much for joining us. This is ConsumerHallaTV Media News. Now let's press the news further, where we're about to talk figures on business news. Nigeria exported a total of 663 million metric tons of product 11 ECOWAS member state in the first half of 2025, according to the Nigeria Export Promotion Council. The figure represents a significant increase compared to the same period in 2024 to press it further, signaling the country's growing footprint in regional trade. The announcement was made by Mrs. Noye Ayeni, Director General of NEPC, during a press briefing in Abuja on Sunday, where she presented the Council's 2025 RFE and non-oil export performance report. Madam Ayeni highlighted that Nigeria also exported a 488 million metric tons of products valued at $83.538 million to 21 African countries outside the ECOWAS bloc. This marks a 2.59% increase in total export value compared to 1.96% recorded in the same period of 2024. Nonso also emphasized that the AFCFTA framework is instrumental in boosting regional commerce and driving inclusive economic growth across the continent, and she also commended the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment for its strategic efforts in positioning Nigeria as a regional trade hub and a key player in Africa's economic development. That's interesting. Let's hold on about figures for now and let's report about the Center of Excellence. We are here in Lagos State this minute. Now the Lagos State government has admitted that residents would continue to experience flash flooding due to climate change and other environmental factors. The government, however, reiterated its commitment to ramp up infrastructure to provide lasting solutions across the state. The State Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources, Tokunbo Wahab, stated this yesterday during a live broadcast interview. He noted that in the last 2 years, the ministry had cleaned over 50 kilometers of secondary collectors and dredged and maintained about 38 primary channels across the state. The commissioner, who recalled the recent torrential rainfall that affected part of Ikorodu area in Lagos State, said the Nigerian Meteorological Agency had given an early forecast in March, prompting the ministry to begin massive advocacy in April. The commissioner also said that residents were briefed multiple times that rainfall this year would surpass last year's levels. And now let's move away from Lagos State this minute, and now let's cross over to figures. Back to business news. The total foreign transactions on the Nigerian Exchange Limited have reached 1.14 trillion naira in the first half of 2025, which represents an increase of 113% from 540.48 billion naira recorded in the same period last year. The surge could be attributed to the rise in outflows caused by global market uncertainties and the high yields in treasury bills that spurred sales off, among other factors. According to the data released by the NGX for the first half of 2025, foreign investors traded equities worth 576.09 billion naira, representing an 84.97% increase from the 311.41 billion naira traded in the first half of 2024, and the outflow exceeded foreign inflows, which stood at 559.25 billion naira, resulting in a net negative foreign portfolio position of 16.84 billion naira in the first half of 2024. To press the news on, the data contained in the NGX for June 2025 domestic and foreign portfolio investment report, the foreign trading activity intensified when compared to the same period in the first half of 2024. However, domestic investors accounted for 3.06 trillion naira worth of trade in the first half of 2025, which represents 72.92% of total market transactions, and this marked a 41.5% increase from 2.17 trillion naira in the first half of 2024. Of the total domestic figure, institutional investors contributed 1.59 trillion naira, while retail investors traded 1.47 trillion naira. Now let's move away from figures. Let's talk about safety matters now. The Federal Road Safety Corps, through its Costain Unit Command in Lagos State, has announced that it will ensure that truck drivers do not leave the port without getting properly latched off the trucks. This new policy is to prevent containers from falling off and reduce the rate of accidents caused by trucks to the barest minimum. FRSC Unit Commander Chief Road Commander Victor Okelola disclosed this when he led some officers on a courtesy visit to NAN Lagos office on Monday, where he said the agency will continue to trail truck drivers, noted that in spite of its sustained enforcement, some of them operating within that corridor were still reluctant. Victor Okelola said that the visit was also part of its effort to foster a better relationship with NAN to improve road safety on the corridor, adding that a large number of trucks operated on the corridor due to port activities. The federal government, again through the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, raked in 5.21 trillion naira from the sale of crude oil, gas and other economic activities in the first 6 months of 2025. It said the revenue inflow represents 42.7% of the record 12.2 trillion naira as it generated in the entire 2024 fiscal year. The figure, however, represents only 34.7% of the 15 trillion naira revenue target set by the federal government for the Commission to meet to implement the 2025 budget. The revenue was derived from royalties, gas sales, fled gas penalties, and joint ventures proceeds. A revenue inflow obtained from the Commission's latest report submitted and the Federation Account Allocation Committee meeting document revealed that the January to June 2025 earnings include payment from Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited joint venture and production sharing contract royalty receivables totaling 1.04 trillion naira for that period. Meanwhile, it was also included that 315.93 billion naira from the controversial project Gazelle receipts for January and March 2025, with no inflows recorded in December 2024, February, April, May and June 2025. So before we end the news, Lagos-based food delivery startup Chodek has raised $9 million in Series A funding to launch a quick commerce strategy and expand operations in Nigeria and Ghana. According to a statement by the company, the equity round was led by Nova Star Ventures with participation from Y Combinator, AAIC Investment, Rebel Fund, GFR Fund, Kaleo, HOAQ, and others. According to the statement, Jodec was founded in 2021 by Femi Aluko, Olumide Ojo, and Larry Yusuf, has remained profitable in a sector where global players have struggled. Jodec operates in 11 cities across the two countries, serving 1.5 million customers through a network of more than 20,000 riders. Its logistics system averages 30 minutes deliveries, with over half of trips in dense areas made by bicycle. The company stated that the new fund will support the rollout of ultra-fast delivery using dark stores and hyperlocal hubs, with plans for 40 stores by year-end and 500 by 2026. That's interesting. Now over to foreign scene, where 60 countries, including Nigeria, is facing increased tariff after the U.S. President Donald Trump launched a reciprocal tariff program targeting products and countries with different rates. According to the White House website figures, Nigeria will face a 15% tariff under the program. The White House said the plan sets a 10% baseline tariff on all imports to the U.S., with additional duties applying to particular products or countries. China would face a 30% tariff with extra levies on some products, while Brazil is listed at 50%, with lower levels for specific sectors such as aircraft, energy, and orange juice. Canada is subject to a 10% tax on energy products and 35% on other products not covered by the US-Canada-Mexico agreement, while India is listed at 25%, with a further 25% threatened to take effect on August 28th. Other countries that have a list of specific tariff imposed on them include Afghanistan with 15%, Algeria with 30%, Angola with 15%, Bangladesh with 20%, Bolivia with 15%, Bosnia and Herzegovina with 30%, Botswana with 50%, and Brazil with 50%, with lower levels for sectors such as aircraft, energy, and orange juice. It's a wrap for the news, media news on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Ire Ayomikuleke. Good afternoon. Join me by 4 for news on the hour.
My name is Tunde Olufowora. I'm the CEO of Bandai Communications. We are we call the publisher or the owner of the new initiative called ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV is actually Nigeria's first consumer-centered, or call it consumer-centric television platform that aims to bring voice to the over 220 million Nigerians. It was a vision that came to my heart about 10 years ago. I remember that I was traveling. I traveled out of the country, on airline. And I had this unpleasant experience. It was a trip to an African country from Nigeria, and I actually went with a local flight from Nigeria. I wouldn't want to mention the name of the airline. And then it was to South Africa, and we landed in South Africa. And let me just paraphrase it. When I was coming back, I had some money, some dollars, and that someone had given to me to hand over to another person in Nigeria. So I wanted to help out. I didn't want to carry the cash on myself. So for whatever reason, I had a small case, and I felt that it was safer for me to put the money in my luggage. So I put it in a safe place in my luggage, got everything intact, and I checked in my luggage. My arrival in Nigeria, I was standing and was waiting by the carousel just so that I could pick up my luggage, and then I was there for 1 hour and waiting for my luggage. I didn't know that my luggage already arrived, and it was one of the luggage that was moving around on the carousel. So after about 1 hour wait, I looked to my left and my right. Almost everybody had gone. I think there were just about 2 or 3 left. So I beckoned on the woman that was on my side, and I noticed she was really in tears. Madam, what happened? She said, her bag has just been torn and a lot of things stolen. So I said, well, I've also been waiting for my own. She said, you better go and check those, those luggages there. Maybe yours is one of them. And lo and behold, I went around there. Mine was one of them. By the time I got it, everything inside my luggage was gone. All the valuable things there were gone. To cut the long story short, we felt there was need for us to report the case, at least to the airline. It was in the night, about 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. We went in to go and see the officer that was in charge. As soon as we got in there, the officer said, "Oh, so sorry, but you will have to go to our head office in somewhere in Victoria Island, to lodge a complaint." Okay. So the next day we went to the Victoria Island and we lodged a complaint, and that was it. And since that day, I'm talking a story of over 10 years ago, I didn't get a call, not even a call from that airline to talk to me about what happened to my luggage. Now, about a month after that trip, I had another opportunity to travel out of the country. This time around it was to US, and it was an official assignment. And I flew on, I will mention the airline this time around. I flew on a BA. I really didn't like BA. I usually go with Virgin Atlantic and things like that. But my protocol officer convinced me and said, "Okay, you will love BA. Why don't you go on BA?" Anyway, so I went on BA to US. And of course, when I returned from US to Nigeria, we had to do, of course, there'll be like a connecting flight, from Heathrow. So we got into London Heathrow, and then because it was through Heathrow that we went, and then so they changed since it was BA, they changed the aircraft this time around to a bigger one. I mean, clearly because there were more Nigerians, or more people that were planning to come to Nigeria, and then we boarded. Not quite 10 minutes into the flight, in the air, the aircraft started malfunctioning. The air conditioning compartment were not functioning very well. I was on what you call business economy. The whole of that business economy, all the way to economy side, the ACs were not working well. It was hot. And then I was watching. And then from that moment till we got to Nigeria. From that moment till we got to, I'm just trying to paraphrase. From that moment till we got to Nigeria, I could remember very well how many times the pilot, broke into conversation and had to apologize and say, "We're really very sorry about this." He was giving us almost every 30 minutes. There's always a kind of update. "So sorry, this is what we're doing now, this is what we're doing." While we were on that journey, I also remember an incident. So they came, the crew apparently couldn't resolve they couldn't manage the crisis or what was going on about it. They couldn't fix it. So they came up and said, "We're so sorry, but for all the inconvenience, we're declaring, free lunch, free whatever it is you want, you can get." So trust Nigerians, you need to hear how everybody was jubilating, But something struck me. The experience I had just about a month before and this experience, somehow I started comparing them. I was trying to see how this matter will be managed. Again, to cut the story short, we landed in Nigeria on the BA. Before we landed, the pilot announced and said that for the inconvenient, they will be giving a voucher of £50 to everyone that flew on that aircraft. I thought it was a joke. I mean, it was my first time with BA, but for what I knew or know of the British man would never even play with his 1 penny, talking of £1. So I felt that must be a joke of the year. So we left. I got back to my office. I think it was just about a week after. My officer, our guys in our mail room came up and said, "Oh, you have a parcel." So I said, "Parcel? Yeah." So they brought this parcel wrapped. I opened it and boom, I brought the document out. It was the £50 voucher from BA. So what was the tenor of this story? An experience with one airline was terrible. No apology. An experience with another one, even though it was a bad experience, but it was very well managed. So managed that even if we have suffered anything in that aircraft, you probably, for the sake of how they manage it, we have forgiven them. So that was how this journey started. So I started thinking, my mind, this is what we go through in this country. But are we different from other nations? So God put in my heart the idea of ConsumerHalla. That's why the Hala came with consumer. And we started that journey about 10 years ago. We started by creating a platform called ConsumerHalla, where consumers, so I discovered that Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. So things happen, and that's it. We live with everything. So we've started the journey from creating the platform. We have an app, we even have a magazine, and we thought we could move it from that to the next stage, which is the television. So the TV today, has come. So I would say precept by precept, line upon line, we have been able to build on our aspiration, to finally bring to birth this unique and exciting platform, So it's a digital telecast, and our goal is to further connect consumers in Nigeria to brands with insightful news, development within the fast-paced world of consumers. The world of consumers is growing at a very fast pace, So we want to inform Nigerians. We want to get them educated about their rights, So our role is that we're going to educate consumers in Nigeria, all right? So by bringing them specialized and what you call analytical, research-based content generation that will inform, educate, sensitize the audience, So that's ConsumerHallaTV. So I call it an offshoot of our ConsumerHalla brand. ConsumerHalla brand actually was the first we call it the first complaint or consumer complaint resolution portal. When we started it about 10 years ago, or about 7 years ago, it became the first complaint resolution portal. We created it so that Nigerians can actually lodge complaint on that portal. We spent a lot of resources to build a very robust platform where today, if you have any complaint, about any brand, any leading brands in Nigeria, and you go on that platform, you can actually click, just a click, you can find the brand, you can actually lodge your complaint, and once you submit it, that complaint will be routed to that organization, and within 72 hours, we will obtain feedback for you. We build it in such a way that we have connection to almost all the organizations. and it's been working. We've resolved several complaints for people without having to charge them any penny, because the idea is not to charge. So what we have done with ConsumerHallaTV is to take it to the next level. So we hope to change the narrative. We want to give the right direction. Nigeria has the largest consumer market in the world, with a population of over 220 million people. Why should we be the one that is suffering the most? Everywhere you turn to, it's as though Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. You're traveling, you buy a ticket. For whatever reason, an airline will wake up middle of the night, delay the flight for whatever reason, and then you'll be waiting at the airport for hours. You'll be there for 2 hours, 3 hours, no any explanation. Then while you're there, they can even wake up and say, oh, flight has been cancelled. So everybody carry their luggage and go home. Nothing happened. Of course, things are changing. We must commend government, because government is beginning to wake up, but there's still a lot to be done. And we believe that we can help to make, bring about those right changes. So we offer deliberately, part of what we do is that we also offer advocacy. All right, we're not just an advocacy organization, but we offer advocacy. We have a legal team. We have lawyers that are registered on our platform. All right, that can also take up cases. Okay, so and we've taken up many cases like that, and won those cases. So ConsumerHalla is a platform to help consumers to. We're not fighting brands, but rather we say we're bringing about an amicable, resolution of conflict, such that it will be beneficial to the consumers and also be beneficial to the brand. I remember the word of Jeff Bezos. Bezos is the founder of Amazon. He said that the most important single thing, all right, for an organization is to focus obsessively, use the word obsessively, on the customer. We often say that customers is a king. They should sit at the top of the ladder. In our environment, customers are the ladder. A brand wakes up today, decide what product to produce. They wake up today, decide how much the consumer should pay. They wake up to decide everything for consumers. So consumers are just at the receiving end, and yet they are milking the consumers. There's no price regulation in this country, none. People just wake up and fix prices. Look at the power. Government wakes up, we change policy, we wake up and we get people to pay more. We think it's time for consumers to begin to speak out. In speaking out, in engaging, we can get the brand to begin to do what is right. And of course, I know that the consumers themselves need to be educated. So our role, our vision also is to ensure that we educate consumers. We bring awareness. A lot of Nigerian consumers don't even know about their rights. You buy a product from a supermarket. I've had this experience. You buy a product from a supermarket, all right? For whatever reason, you take that product back to your house, and maybe something went wrong somewhere. By the time you take that product back to the shop where you bought it from, and you say, Oga, this thing, you know what's going to tell you? Oga, na me make am. Na me make am, and that's why I buy am. Meaning that there's nothing I can do to the product. So you lose the product, then you lose your money, because the money is not refunded. The product you can't use. Only in Nigeria. Only in Nigeria. Let me give you another experience I had. In the course of this because I did a lot of, I went around, you know, in doing this. I was in US, I was in UK, I was in South Africa, I was in Germany, just because of this, to just study the environment. You know, I was in a friend's house in UK, in London, you know, and then what happened? We were going to go out, and he was going to dress up. So he said, oh, to me, I was seated in his sitting room. So he said, oh, wait a minute, I picked up an iron, that's the pressing iron, 2 days ago or so from a store. You know, oh, let me try this, let me just stand, use that to iron my shirt, and we can go out. So I was seated, the TV was on, I was watching. While I watched him, he brought out the pressing board, you know, spread it out, brought the iron out in my presence, plugged in the iron, and then as soon as he switched on the power button, we just had a spark. Boom! Ooh. The guy was raged. Then he goes, what just happened? So he said, no, these guys are in trouble, they're in soup. I was thinking, what are you going to do? You know, I was trying to compare that experience to what would have happened in Nigeria. In my presence there, he opened the pack, there was a card inside it. Inside that card was a call, number to call. And they called the shop or wherever he got the thing from. I was hearing the conversation that was going on. And all he said to them on the phone was, look, you know, by the time he even called, you know, clearly because they already, through the call, they could trace where he was calling from and who was calling. He said, yeah, I picked up this number, I picked up this iron yesterday, and guess what? I just plugged it to power, and then this thing just, you know, didn't work. At the other hand, I could hear the voice, oh, we're so sorry. We're sorry about that. And they said, this is your address, yeah. Don't worry, we'll get you a replacement. All right. So my friend ended the call and dropped the. So I said, so what's going to happen? He said, don't worry yourself now. Shebi, we're here. They will bring a replacement. I said, they will bring a replacement. He said, yes. I said, they won't even try to check whether it was your fault, because it could have been your fault. Maybe you didn't do something well about the first. No, it can't be his fault. Now, Shebi is a brand new item that he bought. While we were still talking, in fact, I'm not even sure it was up to 30 minutes or so, we had a knock on the door. He himself said he must be the dispatch person. By the time he opened the door, it was a dispatch man that was on the other side. And then the dispatch man was at the door. Just watch this. Was at the door. I was seated in the sitting room. The guy was at the door to meet with the dispatch guy. The dispatch man that brought the replacement iron, you know, I heard him say, we're so sorry. So I was so shocked. I mean, a dispatch man, this guy is a dispatch, so also apologize. I was so touched by it that even a dispatch man was so trained, you know, to tell the guy, we are so sorry. And guess what? He brought the replacement iron. By the time my guy opened the iron, it was a bigger size iron. So they replaced with a bigger size iron. The guy never asked for the one that went bad. He didn't say, okay, where is the other one that we gave to you, so that he could take it back. No, he just brought a new one and gave it back. So I asked my friend, I said, can you interpret this to me? He said, here in London, if they didn't do this, they know the next thing I would do. So I'm just going to grab a lawyer, and I'm going to tell them they've destroyed something in my house. By the time I'm done, they will pay through their nose. Because the brand, the consumers are conscious of their rights. In Nigerian consumers, even those who are aware, won't even take the battle up. Everybody just go, what can we do now? Today they wake up and ban this. What can we do now? So we're going to change the narrative. We have to stand up. So the vision of ConsumerHallaTV is really to create an engagement platform that constantly mirrors the minds of consumers and provide right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria. Thus, we believe, will be forming part. That will form part of that our overall vision, of creating a more caring world of consumers where businesses thrive. Please. So, I think that we'll make our impact. We ask you to join us on this journey. ConsumerHallaTV will drive engagement. It will also be there to help to promote brands that are doing what is right. So we're not out to criticize any brand. Rather, we have to complement what the brands are doing, because there is no organization that or a business that was set up to fail. Nobody set up a business to fail. So there are just gaps that needs to be fixed. So together we can fix things, and together we believe that we will create the right story for consumers in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
People, how na dey? How the weather be for your side? Because here the weather dey chilly, and na your ogbonge show be this. How market today? Wey you dey yarn you price of different commodities wey you dey use for house, from electronics to gadgets to food wey you dey shop for belle. And na record doom market I dey today for Mushin, wey we go dey run you price of frozen food, especially turkey and fish wey we dey shop. Come with me as I go dey run price of this fish and turkey from sellers wey dey sell am. Come with me as we dey enjoy today. Ẹ káàárọ̀ mà, kí lorúkọ yín mà?
Bọ́sẹ̀, Mrs. Bọ́sẹ̀ Òkúnlọ́lá.
Oh, Mrs. Bọ́sẹ̀, kí lẹ̀ ń tà nínú ọjà yìí?
Bọ̀kọ̀tọ̀ àti pọ̀nmọ́.
Bọ̀kọ̀tọ̀ àti pọ̀nmọ́. Ẹran náà ni àbí irú pàtì ẹran wo nìyẹn?
Pàtì ẹsẹ̀ màálù àti kí ni mo fẹ́ pè é? Ara màálù òun ló ń jẹ́ pọ̀nmọ́. Ẹsẹ̀ màálù òun ni bọ̀kọ̀tọ̀.
Okay, ẹ ṣé fún àlàyé yìí. Mo wá fẹ́ béèrè, báwo ni ojú ọjà ṣe ti rí láti ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ ọdún yìí?
Ọjà yẹn nágbára díẹ̀ o, because ìgbà kan a máa ń rajà, a lè ra bọ̀kọ̀tọ̀ ní 15,000 set, that is set màálù, ẹsẹ̀ kan ṣe màálù, a lè ra 15,000, a lè ra ní 12, but nísìn a ti ń rẹsẹ̀ yẹn nísìn, a lè ro ní 32, a lè ro ní 25. Ó depend lórí bó bá ṣe tóbi sí. Tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ tá a bá ro ní 15, 12, a lè ro ní 20. Bó ní 20 yẹn ṣe àti ń ta ní 36,000 naira. For now, a ti ń ra 40,000 naira. Bó ní 15, 12 yẹn sì, a ti ń ra ní 20, 25. Bó ṣe jẹ́ ni èyí tó ń pè ní akọ ẹran, òun ló lọ sókè jù. Òun ní 45, 40,000. Ní tó jẹ́ abo ẹran, à ń rà ní 20, 25. Bye. So kò jẹ́ kí ọjà yẹn kó move. Tẹ́lẹ̀ a lè tẹ̀sẹ̀ ẹran 3,000, a lè tó ní 4,000, nísìnyí kò tó ní 4,000, ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ látòrí 6,000 naira. For now, kò jẹ́ kọjá yẹn kó move nísìnyí. Ọjà táwọn mú sẹ́ẹ̀tì ẹsẹ̀ wọn yẹn, a lè ta sẹ́ẹ̀tì 10 lójúmọ́, ṣùgbọ́n sì tipátipá la máa fi ta sẹ́ẹ̀tì 2, sẹ́ẹ̀tì 3, because kò jẹ́ kọjá yẹn kó move mọ́. Wú pọ̀nmọ́ yẹn náà, a lè ra pọ̀nmọ́ yẹn 15,000, 20,000. A ti ń ra pọ̀nmọ́ yẹn nísìn ẹyọ kan, a lè ra ní 110, a lè ra ní 110.
Ìtẹ̀ ń ra 15,000.
Ìtẹ̀ ń ra ní 25,000 tẹ́lẹ̀, a lè ra ní 105,000, 110,000 nísìn. A lè ra mí ní 90,000. Bàbá ṣe bá lọ́jà nísìn. So tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ à ń gé wọn pọ̀nmọ́ báyìí, à ń gé wọn ní 500 naira, a ti ń gé wọn sì ní 500 naira. So kò yẹ kọjá yẹn kó move mọ́. Wọ́n lè gan kò tó ní 100 and tan tẹ́lẹ̀, ṣùgbọ́n sí 500 and tan sí. So kò yẹ kọjá yẹn kó move mọ́. Nígbà yẹn a lè ra wọ 10, a lè ra pọ̀nmọ́ yẹn 10, ṣùgbọ́n sì tá bá ti ra méjì, it's okay, tàbí ṣe é sí. ìgbà tá a bá tà tán la tún máa rà mí kò jẹ́ kọjá yẹn kó lọ.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ ṣe ṣàlàyé ń sìn pé ọjà yẹn ti wọ́n sí mo dẹ̀ lérò wípé ó máa ti affect bí àwọn èèyàn ṣe máa ń rajà sí lójoojúmọ́ sí báwo lẹ ṣe ń tà sí bí èèyàn mélòó àbí irú owó tẹ máa make lójoojúmọ́ ó lè má tó ti tẹ́lẹ̀ mọ́ nísìn.
ó kè ń sìn ẹ wò bí mo ṣe wáyé tí mo ṣe ẹdẹ ni ọmọ mi tí mo fi sídìí gbá látàárọ̀ sí mo láti béèrè pé báwo lọ ṣe náà ó níṣe lọ́kàn ná ọjà yẹn kò sì lè sọ iye àwọn tó ti ná ọjà yìí lọ́rùn sí tí wọn ò dẹ̀ rà because nítorí pé ó ti wọ́n ni tó yẹ pé kò wọ́n a ti máa rí pé a ti ṣẹ́wọ́ kí n tó dé ẹ̀wọ̀ táìmù nísìn kò tí ì ṣẹ́wọ́ láti bí nǹkan bíi 10 àti pàtẹ ṣó yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ọjà tó ń fún ló yẹ kó lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ tó bá pọ́jà yẹn òun a máa ti tà òun gan ó níye tó máa ti tà kí n tó dé míwà ìgbà tẹ́mi gan tẹ́mi ò ṣe wà pẹ̀lú àǹtí mi káàntí mi tó dé níbi tó ti lọ rajà nígbà tó jẹ́ òtí wọn ẹsẹ̀ wọn ti bá kó dé bá máa kúnnu bá fún máa ti tà á tán káàntí mi náà ó lè jẹ́ pé 2 sí 4 ló máa kù káàntí mi náà bá dé àwọn náà máa ṣọra ajé ọ̀sán àwọn náà ti tajà yẹn dalẹ̀ kò bọ̀ ọkọ̀ ọjà yẹn kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ sí kò lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ rárá.
káwá sọ àwọn làkọjá wo lẹ ń rí nínú ọjà yìí àwọn ìpèníjà wo gan lẹ ń rí nínú ọjà yìí gangan.
ìpèníjà níbi tí báwo.
bẹ́ẹ̀ apart from pé ẹ tà ṣáwọn ìpèníjà mi àbóyá ẹ̀sánwó gbá ẹ̀sánwó òwò ṣé irú yẹn wà.
kò sí o.
ọjà tó yá nìkan ni.
ọjà ni ò yá o dára wa láàmú bíbá yìí o ọjà ni ò yá o.
so ibo lẹ́yìn máa ti ń ra àwọn pọ̀mọ́ tí ibo lẹ́yìn máa ti ṣé ẹ máa ra òdìdí màálù tó máa bá ipa tẹ́ máa yọ parts ẹ̀fẹ̀.
no ibi tó ti ń pa màálù ibi tó ti ń kó màálù wá wọ́n máa ń kó màálù wá sí àpàtìọ̀ odò ló wà lóríṣiríṣi kò sí bí odò tá a lè ti lọ rajà tá a bá rí pọ́jà báwọn mi àtúndè lọ sódò mi odò wà lóríṣiríṣi tó ń kó màálù sí so odò yẹn tá a bá lọ ohun tá a bá rà là máa ń tà lè jẹ́ ni.
wọ́n á tún fẹ́ bèèrè lọ kí déédéé tẹ ṣe rò pé ó wọ́n sí bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn kí ni ìmọ̀ràn ó lẹ́ máa fún ìjọba nítorí ìjọba náà ló máa determine gbogbo.
ìjọba náà ló lè ṣàánú wa lórí ẹ̀ because àwọn ọmọ kan tó dé tó fi wọ́n bẹ̀ kò yẹ kọjá ọjà òwọ́n tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ lẹ́yìn kí ìjọba kó ṣàánú wa kó bá wa mọ nǹkan tó fẹ́ ṣe sí ọ̀rọ̀ nàìjíríà because bó ṣe lọ èkó tẹ́ wa lọ́rùn ó dàbí pọ́ ti ṣe ọjà yẹn fáwọn tá a fẹ́ tà gangan wọ́n ti ṣe lé wa lórí ni kò jẹ́ káwa gan rí owó débi pàwa gan lè fi wà òkè ta lè fi máa tọ́jú ọmọ báyìí ọjà ṣe ń lọ tẹ́lẹ̀ bákan ló bí àwọn ìyá wa ṣe ń tà tẹ́lẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ láwa gan ṣe ń tà nísìn bíwà owó sùkúù àwọn ọmọ nísìn ó dẹ̀ ti lọ sókè iṣẹ́ tàdé ń ṣe náà la lè fi gbé lè fi máa ṣe gbogbo nǹkan tó bá yẹ ká ṣe owó iléèrè ó ti wọ́n tábà ṣiṣẹ́ kò sí báyé fẹ́ ṣe kọjọ nítorí ọlọ́run kó ṣàánú wa kó bá wa jẹ́ kọjá kó lọ sílẹ̀.
ṣé wàá bèè ní final one báyìí bí ọdún mélòó lẹ ti ń ṣe òwò yìí.
ìgbà tí mo ti wà lẹ́nu ẹ̀ ó ti lé ní 20 years but ìgbà tẹ́mi ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní tàjà mi ó ti ń wọ bíi 15 years báyìí.
lágbára ọlọ́run àjẹ́ máa wá kí fáwọn tó bá ń wò yìí ẹ tún sọ orúkọ ilé ẹ̀kọ́ sí àti nǹkan tẹ̀ ń tà lọ́jà yìí.
èmi ni Mrs. Bọ́sẹ̀ Òkúnlọ́lá ń ta bọ̀kọ̀tọ̀ àti pọ̀nmọ́ lọ́jà Mùṣí.
ẹ ṣé gan ma so we don hear wetin Mrs. Bọ́sẹ̀ don talk say the price of bokoto and pomo for this market say e don rise say na only government fit intervene for this matter because everybody wey dey sell for here believe say na government dey determine how the price of this the price of all the thing wey dey sell say na only government fit determine say the one wey dey buy for 15,000 25,000 before e don increase even now the one pomo wey dey buy for 25,000 e don reach 105,000 say make government come intervene come meet me as I dey ask other sellers as they dey yarn us how market be for this market today. ẹ káàárọ̀ mà kí lorúkọ yín mà.
ẹ káàárọ̀ orúkọ mi ni mọ́mì ṣeun.
mọ́mì ṣeun kí lẹ̀ ń tà ní ọjà yìí.
ẹja àti tọ́kì.
ẹja àti tọ́kì ok báwo lójú ọjà ṣe rí ní past few months.
ojú ọjà wà òkè náà.
so mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ béèrè pé ṣé ó ń wọ́n sí ni àbí ó ń wálẹ̀ ni àbí ó kọ̀ rí bó ṣe wà.
kò wálẹ̀ ó ń wọ́n sí ni ojoojúmọ́ lọ́jà ń wọ́n sí ni.
tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ ra irú kílò tọ́kì lọ́wọ́ yín sìn irú èlò ni.
8,000 ní kílò tọ́kì báyìí for now 8,000.
pálí wa ń kọ́ èló lẹ̀ ní pádì ẹ̀.
80,000.
80,000 èló ni pádì ẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ kó tó wọ 80,000.
tẹ́lẹ̀ 55,000 60,000 ní pálí tọ́kì tẹ́lẹ̀.
òun ló ti wá wọ 80,000 sí kílò kan wá jẹ́ 8,000 sí kílò yẹn ló lẹ́ ń tà tẹ́lẹ̀.
kílò yẹn 55.
55.
Yes.
Okay. Ẹja máa ń pẹ́jà sọ nípa ẹja irú àwọn ẹja oríṣiríṣi wo lẹ́ ń tà.
ẹja oríṣiríṣi náà ń ta koté kúrókà panla ṣáwá titus.
òun lẹ́ ń tà ń bí báyìí so èló ní pálí ẹja lóríṣiríṣi.
irú koté yẹn ní ìsìn 70,000 lára carton ní ìsìn bẹ́ẹ̀ before kẹ̀dẹ̀rẹ̀ time lé agbègbè gbà yẹn 45,000 47,000.
láti 45,000 ló di 70,000.
Yes, pálí koté báyìí.
àwọn ẹja yòókù wa ń kọ́.
irú titus yẹn ní ìsìn carton ní ìsìn 140,000 carton tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ kẹ̀dẹ̀rẹ̀ carton yẹn 80,000 75,000 lára now ní ìsìn 140 fún titus pálí kan 140,000.
ok kí lẹ yóò pé ó fà tí ó fi wọn sí báyìí.
àwa ọmọ nǹkan tó yẹ ṣáà kọ̀ mọ̀ pé wọn kò ní àyè pé dọ́là lòkè àwọn ìjọba wa náà la máa bi léèrè.
lẹ́yìn ká wá sọ nípa ohun ọmọ mọ̀ pé níjà kan ni àwọn ìdojúkọ wo lẹ tún rí ní pé ẹ̀ ń ṣòwò yìí.
àwọn ìdojúkọ dáhàrin náà ni pé gbàtọ́jà bá ti wọ́n jù ẹ mọ̀ àwọn tó ń rà náà ẹ wọ ọjà bóyá rí so kò yẹ kọjá rí bàbẹ̀ tí ó ti wọ́n jù gbogbo kọ́sítọ́mà wọ́n ti sún sẹ́yìn gbàtọ́jà ti wọ́n jù so ohun ọ̀rà bẹ̀ price yẹn ti wọ́n jù fún wọn kò jẹ́ kí ọjà yá.
ṣé iná ò máa jẹ́ ìpèníjà fún yín iná máa wà dáadáa.
iná máa ń wà táìmù báyìí torí pé wẹ́dà ṣe rí ní táìmù so iná wà bẹ́ẹ̀ before àwọn náà kò kì í sí ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀pọ̀ níwọ̀n báyìí solar fisa ni a fi ń gbé ọjà wa.
so mo á fi ìmọ̀ràn olè wá ní fún ìjọba báyìí.
ìmọ̀ràn dání fún ìjọba ni pé kíjọba wo fojú àánú wo wà eléyìí tí wọ́n jù so ó hàn bẹ́ẹ̀ tí àwọn ọjà yìí tí wọ́n jù kán bá wa wá nǹkan ṣe sí kán jọ kán bá wa kán ṣàánú àwa lọ́jà so tọ́jà bá tí wọ́n jù kò sí géènì bẹ́ẹ̀ fáwa náà ọjà ò tún wá yá so kíjọba jọ kán bá wa wá nǹkan ṣe sí.
lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí bá wa dárúkọ yìí àti nǹkan tẹ̀ ń ṣe ní ọjà yìí.
orúkọ tèmi ni mọ́mí ṣe so mo ń ta ẹja àti chicken.
ẹ ṣé gan ma. So we don hear from her now as she talk say the price of turkey and chicken and fish say e don dey rise say e don dey costly pass before and na government intervention fit make this the price of all this thing make e come down say sometimes say if light no dey na solar freezer they dey use for to freeze their fish and turkey for here. Thank you as you dey watch today. Good morning ma, wetin be the name?
My name is Mrs. Lawal.
Okay, Mrs. Lawal. I see say you dey sell fish for here, so I wan first ask which type of fish you dey sell for here?
Kote, titus, panla, shawa, everything na oríṣiríṣi.
Okay. So how the market dey be since beginning of this
Kò
year?
sọ́jà o, gbogbo nǹkan tí wọ́n jù. Ẹ gbogbo wa ṣe ń wò. Kò sọ́jà ọrọ̀ ajé ti lọlẹ̀. Kọ́ lọ ń ṣàánú ẹ bá bẹ àwọn ìjọba wa kọ́ ṣàánú wa. Gbogbo nǹkan tí wọ́n jù. Gbogbo èèyàn kàn ń sọ kò sówó kò tún sọ́jà. Kò síṣẹ́. Kọ́ lọ ń ṣàánú àwa tá à ń tajà táwọn ọmọ lọ sí school. Gbogbo nǹkan ọ̀hún ni 1,000 tọ́mọ náà mọ́ ní ìsìn kọ́ lọ ń ṣàánú wa. Kọ́tà bá dé tà dọ́là wa náà máa fi ṣe. Àṣà lè jalè. Iṣẹ́ tá à ń ṣe náà ni. Kọ́ lọ ń ṣàánú wa kẹ́ni bá bẹ àwọn ìjọba náà kọ́ ṣàánú àwọn ẹ̀kú. Kọ́ ṣàánú gba náà làbẹ́ ọmọ lọ sí school o. Káwọn ọmọ tiwa náà kọ́ ṣe kọ́ géèyàn ńlá o. Kọ́ lọ ń ṣàánú wa kọ́ lọ ń gbà fún wa.
Wọ́n jẹ́ gbà fún wa. So I say na different kind of fish lẹ́ńtà bí báyìí. Téèyàn bá fẹ́ ra irú ẹja ilé yìí, irú ẹja wo gangan lélẹ̀ báyìí?
Tẹ́lẹ̀ lẹ́yìn.
Kò tẹ́lẹ̀ léyìí, èló lẹ ẹja ilé báyìí?
Tẹ́lẹ̀ ìgbà tá ń tà kó tẹ́ 700 naira ní tẹ́lẹ̀ ní ìṣẹ́yọ́ kan yìí ní 4,000 ní o. Ó ti wọ́n.
Ilé tẹ́lẹ̀ ń tà 700 naira.
700 méjì 15 báyẹn ń tà tẹ́lẹ̀ ni. Báyìí ẹja ń gbà yìí 70,000 7,075 ní ìsìn ó ti di 75,000.
Láti 7,000.
Ó ti wọ́n gan inú corona gan ọjà òun tó yìí inú corona ọjà òun tó yìí àti gbogbo ẹ̀ ṣe tó báyìí ó ti di ojú rú báyìí kọ́ ló ń ṣàánú wa kọ́ ló ń gbà fún wa.
Ẹni ẹ̀ ń ta ẹja oríṣiríṣi eléyìí kò tẹ irú ẹja wo wá lélẹ̀ báyìí?
Titus lélẹ̀ original Titus tẹ́lẹ̀ 750 là ń tà méjì 15 350 mẹ́ta 2,000 ní ìṣẹ́yẹ́kọ́ is 35 3,000 size by size tó bá tóbi báyìí 3,500 ní tó bá kéré sílẹ̀ 3,000 báyìí ń tà ní kílò ẹ̀ 7,500 méjì lóde àwọn wọn.
So bó bá ṣe tóbi sólẹ̀ ni
ọdún ń tà sí.
Okay, so Titus yẹn wọ́n ju kó tó lọ báyìí.
Titus wọn jòkó tẹ́lẹ̀ gbogbo èèyàn ló mọ̀ pé Titus wọn jòkó tẹ́lẹ̀. Titus wọn tó bá ti jẹ́ original Kampala yẹn òun 25 3000 tẹ́tẹ̀lé dẹ̀ ní èlò ní Kampala mẹ́ta 12 mẹ́ta 1000 kọ́lọ́n bá tún Nàìjíríà ṣe.
Àwọn ìgbèlè yìí máa ti ń ra àwọn ẹja etí.
Kò síbi tá a ti ń ra kíbi la ti ń ra ibi tó ti ń tẹja lóríṣiríṣi la ti ń rajà.
Mi fẹ́ á béèrè gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ ti ní ó wọ́n sí kí lẹ lérò pé ó lè fa gọ̀ǹgọ̀ tó fi.
àmọ́ wọ́n sọ pé wọ́n ọ̀bùn kan wà ní Nàìjíríà tó ń fẹ́ jàjẹ àmọ́ wọ́n ní pọ́njà níbi tó ti mọ̀ ní àmọ́ gbọ́n tó bá wà ojú Ọlọ́run tó wọ́n ní ìjọba ní kó má kẹjà wálé mọ́ ọjà dé ẹ̀wọ̀n àmọ́ kan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ìjọkọ́jú ọjà ọrọ̀ ajé lọ wọ́n gbé mi ọrọ̀ ajé lọ kó lọ kó yẹ lọ káwọn náà lè rówó náà kalẹ̀ fún àwọn ọmọ ilé education Ọlọ́run bá ṣàánú wa.
Màá béèrè lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí pé bí báwo lẹ ṣe máa ń tà sí lójoojúmọ́ irú tẹ́lẹ̀ mo mọ̀ pé bóyá bí èèyàn mẹ́wàá ló ń wá rajà nísìnyí bíi mélòó.
tẹ́lẹ̀ a lè ta pálí mẹ́ta a lè ta pálí méjì nísìn kò sọ́jà pálí kan gan gbàgbé àmà kó wọlé kọ́ ló ń ṣàánú wa. tẹ́lẹ̀ mẹ́ta nọ́mà pé ọjà nísìn ẹ̀yọ kan gan ò tán ẹ̀yin ẹ̀rù ẹ̀ṣùpọ̀ ẹ̀bọ́jà ṣeré kọ́ ló ń ṣàánú wa.
Ọlọ́run ajá ẹgbà fún alágbó fáwọn èèyàn tó bá ń wòye ẹ sọ orúkọ ilé kan sí àti bó ṣe lè.
làwa títí Mushin làwà tá ti ń tajà kọ́ ló ń ṣàánú wa àwọn ìjọba náà ṣàánú wa kọ́ ra mẹ̀kúnnù lọ́wọ́ kọ́ gbà fún wa kọ́ lọ́wọ́ gbà fún àwọn náà lọ́wọ́ ara àwọn náà lọ́wọ́.
Ẹ ṣé gan ma. So we don hear wetin Mrs. Lawal talk say the price of fish e don rise for market say even to buy a carton now say na like 75,000 and no be so before say na government hand everything dey and come dey beg say for masses dey feel the brunt of all this thing say make government look into the matter say fish na thing wey be say people dey chop before but now as e be she no too dey sell before like before so make government come intervene for this matter. Join me as I dey speak with other sellers for this market here. Ẹ káàárọ̀ mà kí lorúkọ yín mà.
Ṣọlá Ahmad.
Ṣọlá Ahmad ẹ̀hún kí lẹ̀ ń tà ní ọjà yìí.
Mo ń tẹja mo ń ta ṣáwà mo ń ta kòtẹ́ mo ń ta Titus mo ń ta croaker.
A ti tó ọdún mélòó tẹ̀sí wà nínú owó yìí.
Ó ti pẹ́ ó ti lọ bí 20 years.
Ṣé bí ìbàlẹ̀ sì bẹ̀rẹ̀ òwò yìí náà.
Mo jáde school mo dẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní tà.
Báwo wá ni ojú ọjà yẹn ṣe rí ìgbà tó yẹ pé ẹ ti máa lò tó 20 ọdún ní tẹ́tí ń ṣe òwò yìí báwo lójú ojú ọjà yẹn ṣe rí ní ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ ọdún yìí compare sí àtẹ̀yìnwá.
Ṣe rí tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ látẹ̀yìnwá ọjà yá dáadáa ó yá àwa gan-an tá wà lọ́jà gbádùn ọjà tẹ́yìn náà bá dúró sí i látìgbà tẹ́ ti dúró tí rèéyàn kankan wá ju wa ọjà sí yìí kò sọjà mọ́ ọjà ti wọ́n jù ọjà wọn ó wọ́n gidigidi ó tó owó tá fi ń rà tẹ́lẹ̀ owó ó ti wá wọ owó ìlọ́po 4 báyìí tá fi ń rẹ̀ ẹja pálí ẹyọ kan.
Èló lẹ wá ń ra mo mọ̀ pé ẹja oríṣiríṣi lẹ ń ta Titus kòtẹ́ kókà gbogbo ẹ̀ èló lẹ wá ń ra pálí ẹja ẹyọ kọ̀ọ̀kan tó ló mọ̀ pé pálí ẹja ó wọ́n síra wọn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni ẹ ṣe ṣẹ́ríṣà wa nísìnyí 64,000 lára pálí ẹ̀ 20 kg dẹ̀ ni.
64,000.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni ṣé wá rí panla 15 kilo ni à ń rà ní 45,000 panla Alaska ṣé wá rí Titus yẹn ló wọ́n jù tábàrà tó bá yẹ pé 30 kilo ní slate à ń ra slate ẹ̀ ní 60,000 tó bá yẹ pé pálí square ni à ń rà ní 140.
140 èyí tẹ́ ẹ̀ ra 60,000 tẹ́ ẹ̀ ra 140,000 yẹn èyí tẹ́ ẹ̀ ra gbogbo ẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ nǹkan 64,000 àbí. nísìn èló lẹ̀ ń rà tẹ́lẹ̀.
iye tá à ń ra panla tẹ́lẹ̀ à ń ra 9,000 pálí.
9,000 olówádé ló ń.
20 years ago nísìn panla ti wá di 46,000 ṣáwá tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ pálí ẹ̀ kódà 4-5 là ń rà tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ nísìnyí ó ti di double money lọ́nà lọ́pọ̀ 4 kòtẹ́ tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ à ń rà ní 18,000 16,000 nísìnyí báyìí 76,000 là ń rà 20 kg pálí kékeré ni ìjọba bẹ bàbá wa ìjọba Tinubu kàn jọ bàbá wa ni wọ́n kọ́ bá wa release gbogbo ẹ̀ ó ti wọ́n jù nǹkan tí wọ́n jù torí ká lè káwọn náà lè sọ ká lè rán ọmọ lọ school àwọn náà fẹ́ tra nínú iṣẹ́ iná là ń ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀ àìmọye ẹlòmíì tó ṣiṣẹ́ nínú wa tó fi ń ṣe nǹkan rẹ̀ ṣé wá rí lásìkò yìí gbogbo ẹ̀ ó rọrùn ká má sọ nǹkan mi
Okay, màá sọ wá béèrè kí lè tẹ̀ ṣe rò pé ẹja yẹn ó ń gbówó lórí sí kí lè tẹ̀ ṣe rò bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣé bí ẹ ṣe ń rà ni àbí kí ló ń fa gọ̀ǹgọ̀ tẹ̀ yìí rò.
ẹ ṣe o àwa gan mọ ibi tó ti ń wá o bóyá látòkè wá ni o bóyá kò tiẹ̀ yé wa ojoojúmọ́ báyìí lọ́jà wa wọ́n sí kò tiẹ̀ yé wa rárá ni ẹ bá wa bẹ bàbá wa àwọn ló lè yanjú ẹ̀ kó bá wa yanjú gbogbo ẹ̀ torí tó bá rọ̀ wá lọ́rùn ó máa rọ àwọn náà lọ́rùn ìnira ní gbogbo eléyìí o.
téèyàn bá fẹ́ ra irú ẹja ẹyọ kan báyìí irú ẹja ìwo lélẹ̀.
ṣẹ́rí kékeré bó ṣe wà 3,000 ní jálẹ̀ ṣẹ́rí ṣáwá mẹ́ta yẹn 3,000 láta jálẹ̀ pánlá mẹ́ta yẹn 7,000 ní jálẹ̀ titus original ẹyọ kan 3,500 ní jálẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni bó ṣe jẹ́ nìyẹn.
bí ó ṣe jẹ́ 3,500 yẹn tẹ́lẹ̀ ẹ máa ra bí pálí bí 3,500 láyé ìgbà kan.
ṣẹ́rí ńgbà yẹn mo wà primary school kí ìyá mi tó fi ìjà yìí sílẹ̀ kémi tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní máa tà wọ́n máa ń sọ fún mi pé àwọn máa ra páálí ẹja àwọn ti ra 6 naira rí ìgbà tó yọ bọ́ sí owó ṣùgbọ́n ẹja dá gọ́ngbà yẹn kò ń ṣe nísìn.
ẹ ṣe gọ̀mà mo gbà ládùúgbò
7 ni mo sọ yẹn.
mo gbà ládùúgbò pé máa tà sí lágbára Ọlọ́run. So we don hear from our seller here and she don tell us say the price of fish e don dey more costly for market here say na only government this Tinubu administration na only government fit intervene for all of these things say fish don dey more costly say for even them to buy carton now compared to those years say e don dey more expensive now so join me as I go dey hear from other sellers for this market as they go dey yarn us the price of wetin they dey sell for this market come with me. Good morning ma, wetin be the name ma?
My name na Mosumola.
Okay, Mrs. Mosumola, wetin you dey sell for this market?
I dey sell frozen food.
What type of fish you dey sell?
I dey sell kote, I dey sell titus, I dey sell panla, any kind of fish wey you wan buy, I dey sell.
Okay, you don tey for how many years wey you dey inside this business?
This is my 6 years o wey I don dey inside this business.
6 years now. Compared to when you start and now, how the market dey be now?
The market dey worst every day. Because the amount how will I say the amount wey we dey buy carton of kote now before when I start this business we dey use am buy 5 carton. The 5 carton wey we dey buy before that time na him we dey take buy one. The wey no go collect change sef.
The one money wey dey use buy 5 carton before na him dey buy 1 carton now. Na how much be that 1 carton now?
The carton now is 78.
78,000. How much be 1 carton before?
13,000. Even that 13,000 sef that time e cost. E cost that time.
So for all the fish wey dey sell for here, which one be the lowest price wey you dey buy?
Na panla o, na this panla be the lowest price.
This particular one?
Yes, na this one we dey sell 2,000.
2,000. So if person wan buy titus, which fish be this one?
This one na titus. Na titus cost o, cause na original. Original titus start from 3,000 if you wan buy original titus. Na the other one wey dem dey call kampala, that one dey less but e no dey get taste. That one na 2,000, 2,500.
Okay, which fish be this one?
This one na the kote.
Okay.
Na him dey make everybody dey run. And na fish wey people dey chop pass.
How much you dey sell that one?
Like that one na 5,000.
5,000 for just one?
Yes.
So why you think say the price dey go up? Wetin you think say dey cause am?
For me na the season be this wey fish dey cost. Cause as rain dey fall now, people no importation go dey come in because of the weather and na the period be this. So by the time everything go down before December e go come down.
Oh, okay. So na the season be this wey be say dey cost. So no be say anything dey factor wey dey affect am.
No, na because na one company dey supply. So na because that na the reason why the fish cost.
Okay, so na just one company dey. So na imported fish be all this fish?
Na imported o.
Oh, okay.
We dey import am from Japan, from China. No be Nigerian fish.
Oh, okay. So you know say importation dey affect the cost of all these things, but
yes.
All the same, wetin you go still tell government on top this matter?
Make dem help us work on top am because the tax wey dem dey collect and the transportation sef dey affect most. Na the transportation and the tax wey dem dey collect na im dey affect most.
Okay, so for this kind business now, I know say things dey expensive, but how you come dey sustain yourself?
We just dey manage, we no fit sit down for house. As e cost, people dey buy am, but market no be like before. People dey try. We too wey we dey sell am, we dey pity them too. we dey try even though na 1 carton 2 carton we sell at all na him better pass make we sit down for house just dey manage ourselves.
Okay, you mention 1 carton 2 carton, so before, like, how many carton you dey sell for one day? How many you come dey sell now?
If market dey like during the week, if market dey we dey sell like 7 8 carton for kote titus. We fit see person wey go buy carton of kote, 1 carton of titus, but now e dey difficult for person to buy 5 kilo. To buy carton to buy quarter now no be easy matter o, cause quarter of titus now is 35,000, wey before wey the people go buy 15,000 naira. You fit see for like 5 people wey go give me quarter of titus, give me half carton of titus, give me 1 carton of titus. But now before people, if you see person wey buy 1 carton of titus na oga o. Person wey buy 1 carton of fish now wey we wan chop keep for house na oga o. The person don try well well, the person don hammer, e don eat money o, but e no dey easy.
Abi you need say everything go dey better.
Inshallah.
So thank you for your time. Tell us your name again for those wey dey watch and wetin you dey sell for this market.
Okay, my name na Mosumola Oshimakinde. I dey sell frozen food.
Thank you very much. So we don hear from Mrs. Mosumola say the price of fish, the carton, e don dey expensive now. Say na the season be this because say importation and taxation dey affect all this thing. Say make government help them look into the matter because the tax wey they dey pay and the cost of importation, because all these fish dey import am from Japan, from different countries. Say make government help them reduce the taxation. Thank you. We don hear from people wey dey sell frozen food, turkey and fish. Say the price of all this food wey we dey shop e dey go high, and they don beg government say make government intervene for this matter because na only government fit determine, because the cost of importation and taxation dey affect the price of all these things. And some believe say the price dey come down because na the season we dey so. I mean, we don enjoy ourselves today on this show. Join me on the next edition. May they know how the price of goods dey go for ConsumerHallaTV on top our market today. My name na Irimufe Koforola. Bye for now.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
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 At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and a lot more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
Good afternoon, welcome to Product Review on ConsumerHallaTV. This is where we inform potential buyers about merit and drawbacks and features of a product on the program. Happy new month and welcome to the first edition of product review in the month of August. I am Iri Ayomekule Ege. Please, all review on this program is not based on critics, but based on transparency and functionality of product in context of their various features. Today we're looking into the fashion industry. Fashion is a dynamic and ever-evolving industry that encompasses clothing, accessories, and lifestyle. It's a form of self-expression which allows individuals to showcase their personality, culture, and values through their attire. From art culture to streetwear, fashion influences and reflects society trends, cultural heritage, and personal identity. Designers continually push boundaries in the fashion industry, experimenting with innovative materials, styles, and technologies. Today on the program, we are exploring into the main world of fashion designing and reviewing monogram and 20U designs. These beautiful designs men opt for in the world we live today and in the olden era. To spark the conversation all the way from Ibadan, join me as a welcome Omidiji Kayode, the CEO of Solomon Couture, a seasoned fashion designer with a decade of experience. It's a pleasure to have you on board. Good morning, Mr. Kayode.
Good morning, Mikule. Thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure.
It's a pleasure. Thank you. Right. Can you start by explaining to us what a monogram designs and what a 20U designs as well?
Okay, briefly, I would say monogram design is now the trending style when it comes to embroidery. Embroidery in terms of agbada design, pocket and blankets, in whichever form you want it. So they are, let me say, they are personalized designs. It's been digitalized. It's done on the software which we call Wilson, Corel Draw, and the likes. So it depends on the design the customer wants, and it is modern. Let me just put it that way. Then for 20U, 20U has been in existence for a while. Yes. So I would say 20U is also a design which we do for Agbada, Danshiki, the regular kaftan and co. But the modernity of 20U cannot be compared with that of monogram embroidery. Let me have it like
All
that.
right. Okay. If you would walk us through, can you walk us through your design process when creating a monogram designs and what inspires your creativity?
Okay, for monogram, it is always customers based. You can decide that you want to have an agbada embroidery that you customize your name all through. You may have Irayomikule all through the agbada. It depends on you because it is digitalized. You can easily create a design. You can decide that you want to use the governor of a state's image on your embroidery. It is done. You can decide you want to use our president's design, this general design, this eight or infinity, whichever you want to call it. You can decide to use that. So it's a personalized design based on customers' view, based on customers' demand, and this is done in different processes. One, you determine your customer's choice, the choice of fabric you want to use it on. Two, then three, the color for the design. So when you want to do that, this machine is computerized. You first have to go and design your design. Yeah, the embroidery. You design it on a app, a software which we use on the system, which you call Wilcom, Wilcom. It's been designed there. After the design, you use the flash to copy it down to your monogram machine. You fix it there, you copy it out, then you start your process. In the process, we talked about the color of the design of the embroidery. Then you pick a suitable thread for it. You run it on, for Agbada majorly, you run it on what we call a cape, that is a lining cloth. You run it for the color as the background. Then you run, since it's a computerized system, once you fix in the flash, It's like you plugging a flash to a system. Then you run the monogram. It's run by itself. Just sit down and relax. Unlike the 20U design, that you have to be there personally. You keep running in all by yourself, winding the machine here and there. So the process is seamless of monogram is seamless and very effective. That and I would say it's stress free. Though it's more expensive than that of 20U, but it's worth it.
All right. Talking about the expensive, of course, we're still coming there. How do you balance personal style with brand identity in your monogram designs as well as 20U?
Oh, okay, good. We have a standard for our business. We cannot compromise that. So if a customer comes in and say, "This is what I want, this is what I want," we let you know that this is our brand. This is what we do. So you cannot just put on the fabric that will dent the brand of our image. So we'll let you understand the fact that this will come out nice. Your design is cool. We are good by it. But if you add a touch of this and that with it, it will even come out well. And if they insist, we'll tell them we will not be adding our brand tag to this design. I hope you understand me. But virtually all of our customers do understand that okay, we can trust you with our fabrics. And in terms of fabrics, you can also decide a customers will just tell you, okay, just do me a brand. I want to go for so event, a night floor, this and that. So we just decide, okay, we have the suitable design for this. We pick the fabric for the customers, knowing the mind, not having in mind kind of person the customer is. So we balance both brand and monogram. Since it can monogram can give you whatever design you want, whatever design you want. You can decide to put the head of a lion on the cloth. It's your choice.
Mm. To spot the functionality better, how do current fashion trend influence monogram design work and 20U?
Okay. Virtually, we go on the streets anywhere now in Nigeria, occasions, anywhere, you would see monogram is now the current trend. Is now the current trend. In fact, 90% of groom now use monogram. Even our senators and the likes, they use monogram. And though the cost is still very expensive, and trend has made it available, has made it possible for people to use it because once you see this design on a person being customized personally for the person, it will be like, okay, let me also do this, and they are fine by it. There's restriction to what 20U can do. There are restrictions to what 20U can do. There are also restrictions to what some monograms can do because monograms too has limits. It depends on uh, the machine type in which you buy. I hope you understand. We have 2X, 3X, and it varies in sizes. That of 23 inches and the likes. There's ones that cannot even run Agbada. There's some ones that can run Agbada. There's some ones that cannot run. So it depends on whatever you can afford.
Mm. All right, that's a very great one there, an insightful one. Now let's visualize the tools. What software, or let me say machine, what software or tools, or let me put it this way, machine, are being used to create and visualize monogram designs and 20U designs?
For 20U designs, we don't have a software. It's been created with imagination, and it depends on how
Ima
skillful designer is. I'm
mm.
with you.
So 20U is based on imagination.
It's based on yes, self skill. Let me put it that way, self skill. There's no software to computerize it. It's been done with a machine, automatic machine. Uh, we call it 20U machine. That's what it's been called.
Mm.
But for monogram, we use Wilcom majorly. Other people use CorelDRAW and well, but we use Wilcom majorly to design uh, to make our designs for embroidery. But we cannot do without 20U because I will not lie to you. Monogram is fading off 20U, but we cannot do without 20U. Reason because some customers will tell you, I don't want my Agbada embroidery to be on the fabric itself. I want it to be done as a separate entity. Then we'll attach it to the fabric separately. That is where the 20U comes in. For the 20U, there's what we call Saraba. It's a twined thread. We twine the thread.
Hello, Mr. Kayode. Hello,
Most
Mr.
most
Kayode.
times monogram cannot run that.
Mr. Kayode, can you hear us? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Please, I would like you to take
I can
that
hear you.
line. I would like you to. Oh, thank you, Mr. Kayode. While talking, of course, we had a network breakout. So please, can you take that again? The last lines of your answer.
Okay,
Please take it again.
Yes, I was saying we cannot outlook or we cannot override the importance of 20U because there are some things 20U will do that monogram may not give you the right answer. In a situation where a client decides that he does not want to run his embroidery directly on its fabric, we call that a cape. We call that monogram design a cape. He does not want it to be run directly on its fabric. In that sense, after running the monogram, we take it to a 20U designer. They run it on the fabric themselves with 20U machine, and that's what we call Saraba. It's a twining of thread together. Probably you can mix two colors together and you place it at the edge of the monogram design. It is used to attach the monogram to the fabric. So we cannot do without 20U. Though people are already getting or crossing over, but the essence of 20U cannot be overlooked.
All right. Okay. Can you discuss the importance of monogram design and importance of 20U on fabric?
Okay. I've said a number of them earlier. For the monogram, it gives detail. Let me put it that way. It gives details, and the neatness cannot be compromised. Maybe you have a design. Maybe you want to write 6 in different places. You may decide to write 6 in 100 places. When you write it with your hand, there's no doubt there will be a little difference in the first one, the second one, or the third one you write. But for monogram, once you've designed the same 6 on the machine to run, it will give you that same 6 all through, even if you are going to 100 or thousands of 6. That is one important uniqueness, and the neatness is there. Then for 20U, it's like you using your hand to craft. Using your hand to craft. There's no 100% skill. There's no how you can be skillful 100%. That you can run 100 of 6 figures without having any difference in figure or in the design or in the shape. That is one of the essence, the difference between monogram and 20U. Then for the 20U, the importance is there are some designs that currently grooms do all this big embroidery that you run from the up, down, through their ashoke. But for a monogram design, you cannot run it through all through the clothes. Maximum length for a monogram design should be around 30 inches that you can run on a design at a go, at the stretch, 30 inches. But for 20U, the importance is there. You can run as much as you want, 50, 60, 70. Since you are designing it on your own, you just need to craft it with a pencil or thereabout on the fabric, and there will be a continuous running of the design. So those are the importance of the two.
Okay, interesting. Now let's look at the price, functionality, because when we're talking about product, most especially reviewing of products, we have to compare the price. Looking at the price comparison, how much do you charge customers for monogram design and 20U design? For instance, you made mention of a groom, agbada, embodiment, and all. So how much do you charge?
We start from the price of the machine. You cannot compare the price of a machine. The least monogram now, I don't want to mention brand, that is the tabletop monogram machine cost around 3 million or more. At sites, the fixing fee just purchase is around 3 million. And you can go as high as 8 million, 7 million, depends on the number of heads in which you need. Then for the 20U machine, it's cost around, it's less than a million. It's less than a million, around 700, 500, 600. Yes, it's less than a million. So you cannot compare one who is getting a machine of 600,000, or let's say barest maximum of 100,000, to someone who got the least of a monogram machine for 3 million at site installation. You get. So that price margin is still there. So when it now comes to the design, I cannot ascertain, I cannot tell you that this is the particular price we take for a monogram design or a 20U design. It depends on the design, the craftiness, the, what will I call it? The design. Let me just say the design of the embroidery. But the barest minimum that we take for any monogram design, the barest minimum we take for any monogram design for Agbada is 30,000. Then for 20U, the barest minimum we take for Agbada is around 15, 14. It depends on the designs. Though there are 20U design that runs across 30,000, 40,000, and 50. You get. So, but it depends on the design you want to run.
Okay, I hope you won't charge me much on my big day, my wedding ceremony, because I'll be opting for monogram. All right, now, what level of customization do you offer for monogram designs, and how do you work with a client to bring their visions to life?
Yes, I mentioned earlier. I said you can decide to, on your big day, as you have said, you can decide you want to customize area your mikule all through your agbada embroidery instead of using the regular. I'm sure you must have seen several ashoke that they will write ajike kineko, this and that. You know, those stores are customized. Yes, it's for individual. So now
Most
this same
celebrities
thing can
put it
apply
also as well.
Yes. So same thing applies for monogram too. So you can easily decide to customize to make your own unique design that you don't want any other person to. You get. Okay, I can decide I want to use Solomon culture. You get. There's no other brand bearing that name, so it is being customized for myself. I'm not sure you want to put on such a design. You get. So it depends on the uniqueness of the design you want that will now know which and which to run.
All right, looking at the fashion sewing industry, can you foresight and predict the longevity of these two designs?
Yes. Let me say, before the invention of monogram, we were like, wow, 20U has been the best, it has been this and that. There was what we called Tinko. Tinko is still in vogue, but not as it used to be. Tinko, there's even this what we call Jakon. These are what people do them with their hand. Major people still put it on. You get. But the invention of monogram has given a drop in all of these designs, especially for 20U. It has dropped them, but I won't lie to you. In another 10 years, 20 years, these things will still be relevant, but we never can tell. No one knew monogram was coming. Initially, monograms was used to do cresting of names and the likes. Okay, I'm putting on one here, which we did for International Tobacco Company. Yeah.
Mm.
So, cresting of names and co, logo, name tag, and the likes. That was what these things were majorly used for. It was not used for embroidery then. It was 20 was in vogue. But as things keep evolving, uh, we started using them for embroidery. So we never can tell anything can still come up in another 10, 15 years that will still override monogram. There's no permanent uh, situation. Anything can still come up and override it.
No
But
permanent, no permanent
notwithstanding,
trend. Mm.
there's no permanent trend. They will still be in use. There's no how.
All right, Mr. Kayode, thank you so much. You've been a well-detailed fashion designer with a decade of experience. Let's look at the time cost. Talking about the time cost, how timely do these two design cost you when sewing? Talking about monogram design and 20U.
As I said earlier, and I'll still say again, for 20U, you have to be involved. When you need to do a design, probably on a blanket and pocket, that is the collar, which you call collar, the blanket and pocket. If you need to do it, normally it will take you around 1 hour, depending on the design, 1 hour, 2 hours, depending on design. And you can also outline the factor of light. That's another factor that can hinder the process. So, but majorly on the stable electricity, within 1 hour or maximum 2 hours, you'll be able to run a blanket and pocket. But for the Agbada design, you should be able to go around, for to be detailed, you need to go around 4 hours, 5 hours to run for 20U. Then for the monogram, you don't have to be there. Once you've done your designs, is what you can do your designs within 1 hour. Run your design within 1 hour, put on the system, then you leave it, let it run. The only time you might need to go there is to go and change bobbin, what people come out normally call reeler and co, shuttle and the likes. Once the thread finishes under, you go there to go and replace it. And it depends on the design, cross stitching and the likes. So that too should take around 4 hours, 5 hours. It is automatic and you can easily increase the speed sef. It's just like you accelerating on Lagos Ibadan Expressway. It depends on how fast you want it to be. You can increase the speed, you can reduce the speed. It is automatic. So, but roughly on an average, an Agbada should run you around 3 to 4 hours, depending on the design and how fast you want it to be. But it will avail you the time to do other things while it is running. You can decide to go and be doing another design, to be designing another person's embroidery while that one is running. Unlike that of the 20U, you have to be present. You cannot do any other thing. That is the advantage and disadvantage these things have.
Mr. Kayode, I love to ask this question anytime I'm with especially the entrepreneurs out there. Uh, how do you navigate your strength and weakness, looking at the realities of the present economy of a society?
Well, I would say every business has its own ups and downs. Aside from the business giving you ups and downs, the economy too is giving you another angle of ups and downs. One, you need to run light, you need to run gen, because I won't lie to you, it hasn't been so favorable as concerning light. But you will need to run gen, you need to do one or two things. The cost of what's it called, material too, has really been on the high. Sincerely, it's really been on the high. So it has always been giving us an issue when it comes to. Hope I'm safe here. This one, that things are moving around. Okay.
Mm.
So it has always been an issue. There's no how to. You always have challenges in your businesses. There will always be ups and downs. So, but when you have a focus and a aim, this will not distract you. You get whatever challenge that come, you'll be above them.
I love that. Now, in a decade to this time, where do you see the fashion industry?
The thing is, the industry, there's nothing new again. I will not lie to you. There's nothing new again.
Mm.
All of these trends are just retro and retro. They are coming back again. You see people putting on kembe, putting on dashiki, putting on shorts, this and that. These are what our forefathers have used before now, and now people are putting it on again. So in another 10 years, you won't be surprised if what has been used by our great forefathers will come up again, and it will start trending again. So fashion is not staying. It's not staying where. It's not being stable. It's been floating like wave of water. So you get. So in 10 years, anything can come up. You can decide to be putting on leaves. If that is what Adam and Eve did, and people will trend with it. So fashion
Mm.
is unique. Let me just put it that way. It's unique.
All right, from your perspective, is fashion industry a lucrative industry? Gone are the days whereby people look down on fashion designers. Is it a lucrative industry?
Yes, I will tell you it is very lucrative because I would say, okay, 10 years into the business, it has been, there will surely be ups and downs, but I won't lie to you, I'm not sure I can take any other job. Being Having a handcraft is much better, and fashion, you cannot determine when and how things will come forth. At the end of this call, anybody can just decide to call me, to come and take a contract of 5 million, 3 million, they're about to get, and you are cool. And if we go by our cost of production, there's this saying that in fashion, your cost of production and your profit should be 3 or 4 times better, or should be 3 or 4 times better than your cost of production. Your earning should be 3 or 4 times your cost of production. So imagine having, maybe I made a clothes the cost of production of a clothes is 10,000, and I'm giving it out for 40,000, 50,000. I had made a profit of 30,000 or 40,000. At least I can use that accumulation of that can use it to expand my business and do another or other things. You get. So I would say fashion is very lucrative because one is one of the basic needs of an individual. There's no how you go out in a day without putting on a clothes. There's no how. Even if you have not eaten, you still put on clothes. You get. So it is not an industry you can just sideline. It will keep expanding.
Mm. All right. To clear the hair, Mr. Kayode, do we call you and your people fashion designer or tailor? Because a lot of people would say, I'm not a tailor, I'm a fashion designer. So which one are you? So which one do you think suits, the modern trend and this era that we are in? Is it tailor or fashion designer? Because I've seen a lot of people, they would say, don't refer to me as a tailor. I'm not a tailor, I'm a fashion designer. What do you think about it? Are you a tailor or a fashion designer?
That is a very dicey question. Well, I would say it depends on the individual. You can decide to call yourself a tailor, you can decide to call yourself a fashion designer. But I
Mm.
would say English wise, I think tailor is the thing to be called when it
Mm.
comes to English wise. But trend has also made us to say, I'm a fashion designer, I'm a fashion designer, I'm a fashion designer. What are you fashion designing? Are you not tailoring it? You get. But people will not even tell you I'm a fashion designer. They will tell you I'm clinical stitches, I'm clinical threads, I'm clinical this one and that one. So whichever one you say you are is best to you.
Mm. So which one will you be? Will you love to be? Which one will you love me to call you now? Will you love me to refer to you as a fashion designer or a tailor?
I would also say it is a process thing because you cannot have a machine and be calling yourself a fashion designer. A fashion designer is someone who fashions and designs a clothes. There are processes to it. Let me just say. So I would say I'm still a fashion designer and I'm a tailor because I've not reached
Mm.
where I'm going to. Let me put
Mm.
it that
So
way.
Better still, we can say na collabo. Fashion designer, fashion designer tailor. Before we let you go, what is the difference between fashion designing and fashion stylist? Some people will say I'm a fashion stylist. Please, can you broaden, expatiate on it better?
Okay, yes, a stylist might not be a tailor.
Mhm. Hello, Mr. Kayode.
Hear what I just
Right.
said. Source
Okay.
for his hair.
Please, can you take it
Are you with me?
again? Yes, I'm with you. I'm with you. Please go on.
Okay, I said a stylist might not be a designer, might not be
Mm.
what we call a tailor. I can decide to be styling you. Are you with me? I decide to be styling you, and I may not be a tailor. I only outsource for the wears you want to wear. Okay, you have an event, African award, AMDCA and the likes. I might decide to call myself a stylist, and I will not tailor it. I'll just look for someone who is a tailor, a fashion designer, that my client needs so this thing. I happen to be the stylist of this person, and this is what he needs from head to toe. His suits, his blazers, his shoe, his this and that. I would say those are stylists. Though there are some stylists that are also functioning as fashion designers. You get me? So
Mm.
fashion designers are those who designs those clothes, who designs those fabric. Who their day-to-day activities is to make clothes, design this craft designs. You know, there are sometimes you say when Vicky James put on a clothes, you say it's majorly crafted for. They can even do copyright for it. So they are designers. They designed those clothes. So that's what I can just suppose between designer and stylist.
All right. Thank you for your time, Mr. Kayode Omidiji, the CEO of Solomon Consult. Thank you so much for being on the program all the way from Ibadan. It's a pleasure, I must say, and we appreciate it. But before we let you go, let's have your parting shot, and as well to those people who, sideline fashion industry. That's something, most people just write it off that, oh, you want to do fashion designer, is nothing to write home about. What do you have to say to those kind of people? And as well, give us your parting shot.
Okay, I would like to appreciate you for this opportunity because most parents do not want their words to go into, let me say, handcraft, because then they believe once you're a government worker, you have retirement bonus, you have this and that, you have something to fall back to. You understand me? So they don't believe in Feloma Swabera àti Kini kan papọ̀, this one and that one.
Mm.
But it's because it's changing, it's changing, it's changing. I won't lie to you. I never believed in it when I was also quite little. But when I came into this industry, I saw that no. Though there are days of little beginning. When I started this craft, for like more than 6 months or thereabout, I never saw someone to even enter my workplace to ask, "What are you doing?" Though it could be challenging, but at the end of the day, it will surely pay off. It's consistent. There's nothing you will do in this life that will not have trying times, that will not have the start time. So there's no how. You will surely have those times before things set in place. So I would like to encourage our parents, guardians, even the younger generation. The fashion has gone beyond what it used to be. Tailoring, let me put it that way, has gone beyond what it used to be. That you giving just your all this roadside this thing to just mend the clothes for you or thereabout. It has gone beyond that. It is a very now lucrative business. We can mention a few of these top fashion designers, which they were in limelight in about 2 or 3 months ago, likes of Sheyi Vodi and Co. Vicky James, and I'm sure people will keep wondering that are these people also into fashion design? Yes, they are. So you get. So there's no business that is not lucrative. Let me just put it that way.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Kayode Omidiji, CEO of Solomon Couture, all the way from Ibadan. Greater height for you. Thank you so much for being on the program.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for having
Thank
me.
you for the.
Have a wonderful day.
It's a pleasure. Please do well to enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, and you too. Take care.
All right. Bye. Now, I'm sure we've all heard from our guest, Omidiji Kayode, all the way from Ibadan, a well-seasoned fashion designer with a decade of experience in the fashion industry. And he well said a lot of difference between monogram design and 20. Monogram design, of course, is the new trend. Of course, we are the new era for the Gen Z, for the Alpha Gen. And of course, we see some millennials who are still insisting on the want monogram, as the life evolves, we evolve along with it as well. It's not an issue. And he said 20U, of course, it's something that has been existing for a very long time. It's a old design, but it's still in relevance. People are still, seeking for it, are still modernizing on it, but not as it used to be. Right now, a monogram is what is making the wave in the fashion industry, and it speaks so well. And he said, the comparison of price, the monogram is on the higher side, and 20, of course, is something you can still make do with. And then, let me use the other word. Of course, it's a pleasure. I'm talking about fashion. Fashion helps you, it's a kind of a self-expression. You express yourself, when you're well fashioned, you have this confidence that just like the way you spray your perfume and, and your sprays and all that. When you're well fashioned, you feel yourself without even when people don't tell you, you feel that yourself. It represents mannerism, cultural representation, and a lot of things there. Wow, I'm very sure everyone is a fashionista, everyone is well fashioned. The fashion is something you need to keep up with, every now and then. It's a wrap on product review today. Another beautiful edition of it will be back next week. I am Ire Ayomikunle Eke. Please do well to enjoy the rest of your day, and please always stay fashioned.
My name is Tunde Olufowora, and I'm the CEO of Bandai Communications. We are we call the publisher or the owner of the new initiative called ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV is actually Nigeria's first consumer-centered, or call it consumer-centric television platform that aims to bring voice to the over 220 million Nigerians. It was a vision that came to my heart about 10 years ago. I remember that I was traveling. I traveled out of the country, on airline. And I had this unpleasant experience. It was a trip to an African country from Nigeria, and I actually went with a local flight from Nigeria. I wouldn't want to mention the name of the airline. And then it was to South Africa, and we landed in South Africa. And let me just paraphrase it. When I was coming back, I had some money, some dollars, and that someone had given to me to hand over to another person in Nigeria. So I wanted to help out. I didn't want to carry the cash on myself. So. For whatever reason, I had a small case, and I felt that it was safer for me to put the money in my luggage. So I put it in a safe place in my luggage, got everything tagged, and I checked in my luggage. My arrival in Nigeria, I was standing and was waiting about the carousel just so that I could pick up my luggage, and then I was there for 1 hour and waiting for my luggage. I didn't know that my luggage already arrived, and it was one of the luggage that was moving around on the carousel. So after about 1 hour wait, I looked to my left and my right. Almost everybody had gone. I think there were just about 2 or 3 left. So I beckoned on the woman that was on my side, and I noticed she was really in tears. Madam, what happened? She said, her bag has just been torn and a lot of things stolen. So I said, well, I've also been waiting for my own. She said, you better go and check those, those luggages there. Maybe yours is one of them. And lo and behold, I went around there. Mine was one of them. By the time I got it, everything inside my luggage was gone. All the valuable things there were gone. To cut the long story short, we felt there was need for us to report the case, at least to the airline. It was in the night, about 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. We went in to go and see the officer that was in charge. As soon as we got in there, the officer said, "Oh, so sorry, but you will have to go to our head office in somewhere in Victoria Island, to lodge, from Heathrow." So we got into London Heathrow, and then because it was through Heathrow that we went, and then so they changed since it was big, they changed the aircraft this time around to a bigger one. I mean, clearly because there were more Nigerians, or more people that were planning to come to Nigeria, and then we boarded. Not quite 10 minutes into the flight, in the air, the aircraft started malfunctioning. The air conditioning compartment were not functioning very well. I was on what you call business economy. The whole of that business economy, all the way to economy side, the ACs, for all the inconvenience, we're declaring, free lunch, free whatever it is you want, you can get. So trust Nigerians, you need to hear how everybody were jubilating, But something struck me. The experience I had just about a month before, and this experience, somehow I started comparing them. I was trying to see how this matter will be managed. Again, to cut the story short, we landed in Nigeria on B. Before we landed, the pilot announced and said that for the inconvenience, they will be giving a voucher of £50 to everyone that flew on that aircraft. I thought it was a joke. I mean, it was my first time with BA, but for what I knew or know of the British man would never even play with his 1 penny, talking of £1. So I felt that must be a joke of the year. So we left. I got back to my office. I think it was just about a week after. My officer, our guys in our meal room came up and said, "Oh, you have a parcel." So I said, "Parcel? Yeah." So they bought this parcel wrapped. I opened it, and boom, I bought the document out. It was the £50 voucher from BA. So what's the tenor of this story? An experience with one airline was terrible, no apology. An experience with another one, even though it was a bad experience, but it was very well managed. So managed that even if we have suffered anything in that aircraft, you probably, for the sake of how they manage it, will have forgiven them. So that was how this journey started. So I started thinking, my mind, this is what we go through in this country. But are we different from other nations? So God put in my heart the idea of ConsumerHalla. That's why the Hala came with consumer. And we started that journey about 10 years ago. We started by creating a platform called ConsumerHalla, where consumers, so I discovered that Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. So things happen, and that's it. We live with everything. So we've started the journey from creating the platform. We have an app, we even have a magazine, and we thought we could move it from that to the next stage, which is the television. So the TV today, has come. So I would say precept by precept, line upon line, we have been able to build on our aspiration, to finally bring to birth this unique and exciting platform, So it's a digital telecast, and our goal is to further connect consumers in Nigeria to brands with insightful news, development within the fast-paced world of consumers. The world of consumers is growing at a very fast pace, So we want to inform Nigerians. We want to get them educated about their rights, So our role is that we're going to educate consumers in Nigeria, all right? So by bringing them specialized and what you call analytical, research-based content generation that will inform, educate, sensitize the audience, So that's ConsumerHallaTV. So I call it an offshoot of our ConsumerHalla brand. ConsumerHalla brand actually was the first we call it the first complaint or consumer complaint resolution portal. When we started it about 10 years ago, or about 7 years ago, it became the first complaint resolution portal. We created it so that Nigerians can actually lodge complaint on that portal. We spent a lot of resources to build a very robust platform where today, if you have any complaint, about any brand, any leading brands in Nigeria, and you go on that platform, you can actually click, just a click, you can find the brand, you can actually lodge your complaint, and once you submit it, that complaint will be routed to that organization, and within 72 hours, we will obtain feedback for you. We build it in such a way that we have connection to almost all the organizations, and it's been working. We've resolved several complaints for people without having to charge them any penny, because the idea is not to charge. So what we have done with ConsumerHallaTV is to take it to the next level. So we hope to change the narrative. We want to give the right direction. Nigeria has the largest consumer market in the world, with a population of over 220 million people. Why should we be the one that is suffering the most? Everywhere you turn to, it's as though Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. You're traveling, you buy a ticket. For whatever reason, an airline will wake up middle of the night, delay the flight.
Hello and welcome to News at 2 on ConsumerHallaTV. I'm Kikelomo Ajibola. Let's start the news this afternoon with this story right here. The federal government has withdrawn its criminal complaint against Ms. Comfort Emanson, the passenger accused of unruly behavior aboard an Ibom Air flight, and reduced the flight ban imposed on foremost Fuji musician Wasiu Ayinde Marshal, popularly known as K1 The Ultimate, announcing the decisions today following consultations with stakeholders in the aviation sector.
Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development Festus Keyamo stated that the resolutions were reached after reviewing the incident, considering appeals from well-meaning individuals and taking into account the remorse shown by those involved. The minister also revealed that Ibom Air has agreed to withdraw its complaint against Ms. Emerson, who was arrested over the August 10 incident, noting when the police took a statement in the presence of a lawyer, she exhibited great remorse for her conduct. Following the withdrawal, the airport command and the police prosecutor will take steps to secure her release from Kirikiri prison this week. The airline operators of Nigeria has also agreed to lift the lifetime flying ban placed on her, with details to be released soon. Now, Dangote Petroleum Refinery has announced a 13 naira reduction in its ex-depot price of the fuel from 850 naira to 820 naira per litre, effective from August the 12th, 2025. The firm said the price adjustment underscored its resolve to support the economy and provide relief to consumers amid rising energy costs. The group chief branding and communication officer Anthony Chiejina, in a statement yesterday, assured the public of a consistent and uninterrupted supply of petroleum products, stressing that the reduction was part of the refinery's commitment to national development. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Labour Congress has hailed the firm on the reduction, calling it a vital step in bridging Nigeria's fuel supply gap, boosting employment and restoring public confidence in the country's industrial capacity. Chairman of the NLC Lagos State Chapter, Fumi Seshi Wu, gave the commendation during a visit to the refinery, and Dangote Fertilizer Limited praised the massive scale and strategic significance of the Dangote Group's investment, stating that the project are delivering tangible benefit to the Nigerian people. Now back to federal government matters, as it's launched the Youth Credit Initiative, codenamed Youth Credit, as a component of the Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation, targeted and empowering youth entrepreneurs, particularly members of the National Youth Service Corps. Minister of Youth Development Ayodele Olawande, who launched the program at the NYSC orientation camp in Abuja, pledged that the ministry would expand the program beyond NYSC members to reach the informal sector and underserved communities. The minister described the Youth Credit program as a veritable platform designed by the federal government to provide a single-digit interest loan for youth who desire to expand their businesses or start a fresh business. He also said the initiative was an open expression of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's love and hope and the capacity of the youth to strengthen the economy of Nigeria through small and medium businesses, thus contributing to the gross domestic product of the country. Petrol prices across Nigeria surged past 900 naira per litre on Monday, despite a noticeable decline in global crude oil prices, sparking fresh outrage among motorists and commuters already grappling with high living costs. Still on the news, the newsman gathered that several filling stations, including those operated by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and major independent marketers, adjusted their pump prices upward over the weekend. In about this update here in Lagos State and Ogun State, NNPCL retail outlets were seen selling petrol at 900 naira per litre, even as crude oil prices dimmed from nearly $69 per barrel last week to around $66 per barrel on Sunday. And Dangote Refinery's partner marketers, including Aldovo PLC, AP, and Aiden Petroleum, also raised their prices, with AP outlet in the Mowe area of Ogun State selling at 925 naira per litre and Aiden outlets at 910 naira per litre. Nevertheless, Isove confirmed a patchwork of prices across different marketers, which says Total Energy 910 naira per litre, Asharami Energy 905 naira per litre, NIPCO 890 naira per litre. Fat beans at 892 naira per litre, and Enyo retail 950 naira per litre. Now, in a new development about the transmission company of Nigeria has disclosed that it has expended over 88 billion naira on repairs of vandalized infrastructure from 2021 to date nationwide. Speaking at the public sensitization on the use of vandalization of TCN infrastructure at the Odonguyon 132 kV transmission substation in Ikorodu, TCN's principal manager alliance, engineer Sheyi Onobajo, noted that taxes meant to be paid to the government to rebuild and upgrade power system, which are now being used for repairs of the damage. As well, also speaking at the event was the general manager of TCN Lagos region, Majid Akintola, where stated that so far they are delighted with the response received from the community leaders, the security agencies, which include the Nigerian police and civil defense, steel companies around Ikorodu, and some key community members. He also said the level of awareness will be done quarterly, and they will engage local management to reach out to more community leaders and stakeholders around the area. However, Ikorodu has been slated for upgrade, but when there is a report of vandalism, the funds for just upgrades will be channeled to repair. Most times, these repairs take up to 3 to 4 months before it is completed, leaving communities without a power supply. And now let's move to business news, where we're talking about figures. As Nigeria exported a total of 663 million metric tons of product to 11 ECOWAS member states in the first half of 2025, and according to the Nigeria Export Promotion Council, the figure represents a significant increase compared to the same period in 2024, signaling the country's growing footprint in regional trade. The announcement was made by Mrs. Nonye Ayeni, Director General of NEPC, during a press briefing in Abuja on Sunday, where she presented the Council's 2025 half-year non-oil export performance report. Madam Ayeni highlighted that Nigeria also exported a 488 million metric tons of product valued at $883.538 million to 21 African countries outside the ECOWAS bloc. This marks a 2.59% increase in total export value compared to 1.96% recorded in the same period of 2024. Nonso Ayani also emphasized that the AFCFTA framework is instrumental in boosting regional commerce and driving inclusive and economic growth across the continent. And she also commended the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment for its strategic efforts in positioning Nigeria as a regional trade hub and a key player in Africa's economic development. Now let's move away from that to Lagos State, where Lagos State government has admitted that residents would continue to experience flash flooding due to climate change and other environmental factors. The government, however, reiterated its commitment to ramp up infrastructure to provide lasting solutions across the state. The State Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources, Tokunbo Wahab, stated this yesterday during a live broadcast interview. He noted that in the last 2 years, the ministry had cleaned over 50 kilometers of secondary collectors and dredged or maintained about 38 primary channels across the state. The commissioner who recalled the recent torrential rainfall that affected part of Ikorodu said the Nigerian Meteorological Agency had given an early forecast in March, prompting the ministry to begin massive advocacy in April. He also said that residents were briefed multiple times that rainfall this year would surpass last year's numbers. And let's move away from that now to being safe this flood season. Let's talk about figure. Yeah, where the total foreign transactions on the Nigerian Exchange Limited have reached 1.14 trillion naira in the first half of 2025, representing an increase of 113% from 540.48 billion naira recorded in the same period last year. The surge could be attributed to the rise in outflows caused by global market uncertainties and the high yield in treasury bills, the spot sell-offs, among the other factors. According to the data released by the NGX for the first half of 2025, foreign investors traded equities worth 576.09 billion naira, representing a 84.97% increase from the 311.41 billion naira traded in the first half of 2024, and the outflow exceeded foreign inflows, which stood at about 559.25 billion naira, resulting in a net negative foreign portfolio position of 16.84 billion naira in the first half of 2024. And according to the data contained in an NGX for June 2025 domestic and foreign portfolio investment report, the foreign trading activity intensified when compared to the same period in the first half of 2024. Meanwhile, domestic investors accounted for 3.06 trillion naira worth of trade in the first half of 2025, representing 72.92% of total market transactions. This marked a 41.5% increase from 2.17 trillion naira in the first half of 2024. Of the total domestic figure, institutional investors contributed 1.59 trillion naira, while retail investors traded 1.47 trillion naira. And now let's move to safety matters, as the Federal Road Safety Corps, through its Constrained Unit Command in Lagos State, has announced that it will ensure that truck drivers do not leave the port without getting properly latched to the trucks. This new policy is to prevent containers from falling off and reduce the rate of accidents caused by trucks to the barest minimum. FRSC Unit Commander Chief Route Commander Victor Okelola disclosed this when he led some officers on a courtesy visit to Lagos office on Monday, where he said the agency will continue to trail truck drivers. Noted that in spite of its sustained enforcement, some of them operating within that corridor were still recalcitrant. Victor Okelola said that the visit was part of its effort to foster a better relationship with NAN to improve road safety on the corridor, adding that a large number of trucks operated on the corridor due to port activities. And that's all we'll be taking for the news this afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us on ConsumerHallaTV for the news. Please do well to stay connected for more news update. I'm Kikelomo Ajibola. Continue to enjoy your afternoon.
For whatever reason, and then you'll be waiting at the airport for hours. You'll be there for 2 hours, 3 hours, no any explanation. Then while you're there, they can even wake up and say, oh, flight has been cancelled. So everybody carry their luggage and go home. Nothing happened. Of course, things are changing. We must commend government because government is beginning to wake up, but there's still a lot to be done. And we believe that we can help to make, those bring about those right changes. So we offer deliberately, part of what we do is that we also offer advocacy. All right, we're not just an advocacy organization, but we offer advocacy. We have a legal team. We have lawyers that are registered on our platform. All right, that can also take up cases. Okay, so and we've taken up many cases like that, and won those cases. So ConsumerHalla is a platform to help consumers to, we're not fighting brands, but rather we say we're bringing about an amicable, resolution of conflict, such that it will be beneficial to the consumers and also be beneficial to the brand. I remember the word of Jeff boss, Jeff Bezos. Bezos is the founder of Amazon. He said that the most important single thing, all right, for an organization is to focus obsessively. Use the word obsessively on the customer. We often say that customers is a king. They should sit at the top of the ladder. In our environment, customers are the ladder. A brand wakes up today, decide what product to produce. They wake up today, decide how much the consumer should pay. They wake up to decide everything for consumers. So consumers are just at the receiving end, and yet they are milking the consumers. There's no price regulation in this country, none. People just wake up and fix prices. Look at the power. Government wakes up, we change policy, we wake up and we get people to pay more. We think it's time for consumers to begin to speak out. In speaking out, in engaging, we can get the brand to begin to do what is right. And of course, I know that the consumers themselves need to be educated. So our role, our vision also is to ensure that we educate consumers. We bring awareness. A lot of Nigerian consumers don't even know about their rights. You buy a product from a supermarket. I've had this experience. You buy a product from a supermarket, all right? For whatever reason, you take that product back to your house, and maybe something went wrong somewhere. By the time you take that product back to the shop where you bought it from, and you say, "Oga, this thing, you know what's going to tell you? Oga, na me make am. Let me make am now. That's why I buy am." Meaning that there's nothing I can do to the product. So you lose the product, then you lose your money, because the money is not refunded. The product you can't use. Only in Nigeria. Only in Nigeria. Let me give you another experience I had. In the course of this, because I went around, in doing this. I was in US, I was in UK, I was in South Africa, I was in Germany, just because of this, to just study the environment. I was in a friend's house in UK, in London, and then what happened? We were going to go out, and he was going to dress up. So he said, to me, I was seated in his sitting room. So he said, wait a minute, I picked up an iron, that's the pressing iron, 2 days ago or so from a store. Let me try this, let me just stand, use that to iron my shirt and we can go out. So I was seated, the TV was on, I was watching. While I watched him, he brought out the pressing board, spread it out, brought the iron out in my presence, plugged in the iron, and then as soon as he switched on the power button, we just had a spark. Boom! The guy was raged. Then he goes, What just happened? So he said, no, these guys are in trouble, they're in soup. I was thinking, what are you going to do? I was trying to compare that experience to what would have happened in Nigeria. In my presence there, he opened the pack. There was a card inside it. Inside that card was a call, number to call. And he called the shop or wherever he got the thing from. I was hearing the conversation that was going on. And all he said to them on the phone was, look, by the time he even called, clearly because they already, through the call, they could trace where he was calling from and who was calling. He said, I pick up this number, I pick up this iron yesterday, and guess what? I just plug it to power, and then this thing just, stop, didn't work. At the other hand, I could hear the voice, we're so sorry. We're sorry about that. And they said, this is your address, yeah. Don't worry, we'll get you a replacement. All right. So my friend ended the call and dropped the. So I said, so what's going to happen? He said, don't worry yourself now. Shebi, we're here. They will bring a replacement. I said, they will bring a replacement. He said, yes. I said, they won't even try to check whether it was your fault. because it could have been your fault. Maybe you didn't do something well about the first. No, it can't be his fault. Maybe it's a brand new item that he bought. While we were still talking, in fact, I'm not even sure it was up to 30 minutes or so, we had a knock on the door. He himself said he must be the dispatch person. By the time he opened the door, it was a dispatch man that was on the other side. And then the dispatch man was at the door. Just watch this. Was at the door. I was seated in the sitting room. The guy was at the door to meet with the dispatch guy. The dispatch man that brought the replacement iron, I heard him say, "We're so sorry." So I was so shocked. I mean, a dispatch man, this guy is a dispatch, so also apologize. I was so touched by it that even a dispatch man was so trained, to tell the guy, "We are so sorry." And guess what? He brought the replacement iron. By the time my guy opened the iron, it was a bigger size iron. So they replaced with a bigger size iron. The guy never asked for the one that went bad. He didn't say, "Okay, where is the other one that we gave to you," so that he could take it back. No, he just bought a new one and gave it back. So I asked my friend, I said, "Can you interpret this to me?" He said, "Here in London, if they didn't do this, they know the next thing I will do." So I'm just going to grab a lawyer and I'm going to tell them they've destroyed something in my house. By the time I'm done, they will pay through their nose. Because the consumers are conscious of their rights. In Nigerian consumers, even those who are aware, won't even take the battle up. Everybody just go, what can we do now? Today they wake up and ban this. What can we do now? So we're going to change the narrative. We have to stand up. So the vision of ConsumerHallaTV is really to create an engagement platform that constantly mirrors the minds of consumers and provide right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria. Thus, we believe, will be forming part of that our overall vision, of creating a more caring world of consumers where businesses thrive. Please. So, I think that we'll make our impact. We ask you to join us on this journey. ConsumerHallaTV will drive engagement. It will also be there to help to promote brands that are doing what is right. So we're not out to criticize any brand. Rather, we have to complement what the brands are doing, because there is no organization that or a business that was set up to fail. Nobody set up a business to fail. So there are just gaps that needs to be fixed. So together we can fix things, and together we believe that we will create the right story for consumers in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV.
At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our Consumer Hala brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
Good to be back again here. Good afternoon and welcome to Consumer Analytics on Consumer Hala TV. I am Ire Ayomikunle AK. On Consumer Analytics, all we do here is to preview what the consumers have done, have surveyed based on their preferences and choice. All we do on this program is not an iota of critics, but solely that of the consumer. They have a voice and we project out the voice on the program. Thank you so much for joining us on the show. I am Ire Ayomikuleke. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome to Consumer Analytics on Consumer Hala TV. Thank you so much for joining us again for today's episode of Consumer Analytics. And on Consumer Analytics, like you rightly said, we actually are not here to be biased. We are here to just say what the consumer have, what product is doing the work for the consumer, and it's not to put down any other product out there. It's just for us to know how the consumers feel about the whole product out there. Thank you so much for joining us. If you're just joining us, this is Consumer Analytics, where we discuss everything consumer related. I am Kikelemo Ajibola, and on today's episode, I'm very sure we're going to be having a lot of fun in the studio.
All right, the program is just getting started, and I have Kikela Majibola here with me on the program. And on today's edition, we'll be referencing to self-care, talking about personal care. We all know that personal care has to do with the way you take care of yourself, the way you admonish, pamper yourself. Talking about personal care, that has to do with a whole lot of things, not limited to skin care alone. You know, the clothes you put on, the perfume you spray, the deodorant, and all that, of course, has to do with personal care. And all the about this afternoon, we'll be talking about roll-on, and of course, deodorant. Roll-on is a type of personal care product applied to the underarm to prevent sweat and body odor. If you would ask me, 75% to 70% of people that has body odor is something caused, by the sweat on the ram, and it is something most people detest too. I'm very sure you detest body odor.
Yeah, it's not comfortable. So yeah, it's not comfortable to be in a space with somebody and then you are perceiving the odor of that person. And human being, we consume a lot of things, so the smell tends to be very, very
strong. Out, yeah. So how do you manage somebody that has body odor?
Fortunately, I'm not really been with people like that. Fortunately, and it's very sad for people like that too. Sometimes they don't even know the cause of what's going on with them. They try their best, but it doesn't work out. But fortunately, I've not really been with people. Yeah, I've encountered some of them, but I've not really Yeah.
Interesting. But on the norms, I will tell you that most of the body odor on talking about normalcy is based on, sweat. It requires a whole lot of work, to be on your feet trying to make your ends meet, and you have to sweat it out. Even the Bible even says that you man, when Eve gave Adam the forbidden fruit, and God told Eve that before you give birth, you would, push to bed, in agony and all of that. And they said to Adam that out of your sweat. So it's normal for you to sweat, but how you manage it is something that is very, very important. And a lot of consumers out there know how to manage these things. And that is why we're analyzing roll-on the program, deodorant, anyone you call it as well. And of course, talking about it, it comes in a bottle with a rolling ball applicator. It is when you use it, it expresses enthusiasm or eagerness for something to happen or arrive soon, because when you use it, you put on that confidence. You want people to compliment, even without people complimenting you putting it on, you're
Feel
looking
good
good about yourself. So we're talking about personal care, and in reference to that, we have a whole lot of brands. I would ask you, what's your favorite roll-on?
Nivea, actually. Nivea, yeah. Nivea is long lasting, it smells nice, and they have a lot of variants. Different smell for both women and male. Male gender.
So interesting. What makes this issue we are talking about on Consumer Analytics more interesting is because both genders use roll-on is not a gender-based thing. No. It's something we both use, both genders, to complement ourselves. And we have a lot of brands. Talking about the one that are mostly used in Nigeria here, we have the Nivea, we have the Rexona, we have Sure, roll-on, we have Periocadine, we have a whole lot. We have Dobia, we have Dove, we have All Day, we have Enchanter, we have Gillette, we have Dry Adair, we have 24 K. Have you tried it out before?
Not really,
but if I would ask you, of course it's common. So between 24K and the perfume, which one?
I don't like the perfume. Not for me.
Is it because it's very strong, or?
I'm more of a feminine smell. Yeah, I'm not a fan of men scent. Some girls like men scent because it tends to last longer, but no, it gives me headaches.
All right, interesting. And talking about that, of course, we are always, on the survey ground to do a lot of survey about what consumers want, about their preference, to choice, what they've decided to settle for, not because they want it, but it's about what does the job for them. Now, reporter was on the street to do a whole lot of survey, and proper survey was done without being biased. Elizabeth Abefe, over to you now.
Confidence all day, every day. But which roll-on truly makes you fresh and dry? I am Elizabeth Abefe, and I'm live here at Ikeja, Lagos. You're welcome to Consumer Voice on ConsumerHallaTV, where consumers genuinely share with us their preferences. And today we are putting roll-on to the test. Which one reigns supreme effectiveness, comfort, and overall satisfaction? Let's go find out whose voice wins. Which of the roll-on brands do you use?
Nivea. Use Nivea.
Rexona.
Okay, Nivea.
I use Nivea.
Rexona.
Nivea.
I like Nivea.
Nivea and Rexona.
I use Nivea. Nivea. Spa.
Nivea. Nivea.
From effectiveness to comfort, we've all heard the voice of our consumers and their choice of preference on roll-on. As we all know, consumer voice really matters, and their choice reflects what's best for them. But today, on today's episode, Nivea won the heart of the consumers, mainly because of what Nivea has to offer and what it has to give to them. We are not here to criticize any other brand, but consumer voice matters. Thank you for watching ConsumerHallaTV on today's edition of Consumer Voice. I am Elizabeth Abefe.
Consumer, you too do not too like better thing. Elizabeth Abefe, that's very beautiful. They keep up with the good work. Kike Lomo, what do you have to say? Consumer, they like better thing. They too do.
I'm not surprised that Nivea actually is leading Yeah, I'm not even.
Is it because Nivea is?
It's not cheap. That's the funny thing.
It's not cheap, actually. I know. Is it because it's been a brand that has been existing for decades, or is it because of the name or the niche they've created for themselves?
No, I think it's because of the fact that he promises to do what he is actually. He does what he promises. Yeah, it's very long lasting. It smells nice. Different type of smell. You know, even the male one is very nice. So it's just a lot. They have a lot of variants of Nivea. So I think that's why. It's not because of how long it has been in the market. There are a lot of what's it called that has been in the market too for a while. Rexona, I'm not surprised that Rexona came almost. Rexona was quite mentioned.
Quite close to Nivea.
I love. It wasn't close actually. Yeah, but I love.
But if you would ask a lot of people after Nivea, they would people that knows that.
I think Enchanter also. If we look at Enchanter also is a very good product. Enchanter, people also use Enchanter so well. But Rexona is something I know that people also use. Yeah, so I'm not surprised that Nivea actually is leading the market because although it's not that cheap, Nivea is not that cheap. I think the roll-on should be around on 3,000 something. So yeah, it's not cheap.
Anyways,
so I will have said because it's cheap, that's why people like it.
A lot of things have changed. Do you know that previously Nivea was sold at 500?
Yeah, I remember even 400, 450. But now it is very expensive. Even at then, Nivea was one of the most expensive roll-ons.
Then.
The only thing that is not is really really affordable for Nivea is the Is the cream, the body lotion. But the the
spray,
the body, the roll-ons, it's quite pricey. It is quite pricey, yeah. But it is very good. It smells really nice.
All right, we have no iota to object to what the consumers is willing at. What we're doing on this program is based on protecting the voice of the consumer, and the consumer have opted on Nivea. A lot of people said different things, different folks for different strokes for different folks. Thank you so much. Different strokes for different folks. Pertaining to what a consumer said, there was a particular consumer who said he has been using Nivea for the past 15 years. Wow, that's over like a decade and a half. It's interesting for you to be using a brand for a decade and a half. It's something that I can't say it's not a child play.
Nivea, my mom, when I was probably around 6, I can remember we always have Nivea in the house. Nivea and another particular perfume that if I mention it, almost everybody will know the perfume, but I'm not going to mention it. So Nivea is something that if we're going to school, we don't use perfume, but my mom always used Nivea for us. So I think Nivea has been something that has been in my household too for more than 15 years, if I must say. So yeah.
And we are talking about Nivea as well on the program. It offers a range of roll-on deodorant for men and women, including Nivea Dry Impact, Nivea Men Deep Anti-Perspirant. We have Nivea Pear and Beauty. I think that's Pear and Beauty. That has to do with the pink cover. That is the one most ladies or most women, let me say, use.
No, I don't think so. No.
Because I think...
I don't think so. I think most people would go for the Nivea blue cover. Most of us go for the Nivea blue cover.
Especially the men.
Not even the men. The Nivea blue cover, that's funny thing. It smells really nice. No, I don't think the ladies really go for the pink one because it's not even really that common in the market. Yeah, it's the blue one that is really, really common in the market. Yeah.
All right. Interesting part of consumer analytics is because we project out what consumer wants, and we are projecting those voice out, so it will reach to all the brand owners, to know how the market is being reached in the consumer perspective. And still talking about consumers, a line about what they said on consumer voice. I was saying about a particular consumer who said he has been using the brand for the past 15 years, recommended to him by a friend, and ever since then he has no choice or cause to change the Nivea. He said he's the type of person, and we have people like that if you stick to a brand and the brand is serving the purpose, let anything come, you still keep using it because the quality is not reducing, everything is still intact, it does the work perfectly for you. He said he just have a problem with Nivea. because the price hike is is not even waiting at all. It's not, I won't say it's walking, it's jumping up.
It is very expensive.
He said he would want people, most especially the Nivea brand, to do something and cut across with the price rate. That is one of the consumer voice I'm projecting out for the Nivea brand. Seeing this right now, consumers are saying they love your brand, but you people need to just try to meet at the marginal point. You have to reason about it, about price rate. But while we all these things, it requires a whole lot extra effort, money, to make all these things. And you're venturing into business to with each amount of money, not for donation, to make money back. So we wouldn't blame them as much, but we'll be happy if you can just come down at the marginal point, cut across the price rate. But I think a lot of people will prefer it better. Still projecting about somebody. A lady said she was previously on Nivea, and of recent, for like 2 to 3 years now, she has been using Rexona.
Rexona, yeah, that's like one of the best alternatives for Nivea. And
questions was being asked at why you were using Nivea, what stopped. She said nothing, that somebody just that she went to the store to try to look for Nivea. She couldn't get Nivea, so she saw Rexona. And the person she met at the store, the attendee, told her to go for this out, and she tried it out. He said she loved the antiperspirant. That is something she loves about Rexona. And if you don't, of course we have the ideology, but to buttress is better. The antiperspirant rather is a deodorant, and it's a substance applied to the body to prevent or mask body odor caused by bacterial breakdown of perspiration. For example, in the armpits, the groin, or feet. In fact, it's a subclass of deodorant called antiperspirant rather, and it prevents sweating itself, typically by blocking the sweat glands. It is very, very interesting. So I wouldn't say Nivea is not, blocking the sweat gland. It does too as well.
No. Nivea actually does a very good job than most. Because I use Rexona sometimes also, and I use Nivea also. And Nivea also, I think Nivea has what we call spray cans. They have spray cans for underarm. That one is for 72. That's 3 days. And trust me, you're going to smell like Nivea for 3 days, and you're going to like sweat for that 3 days. And I think the spray can has more of that ingredient. But Nivea bottles are very good also. I think those ones are just 48 hours. But Rexona is a very good product actually, so I understand. But and also the price. So
it has the antiperspirant, so it is something you should just up on and get. Looking out for projecting another consumer voice. A lot of people said Nivea because about the long lasting. You said if you use it on your outfit, the next day, if you're putting it on a day after, you just have to apply little because it is strong. The fragrance, is very, very last longing on outfits, and that is, I think that is one of the reasons why most people, up on Nivea. So if we are to talk about some other brands, some people also opted for. So people said they prefer Sure.
Yeah. Sure is also good.
I have not tried it out before. For me, the roll-on I've tried out is just 24K and Nivea. Because there was a time I was using. That was why I asked you the question. Talking about the 24K perfume. It lasts long too on the body, on the outfit actually. So the love I had for the perfume, I had to pass it over to the roll-on, and it's quite. So I was even thinking a lot of people would make mention of 24K, but
I think it's like a very, very few fraction of people to like 24K smell. Yeah, it's not really a smell that almost everybody will like. So yeah, I feel like 24K almost want to smell like wood.
I've not heard about that before.
No, but like it didn't get the job. It's just somehow I'm so sorry, but I don't think I've smelled that.
Okay, you've used it before?
No, I've not used it before. A roommate of mine in university, she used to like to try out perfumes. She doesn't stick. No, like she always wants to say, I'll try this one out. I'll try this one out. Until I get the one I really like. And she used 24K. And I had a headache for like 2 days. And she hated, she was like, nah, Kike, this is not it. And there's one perfume too.
Okay, she too didn't subscribe to it, right?
She didn't like it. She was like, oh no, I didn't know that this is the kind of, because it smells like something that we used to use back before they started bringing different fragrances. Say, oh, this one smells like Kinikon, this one smells like jasmine, this one smells like, before. So the work is like the normal smell we grow up with. Yeah, it smells like a particular.
We get to derive.
A particular, it has the same smell of a particular perfume. If I mention, I know you know, Emergency.
Emergency, okay.
Emergency is a very popular perfume. It's inside a rubber with a, it has its own it has its own container. The container is like plastic, like rubbery, and then it has a cover of, you know, if you're covering like a cookie, it has a cover of red cover. Emergency is a very popular perfume.
You know seduction. You know there was a time while we were going on seduction.
It smells like all this passion perfume, all this. I don't want to use the word it's coming to my head, but I don't like 24K. But I know that some people like those kind of smells. So yeah, but I don't think I've never used 24K roll-on because I don't like the perfume. I've smelled it before, so I don't. But I'm sure somebody have used straw before, and yeah, it's really,
straw.
No, I think it's sure.
Okay, sure.
Yeah,
I thought you said straw.
Sure,
okay.
sure.
I wanted to ask you that we have a roll-on that is straw that I've not heard about it before.
Sure is very good. Enchanter also. People have used some roll-ons. I used to have people that used to come around, but the one I know that I've tried before. I've tried Rexona. I've tried Enchanter. I've tried I've forgotten one of them, and Nivea. Nivea is like the common one, but maybe I don't have money. I don't have like 3/8 to go and buy Nivea. I'll just probably go for.
We know they've done. I now I was heading to the part because most of the consumer projected mainly on the price rate that they still love the brand, the price. But right now, I think they are now being economical because they've done the. I've forgotten the size, but they've done a smaller one. That one is sold.
If they give me to, I would buy.
There was time I was on the street and they like 2 months ago, and they came to meet me. So they just got it introduced.
The price is actually very.
So they sold it for 1,000 naira.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, 1,000 naira. So that's
maybe they are doing promo. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah, because
it can't be sold for
last time when early this month, yeah, I think August 2nd or 3rd. So I went back again to a store to get it back. So the person told me that it's 1.2. So I now asked that, okay, there was a time they were selling it.
How small was it?
It's is it 35 ml? It's just small. So just I've seen it. So it's something just like economical. So I was like, it's 1,000. I bought it. So the store owner said that they just brought it out then, and they want people to
it's not. I've not been saying it.
Yeah, they want people to get to know about it. That
they don't really need to get people to know about it. If people know that they are selling a Nivea roll-on for 1,000, I'm very sure they will sell it.
So now right now they are not selling it 1.2. So talking about that, I think I'm reaching out to the consumers as well. So I think Nivea brands are trying to reason with most of. I think they've gotten to know as well, because there is no how they will not know as consumers to trying to resonate to them to bring down the price, and that is why I think one of the reasons they have to come up with bringing that economical one out, which is 1.2, but it is very, very small. Yeah, it's very, very small. So it's something if you cannot
very small then.
It is if you can't meet up with fingers are not equal. So if you can meet up with the normal one sold for 3,000, whatever, you can go for the smaller one. It's in two shades. And so if you do not go for the larger one, you go for the lesser one. That is how it is. So on the program today, we're talking about roll-on and the projected consumer voice, and they've sticked to Nivea. We are not saying all other brands are not doing fine or they are not serving the main function to the consumer. They are doing that, but it is what it is. We have to call a spade, most especially when consumer are, are hammering on what they want. It is their voice, and we project it out on consumer analytics. And on today's segment, they've opted for Nivea. And talking about the reason why they love Nivea, a whole lot of ratings, it lasts long, the fragrance, it's a lot of things they've said. So Nivea, you people are doing the job, you're projecting it out. But right now, consumers want you to, come to a marginal point and bring down the price. It's quite, FT, 3,009.
3738.
3738. Of course, it's quite a money there, and to some people, it's a chicken change. But when brands like this, it's cut across, the middle, the higher class, and I don't even believe we have lower class. So I believe it's either higher or the middle class, because to me, I believe nobody's poor. Yeah, I believe nobody's poor. So to you, it might be the higher, the middle, and the lower class. So Nivea, you people are doing the job. Please keep up with the good work. Consumers are rooting for you. I am looking out for when we will come back to the segment on roll-on. Sooner or later, God knows the time, the duration, and I want to see all other brands doing well. We can never say another new brand might be out by that time. So what do you have for the consumers and the brand owners in line to roll-on?
Nothing. Just make it last longer, smell fresh. Just like get.
So that means we have some roll-on that do not last long.
In fact, 2 hours. Yes, we have. Yeah.
But it's been written on it.
No.
Mm.
Yeah.
But when you use it at first, it gives you that,
It's just like you buying a perfume of probably like 3,000. You spray it. You walk from your house. So maybe the junction, the perfume has gone back home.
Why would you spray it now? You free it if you get to the front of the office or where you're going.
Yes, of course.
That's how you do it now, and you just spray it, and life is not that hard now.
Even the ones that we mentioned here, some of them does that. Yes. Yeah. I just feel like just make it do the job. That's why you are buying it. I'm not buying roll-on for decoration. I don't want to smell. I just want to make my armpit smell fresh. That's why I'm buying. If I want
for
to
you
smell
to be refreshed,
I'll buy perfume, but I body oils, perfume oils. So yeah, so just make it smell longer. Do whatever you can do to listen to the voice of your consumers, and also for the brand owners, keep up the good work. And if you're lacking behind anywhere, please try to, bridge the gap. And for the consumers, thank you so much for sharing your opinions and your thoughts with us. And Nivea, well done, kudos to you, and every other brand out there, kudos to you. That's all I have to say.
All the discussions made on consumer analytics is not based on our opinion, but solely that of the consumers. Thank you so much. And now we're crossing it over to Resolution Box. Please stay with us. Good away.
Right, my name is Corey Peters, and I am a product manager. So this is a very innovative idea, and first off, everybody is a consumer, and so this is the voice of the consumer, and this is a voice that is going to be heard. For the first time, the consumers in this country are going to be able to express their ideas and to get to know your rights, to know what belongs to you. And it's going to change a lot of branding. It's going to change a lot of things, because everybody knows that we're not just getting things out for the consumers. The consumers have a right to accept. As they say, the customer is always right. So the customer is the consumer, and the consumer is always right. So, when there is control, when there is feedback, there is bound to be change. So so I said, I'm a product manager. When you develop products. Sometimes you believe you know what the users want, and through different kinds of surveys. But when the users actually get the product, they can tell you their mind, how the product is, their feeling about the product. So it's good to definitely change how products are being designed, how services are being given to people, because you can get a feedback, and that feedback can make or mar a company, and everybody wants to have good feedback. So it's definitely going to change the behavior of people that make products. One very good thing is information. Information is power. So the consumer is going to get way more powerful. The voice of the consumer will be heard, the opinions of the consumers will be heard, and that opinion will shape how products and services will be made in this country going forward. Be on the lookout. You are now in charge. Several things coming your way through this station. I'm very excited about it. The things he's already brought out, and there will be many more things. But the bottom line, the consumer is now in the driver's seat. So ConsumerHallaTV, thank you for this innovative work. You're going to keep evolving and just follow the consumers. The consumers will lead you to what they want, and that's how it's supposed to be, always. You're going to have different types of consumers, and you're going to pander to the different needs, but you're going to be making consumers very, very powerful. So thumbs up, keep up the good work. My name is Korede Peters. Thank you very much.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
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 At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and a lot more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
My name is Tunde Olufowora, and I'm the CEO of Van Eyck Communications. We are the what we call the publisher or the owner of the new initiative called ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV is actually Nigeria's first consumer-centered, or called a consumer-centric television platform that aims to bring voice to the over 220 million Nigerians. It was a vision that came to my heart about 10 years ago. I remember that I was traveling. I traveled out of the country, on airline, and I had this unpleasant experience. It was a trip to an African country from Nigeria, and I actually went with a local flight from Nigeria. I wouldn't want to mention the name of the airline, and then it was to South Africa, and we landed in South Africa, and let me just paraphrase it. When I was coming back, I had some money, some dollars, and that someone had given to me to hand over to another person in Nigeria. So I wanted to help out. I didn't want to carry the cash on myself. So for whatever reason, I opted to. I had a small case, and I felt that it was safer for me to put the money in my luggage. So I put it in a safe place in my luggage, got everything intact, and I checked in my luggage. My arrival in Nigeria, I was standing and was waiting by the carousel just so that I could pick up my luggage, and then I was there for 1 hour and waiting for my luggage. I didn't know that my luggage already arrived, and it was one of the luggage that was moving around on the carousel. So after about 1 hour wait, I looked to my left and my right. Almost everybody had gone. I think there were just about 2 or 3 left. So I beckoned on the woman that was on my side, and I noticed she was really in tears. Madam, what happened? She said, her bag has just been torn and a lot of things stolen. So I said, well, I've also been waiting for my own. She said, you better go and check those luggages there. Maybe yours is one of them. And lo and behold, I went around there. Mine was one of them.
Very interesting. I'm talking about the sound of the resolution box. Of course, it looks like something joyous, something you have to that comes along with a solution. I'm happy about it. Good afternoon and welcome to Resolution Box. I said earlier we're crossing over to Resolution Box, and now it's time for a Resolution Box on ConsumerHallaTV. I'm not always alone on Resolution Box. I'm always with my capable team. Earlier on, I had Kike Lomajibola with me on Consumer Analytics, and of course it's a full team back here on Resolution Box. Please, Iramofe, do well to introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, viewers. It's nice to be here. This afternoon, my name is Iramofe Koforola, and this is Resolution Box.
All right, to the main lady, Ikeloma, please do well to introduce yourself again.
This introduction, is it not too much like this? All right, let's begin Resolution Box with a good note, and I'm very sure, like I said earlier on, we're going to have fun in the studio this afternoon. I'm Kikelomo Ajibola. Let's enjoy the program today.
All right, I am Uriah Yomikule, AK, and Resolution Box. So all we do on Resolution Box is for you to get your testimonies, like I'm always saying. If you're feeling you're not getting deserved attention from any industry, any sector, or any brand, this is about time you get the full resolution you're looking for, look no further. You just go to the resolution center, and this is resolution box. All you have to do is to call the numbers displaying on the big screen. That is the only valid, identity card, like I'm always saying, for you to be part of the conversation. And here, the 72-hour feedback mechanism, of course, it's something premium, and we do not backslide on it. On consumer analytics, we spoke about roll-on, and please note, it's not limited to the content you're analyzing on the program. Yeah, be it any industrial thought, housing industry, real estate, banking, please bring it on the program. It's not only limited to what we are analyzing on the program. It's been a whole lot, and earlier on we spoke about roll-on. We spoke about it that it's something meant for both genders. It's not limited to, it's not a gender-based thing. So if I would ask you, what's your most preferred roll-on?
Live anyway.
Mm-hmm. So for how long have you been on it, and what are your reasons why you're sticking to Nivea brand?
Well, for me, I just think Nivea, it's one of the most popular brands when it comes to roll-on, and
they just use most popular. We can go on about some brands that people know so well.
That I say it's one of the most popular brands. It's not the most popular. It's one of the most popular, and I'm not using it because it's popular, but because it serves me right in the sense that it's lasting. And I love the fragrance that comes from it, you understand? So, and it's very durable. Apart from the fact that I use it, it lasts very long. Yeah. So that's one thing again. So that is why I've chosen to use Nivea roll-on.
And you've been on it for how long?
Well, let's say now roughly a year.
Interesting. So talking about roll-on brands, we have different kind of brands. We don't have Nivea alone, actually. Most people don't know. We made mention quite a number earlier on, and we'll be doing that again. We have Nivea, we have Rexona, we have Shore, we have 24K, we have Dubai, we have Dove, we have All Day, we have Enchanta, we have Gillette, we have Dry Idea. We have quite numbers of roll-on. But something that makes roll-on interesting for you to use, I spoke something about personal care. And talking about personal care, it's not limited to skincare alone. It has to do with you, how you take your self serious. In fact, it has to do with talking about emotions too. Has to do with personal care, because it's how you pamper yourself, how you take good care of yourself. Talking about extreme good care, not just talking about taking good care of yourself. And still talking about it, it is very, if we're talking about the benefit of deodorant roll-on, it's very convenient to apply, and it's portable, it's effective, and many roll-on provide long-lasting odor protection, just like you made mention earlier on. And talking about roll-on, of course, it has different kind of fragrances, which make most people stick to their most preferred fragrance. We have fresh and floral to sporty, and we have some masculine roll-on as well. It's easy to use. Roll-on deodorant are simple to apply, making them a great option for daily use. Then roll-on deodorants tend to be less messy than other forms of deodorant like sprays or cream. Then many roll-on as well are designed for sensitive skin, making them a good option for those who experience skin irritation. If I would ask you, what might be the cause for skin irritation? Because most people would say they're using a particular roll-on, and their skins are reacting to the roll-on in reference to skin irritation. What might be the cause? Is it that
thing? So in that kind of thing, the skin is irritated even when you apply. So people just try to and sometimes sweat also. If you have a sweaty skin and the place is not always dry, there are chances that when you use roll-on, your skin might get irritated. So that is it.
All right, so this is Resolution Box on ConsumerHallaTV, and we're not going anywhere. The program is just getting started, and please note that the conversation on board is not limited to you. So you can always call in if you are not getting the premium attention, you are getting dissatisfaction, you have issues with any brand, any sector, any industry, any company, organization, manufacturing company. Please do well to call the numbers displayed on your screen. And if you want to be a part of the conversation, telling us one or two about your favorite roll-on, why you're using it, tell us the side effect of this roll-on, the previous roll-on you were using, and why you drop it. Please, you can be part of the conversation. Before we press further, we have to talk about disadvantages of roll-on. We just made mention about skin irritation. Some people may experience skin irritation such as redness, itching, or rashes due to certain ingredients in roll-on deodorant. So we talk about stain on clothing. Roll-on deodorant can sometimes leave
white clothes.
Talking about this, I fall victim of it about like a week or 2 weeks. I applied roll-on and I was putting on a white, but I had my suit. So later on, maybe in the evening, so I was now checking it. I now had to say that, okay, it's stained already. And I had to ask, I didn't even know. And I asked someone closer to me question that, sorry, if you apply roll-on on a white outfit, the person now told me that, of course, you have the tendency of it to get stained. So I don't even know. So talking about the stain on clothing.
What's roll-on?
Do you want me to mention? Don't let me mention. I understand. Don't let me mention.
I don't know.
It was even a colleague.
Roll-on.
It was a colleague I asked. It happened.
And I think it's the alcohol level in it actually. Yeah, because normally sometimes when you sweat also your sweat kind of, and I think it's the alcohol level. I think so. That mixes with you. There is perfume oil. There's body oil. So please.
Yeah, I think people that do that. We belong to the same WhatsApp. I do it too. I forget. I hold up.
Oh my
it's confession time. I have to hold up to it. I do it too.
Wait, I want to ask you because like you put your roll on.
Yeah, after that. Yeah, I just do it. I don't know where I got that from. I know it's bad actually.
Okay, the work of a roll-on is to block your sweat gland.
Because you sweat. You sweat. That was what I said earlier on. It's from the sweat gland.
No, please. We need to put him on the table and beat you. We need to spank you.
I know I need to be spanked, so that's why I had to. Nobody forced me.
I love that you confess.
And the reason why I'm confessing is that so that
you're not alone. You're
so
not
that my people that are seeing this that okay,
please,
have someone here.
Don't let me catch you doing that thing. Stop it.
Alright.
Doing it.
So I think that's one of the main reasons your clothes get
because I feel like
stained.
roll-on also, if you apply roll-on, let it dry before you wear your clothes.
Let
it dry in. Let it sink into your skin. It's just like a process of making up. You actually have allow everything sink in before you just start putting on everything. Some people immediately they are done drying, patting their body dry. The next thing they're using is, and I think men, you people do that thing most of the time.
Yeah,
you don't give it time for those things to sink in, and then most of the time you just make the clothes pack most of the products of you to work for you.
Yes, that's why when you apply it, you don't just wear your clothes.
Let it dry.
Yeah, it has to dry. Yeah, that's the point I was trying to.
Just wear your clothes, and if you're in a hurry, please wake up very fast, early, so that you can do whatever you want.
And again, I think it depends on the brand also. Normally,
even
if you use it shouldn't take
easily.
Does not take longer.
And I think that's why the spray can is very, very good. The roll-on spray can. There's a the spray can is very, very good actually. Immediately you put it, but the only thing is that please don't use it on armless clothes. Please, I beg you, don't use that because it leaves a white dusting powder. It's like I don't know what they did, but it's very good. Immediately you put it on like this, it gets dry, but it has a white like a white leave out or something like that. But it's very, very good, and it's even long lasting than the normal roll-on. That one stays for I think 72 hours. Yeah, so it's very good.
All right, we're still talking about the disadvantages of roll-on or deodorant. The limited duration as well. Some roll-on may not provide long-lasting protection, requiring frequent reapplication throughout the day. This was what we were talking about before we wrapped it.
Don't write 24 hours or 42 hours if your roll-on is going to be using 2 hours.
But that for some people, this roll-on thing has really replaced bathing for them. That's the angle. No, seriously, because you know sometimes I wouldn't blame the brands, and I think maybe people someone like might get easily irritated, and I try to study people. So people need sensitization on this.
Wait, you never use roll-on.
You've not seen people like
you stink, bro. Like,
do you know that there are people that believe that if they don't bathe and they apply spray or perfume, it's going to do the work for them? I mean, it even gets it's worse than you just.
Stop it now, please. I'm entering the car with you, bro. I'm coming to where you are. Don't give me diseases, like, please. Nobody's a moving.
So it's not going to do anything. It's not going to replace you bathing. You just have to bathe.
That's the work of it. You have to bathe so that you can get on the gunk out of your underarm. Like even in fact, a normal person that wants to bathe has to spend at least 1 minute washing this particular part. This is where the smell comes from specifically. So please, Biko, is it Biko? Biko, don't Allah, Ejo. Bath, airway. What is it in Igbo? Maybe they will understand in Igbo too. They should bath.
Sir.
Anyone that you shall hear, please bath, airway. Please, I beg you.
Alright, so still talking about the disadvantages of roll-on. The ingredient concern is something we need to look out for as well. Some certain ingredients in roll-on deodorants such as aluminium salt or artificial fragrances may raise health concerns for some individuals. So that is why you see that when most people use a particular, when they get the irritation or they get 1 or 2 infection on their skin, it reacts on their skin, they'll have to drop it. And most preferably, you'll see them walk up to a store and, you know, I use this, what else can I use? So they're always on, you know, they don't want to jump on other roll-on, so they, you know, mostly wait for a prescription. Okay, use this one. This one will suit your texture and all of that. Then we have roll-on deodorants may not be suitable for sensitive skin or skin conditions like eczema and all. So if you have eczema, so it's not advisable for you to use roll-on during that time. Just let it heal up before you use it. Then some roll-on can clog pores, especially if applied excessively on sensitive skin. That's why
it's not even sensitive skin. People that don't bath now, their pores are going to be clogged up. You're not bathing. You're not like, oh my god. I don't
Do you know even sometimes there are people who don't even use deodorant and they smell nice?
Exactly.
Because everything, it's still hygiene.
Like I personally now, during fasting period, I'm very sensitive to smell. So I don't even cream. I don't use body sprays because of the smell. In fact, if I sit beside you when it's during fasting period, trust me, if I perceive a smell, I'm going to stop that marwa or bike. I'm going to enter because you're going to make me feel nauseous. So that's, some people are like that it's not because they don't want to use it, because maybe their nose is not.
Some people are very. I have people like that that are very sensitive, and that's why sometimes when people use this deodorant, they don't know that it affects someone who is very sensitive. So all I'm just saying, basically, it's all about hygiene. Don't think roll-on or spray
making you smell nice. It's about how you clean. Some people will use thousands of body spray, perfume mixed with body oil, and they're still going to, that odor will still be coming out. It will be oozing small. That's because of their own personal hygiene. So if you actually use a very, very good body bath, you bath yourself morning and night, you don't go to sleep, you went to work, you walk the whole of Lagos State, come on, you went to you trek around, and then you went to your bed like that, and then you don't wash your bedspread for 2 months.
You are even going to breastfeed. Underwear is another thing.
Thank you very much.
I mean, why would you wear your underwear singlets for men? I'm a man, and I know it's very common to men. You wear your singlets, you wear your underwear for more than, it shouldn't be one more than once. Seriously,
No,
your singlet.
I don't think it's only for men actually.
No,
For women,
I'm coming from the place of men because I know it's very. I was telling you of a scenario yesterday.
Yeah.
We were still talking about this thing yesterday. So as a man, please, why would you wear singlets more than once or your underwear, your boxer more than once? I mean, you sweat.
Yeah, and for ladies, I know we all do it. Nobody can even say they don't do it. It's your bras. 3 months. Please wash it or you change it. You know, men can still wear them for 3 days and change it. Women can wear a bra without washing it for 6 months.
Like, they don't wash it at all.
You know, yeah. You know what I'm talking about.
Like they don't. You keep wearing it and
joking?
don't wash.
I'm a woman. It's something that happens. Like they won't wash it on you. That's why people be carrying.
That's interesting.
But amount this thing when you're putting your please, let's be careful out there. But the thing is that women, I know that bras. The thing about women about bras is that we don't get to see bras that we are comfortable in. One, it may be very, very tight. You may not pack the way you want your body to look. You know, so we have limited. Some women, like I would say myself now, I have like more than 7 to 10 bras, but I'll tell you I only use 2. Why? Because it just doesn't fit my clothes. And sometimes the comfort, and then it makes your clothes look somehow. I don't know who does these bras. Like, do better, please. So those are the issues that we have also. But some women overdrag it. Please wash your bra once a week or 3 times a week, or you buy the ones that look exactly like that.
So if women, wait, I want to ask a question.
Please.
If women are doing like that, so that means the men because
I'm saying that for bras, you know, we don't really sweat. If you don't have. That's the thing again about women is that if you're not a busty person, most times you don't sweat. Usually people that are very busty that sweat under here. We rarely sweat at this part. So we don't have. It doesn't even. Seriously, it doesn't even like smell. You people that have girlfriend now, and then but I know that women change their pants every day. It's not possible. It's not possible for you not to change. I refuse to think there's a woman out there that doesn't change her pants every day.
Anyway, so I don't believe that underwear should be properly washed, and if as a man, if you cannot wear your singlets once, at least 2 times. I'm just saying at least if you think 2 times, but basically boxers should not be worn more than once.
But I feel like if you're a sweaty person, please don't.
Even if you're not sweaty, because at the end of the day, you don't naturally everybody sweats. You either you want to accept that fact or not. So, but
not everybody sweats though. Not everybody sweats.
No, like even if you don't really
like
sweat,
excessively,
you're excessively. But the fact is, all these things, your body, you know, is unlike clothes. If you are wearing an underwear.
Yeah, it's preventing your clothes
yes, you understand.
Yeah,
so that's why you need to wash it, like not just wash it very well. Because at the end of the day, you see some people. That's why some people can't use white anyway. Yeah. Because at the end of the day, you see the mark of
brown.
I mean,
map of Nigeria. That's what I call it.
Interesting. That's a very insightful one there. We're talking about hygiene and most especially on roll-on, and that led us to those parts. Putting it up to you that hygiene is something we need to adhere to. We need to be very sensitive about it because skin sensitivity it's important. And there are some reasons why you should apply roll-on or deodorant. Before we move there, please do well to call the numbers displaying on the big screen. This is the resolution box, and if you have any issues with any brand whatsoever, you're not getting the preferred attention, you've tried your possible best as a consumer and you're still not getting the pleasurable attention that you want, please do well to call the numbers displaying on the big screen. And you can also be a part of the conversation by calling those line. One of the reasons is for you to stay fresh and odor free. Roll-on prevents body odor, keeping you to feel fresh and confident throughout the day. Team, this would make me ask this question, and of course it's 2 sides of a coin, and I would want you to be honest about it. If you met someone on the media, let me say Instagram for example, and this person is well to do with, and you know you have been conversing with this person, you have been communicating for about like 2-3 months, and you people do video call every day, and at least let's say 40, there is a probability that if it's this kind of conversation, like 40 or 50% you would like the person, or 60%, and you've already liked the person. Don't let me use the word love is big here, and
you must have even fallen in love anyway.
You get to meet the person in real life, and the person has body odor. Team, what are you going to do? Because I'm very sure a lot of people are falling victim of this before.
Let lady go first, though. Let me first.
Lady first. Let her go first. Please go first. No. Go first, Adoni. Go first. Please go first.
That song that I just sang now, I can never turn back. No. Okay. Let's say like this. But how do you approach someone that has body odor? Uncle, you have body odor. How do you tell the person?
No, you know that question you asked most times.
What are you? No. Before we move to the question part, sorry. What are you going to do?
Exactly. I need to have the discussion with the person that
so you'll be blunt about it.
It's like you are buying,
Like, no, I think sometimes
I'm just being playful. Like I don't know how for me, yeah. I'd rather cut off the conversation because I don't think I have the I don't think.
So what about calling the person to order?
That's the thing.
Trying to.
That's the thing. You don't know what you will say to this kind of people that they will pick offense with. You may just want to tell them that
mind you, said you have been conversing with this person for like 3 months.
Yeah,
I think in a way you should have known.
Do you know that those are one of the most difficult situations to be in? I know a secondary school mate that I sat down together with for 3 years, and she had mouth odor, but I never told her that you have mouth odor. I just know how to avoid the person because it's just somehow to meet somebody to tell. Like a lot of people have different, like you are telling me I'm smelling. Nobody ever tell you. Understand? Even if they know, they are in this denial that there's nothing wrong with them, and I can't start explaining to a full-grown adult that you need to do better with your hygiene.
But sometimes it's some they have to do with conditions, not necessarily hygiene, because there are people who are very hygienic and these things still happen.
I said it earlier on that sometimes it is a medical point, but I don't think.
Most times,
I don't think I want to have a conversation with somebody that has body odor. Only if I've known you before that this person doesn't like. I'm like I can tell that what's going on, like but someone that we just met 3 months ago, like I'm not like close. We might be maybe talking, but you don't know what can trigger somebody. You don't even know if the person knows, but that's a very, very sensitive conversation to have with somebody. For me personally,
and I think sometimes
maybe I would try my best to put out a note, not discuss it there. Maybe I would like send a message, say, hey, I'm not trying to be mean or be harsh, but this is what I have noticed. But I feel like it is a very tight corner to put somebody. So if you know that you're not somebody that can speak about it, just let it go, because you don't know what you can say to people that would make them really, really depressed. So and I think that's it
for me. I mean that's what you feel. For me, most times when I converse with people, especially if I've not met you, I try to, as part of the being intellectual, I try to let you know basically that I love people who are neat. So even if you have that kind of thing, you know that this person said, because most times I get easily irritated, and I let you know. No, I'm coming to that point now that eventually if we then meet, then I've started doing this. I love this and this and that and that. Even if you check conversation with people I've not met, and we get to a point where you talk, I'm like, these are the things I love. At the end of the day, I meet someone like that. Somebody was saying one time, I think somebody put it out on X, and like, if you meet somebody, same question as how would you address them? And the person was like, you would just go like, what brand of roll-on or perfume do you use?
Do you know that a lot of people have taken offense to this particular question?
Yeah, I know.
Actually, there is nothing to be offensive about.
Like, yes, because I think, like what you said, it's because they are trying to be defensive too.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, that it's not about how, there's no how you can go about this particular conversation. A lot of people that will take offense with it, the ratio is very high. No matter how you say, in fact, I've seen some people that will say, okay, maybe in a classroom, maybe somebody is like having a odor. Somebody is like, maybe on my birthday, I want to share a roll-on. Because of that particular person, do you know that the whole class will take offense? It has happened. Like, what are you trying to insinuate? We are Nigerians. Let's put the way we reason out there. We are Nigerians. And like you said earlier on, it's not about being neat. It might be a condition. And some people actually have body odor, and they can't smell that they have body odor. It's only another person that can perceive that. There have been conditions like that they will not be able to smell that they have body odors.
What about the word no condition is permanent?
That's it. You know, people. Like I said, that people are in denial of most of the things that happens to them. They'll be like, "Are you trying to tell me that?" So no matter how, in fact, I feel like that particular question that you said, "Oh, what roll-on do you use?" Now everybody knows that is the subtle way of telling somebody that I think you are, you know. So I feel like there's no way you could have said it, but no matter how, in any situation you find yourself, if you meet somebody that has a body odor, please try to put yourself in their shoe. Try to understand that these are human that you're conversing with. You know, if you don't know what to say at that particular moment, go back to your house and articulate your thoughts before you open your mouth to say, "Oh, something is wrong with you," because that person, trust me, you will not find it funny. That place, that particular time, it may be a time that the person is even like very annoyed. And you would even regret the fact that you are saying. A lot of people have stopped even telling people that, "Oh, you have this and that." I'm somebody that I will tell you as it is, but when it comes to sensitive matter like this, you have to be if you don't know what to say, go back home, type and cancel, delete, retype, to understand that if somebody sends a message to me, how do we feel about you? So if you some particular phrases now, people already have it at the back of their mind that, "Oh, what kind of roll-on do you use?" That phrase now is very common. People have been using it for a while now. But now, what kind of roll-on do you use? Any person that knows what that means will tell you that, "Oh, you're trying to tell me." They'll tell you, "Are you trying to tell me I'm smelling?" That's the first thing that person will tell you.
The best thing is I think the best solution
just try
to that
and go home. Articulate your thoughts.
Is what he said. I can never go back home.
That's the best thing. Me,
because
that's what
if somebody will pick offense, the best thing is just
most people. It's not about somebody. Most people will actually pick offense. This is like it's a very I don't want to use another word. It's a very sensitive. It is quite embarrassing for a lot of people. Sometimes, if you have not even taken your bath, maybe like it's kind of too cold. Some people would. In fact, if you smell yourself, you would be like, "Oh, I don't want anybody to come near me." You are even, so somebody to now point it out. It's just like a girl, a young girl now. She's walking. She now got stained from her period. If a guy walks up to her to say, "Auntie, you are stained," I'm very sure for the rest of the day she might go inside her room and be crying. That's how sensitive the kind of conversation is. Very sensitive. Like, it's just it's a natural thing for women to actually bleed once 7 times or less than that a month. But if you go as a guy, you have to be very, very intellectual about this particular topic. You may just
I met a lady one time, actually, and I think I love the fact that we are addressing these kind of issues, because it's not to shade anybody or anything, but I'm just trying to say people need to be more careful how they relate with other people, and also understand that hygiene is very important. There was a lady I met once. We boarded the bus together, and when she alighted, it was the same time. So I saw that she was stained. I just smiled, and I was like, "Oh, you're looking good. I mean, nice dress." And I just whispered to her, "Oh, sorry, you're stained." She was like, "Oh, thank you."
That's it.
So I understand the psychology behind it. So people just need to know how to relate with other people, because it came from the place of admiration.
You already pushed it in front. Like, okay, yeah.
Because naturally she'll be shy. Like, oh,
very sad.
So the same way when it comes to hygiene,
those kind of things, you have to be very careful when you're addressing somebody. If you know you want to talk to this person about it, nobody's discouraging you. You can. I actually believe that you should be able to talk to those kind of people, but it's the way you actually talk about it. If you don't know what to say at that particular time, try and
it's better if you don't know, if you even know the person you
what do people used to say, what would we say in English? Try to
just wait
for a while. Like, try converse with the person. You can't just leave the person hanging out. Like, converse for the main time, and when you get home, if you feel like someone like me, I won't talk about it, I would rather text you, and I'll make sure I retext and check my text, and also send it to people like, "Oh, do you think if I send it to this kind of person, do you think it will work?" And then you send it to the person. If it's a reasonable person, you would.
I would ask you, what would you do?
I was about coming there. Both parties have spoken so well. But if I were to be the one, I would still let go for the day one. Would have enjoy ourselves on the time out and everything. Then I guess because I would believe I'm this kind of a person. I don't jump to conclusions. So I would believe maybe the person have had a very hectic day.
Hectic day, thank you.
So the next time we meet again, something of such reoccur again. Then the next thing I will ask is, what body spray do you use? And I won't not let that person come answer the question. I would, because for me, I use A deodorant, I use B roll-on. Which one do you use? Okay, why not change it to, or why not try?
And sometimes it's a very good one. And
so if it keeps happening, then that is when I just, I will have to, that junction, I have nothing else to do than just to hit the nail on the ground, on the surface. Yes, because it's something I've tried, and I'll make references to. Do you remember the first time we hanged out? It is something about, just all in the name of love. We need to work towards it. Talking about mouth odor, there is somebody, a sister of mine, where we were in school. I think she knew she had to as well. So most people, in fact, her and her classmates, then they had a fight, an issue, and that one used it against her.
That's very horrible.
It was a bad one. So, and I knew, and my friend that were in school too, that was closer to me, knew as well. We both said it and all of that. So I was like, I'm not going to tell this person. I don't want her to feel bad. Same. So she now came. So the day she had issue with her roommate, she now came. It was like, Iri, are you sure you're a good friend? What happened? Do I have this something? I and my friend, my roommate, and she insulted me with this thing and all of that. I said, something is not. I knew then it was something bad, like bad. I said, no, it's not that bad. It's something fair. It's something you can work on and all of that.
It may just be like a tooth something.
Yeah, and, sometimes
she went on break and she said she went to see a dentist, and now I think we saw about like 2-3 months. It's off already.
Yeah, it may actually be something about the tooth. Yeah.
So most of the time, this body odor, so stress might be part of it, and it might just be like conditions, just like you said it. And all these things, of course, it's serving as a resolution to some people right now, because this is a resolution box. And talking about a reason why you should apply roll-on, and also boost your confidence. Knowing you're protected against sweat and odor can boost your confidence, whether you are heading to work, the gym, or a social event. And then they're talking about easy to use roll-on, portable and simple to apply, making them a convenient part of your daily routine. Then the long-lasting as well. Then the suitable for active lifestyle. Then the hygiene as well. Coming here, apply roll-on deodorant is a good hygiene practice, helping you maintain personal freshness and cleanliness. So again, we want to talk about holiness is next to godliness. So we should always endeavor, we should always try. Because talking about it, I'm very sure, fine, a particular brand might be expensive, but there are some, brands that are affordable, that you can still buy. I don't like when people shade people that this perfume this person is using looks like their Boki's perfume. I don't like. It's what the person can afford, or at least the person is trying to. Why not give the person?
People even like those particular type of smell. That's the funny thing.
And that's something again.
Some people like those particular type of smell. It doesn't mean because you don't like it, doesn't mean that another person will not like those smells.
And many deodorants contain antiperspirant properties that help reduce sweat, making them ideal for daily use. So please, I think if that is talking about people that sweat a lot. If you know you sweat a lot, so you should use more of a roll-on. And still talking about it on the program, before we go somewhere, let's go on a commercial break. We'll be right back.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
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 At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our Consumer Hala brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and a lot more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
You know, the sound looks like a triumphant sound, so it's something I love to listen to anytime in the day. Welcome back to the program. It's Resolution Box on Consumer Hala TV. And Resolution Box is where you get the total package of resolution. Yeah, if you have issues with any brand and you've been trying your possible best as a consumer to project your complaints to them and it's not yielding any positive results, please do well to call the number displaying on the big screen. That is the only valid means of you to be part of the conversation. And if you want to share your experience or you want to be part of the program as well, you can call the numbers you see it on the big screen. And now earlier on, before we went on the commercial break, we said we have somewhere to go to. Now we're there, and this is how to apply roll-on deodorant. You know, making a whole lot of research, I had to bring this to the table because I didn't even know he would raise the question that some people apply it on their clothes. It's something I do. So now we have to educate people that it is something I wouldn't like about it here, something bad. So this is what you have to do. You have to clean and dry your underarms. Yeah, make sure your underarms are clean and dry before applying the roll-on or deodorant. Then remove any clothing that may get in the way. Pull down or remove any clothing that may interfere with the application process. Yeah, it's very important. Then hold the roll-on upright. Then apply it directly to your underarm area. So you just use the deodorant to massage your underarm. It's something beautiful. So to those people like me out there, after applying it I do apply it on the underarm, and we do put it on the cloth again. I guess we should.
Want it to,
we want you to get, to get choked.
As you are passing like this, people will know that this person used the roll on this one.
Yeah.
It's not necessary. You are wasting the roll on.
That's the sign tune. So please apply a tin evenly. Gently roll the deodorant onto your skin into a tin, even layer. Then avoid applying too much of products. I see why most consumers, it's something amazing and it's something brilliant when I appreciate of course we appreciate all consumers, but when we see some consumers that know much about all these things, we do appreciate them. Some people on Consumer Voice say they have been using a particular brand for 15, for 10, for 4 years without changing it. I guess they get to know that maybe changing different kind of brands, might even lead to you having odor at the end of the day. Who knows? So just stick to something you're using. Then make sure you cover the entire underarm area, but avoid overlapping or applying too much pressure.
That can cause skin irritation.
It's not about pressure. Then allow it to dry. Yeah, you said something about it to dry. So if before your scheduled time, just make sure you wake up early and do
dry, like completely dried, like dry. That's when it works.
Yeah, let it dry completely before getting dressed, and that is beautiful. And some tips to keep in mind as well when applying on the skin. For best results, apply roll-on deodorant to clean, especially dry skin, not with a wet skin.
Yeah, people will just, people will bathe
as soon as they're coming out of the bathroom, they're using
Even
towel,
same as body.
rub it. They're not even, the water is not dry though. Maybe just rub. You're supposed to pat your towel. Your skin is not, I don't know, is it Shaki people are trying to, are you stripping stripes? No. Like just pat it, let it dry. Once your body, after you use your towel, please let your body dry. Let it dry. After that, you can use your, what's it called? Your lotion. Some of us apply lotion on their armpits. I don't know why, but some of us do apply lotion on their armpits. If you actually that apply lotion on your armpits, if your lotion is a moisturizing lotion, I don't think it is nice for you to apply it under your armpit because moisturizing creams and sweat is not a good combo. So please, if you know your cream is a deep moisturizing, please leave it out and just use your roll-on. And if you are using something about a lotion, let your lotion sink into your skin at least 5 minutes before you apply your roll-on. I think that's what will give us our results. Most people will say, oh, this lotion doesn't last long. It's sometimes about your own application. It's not the product, actually.
You're right, that's interesting one there and a insightful one over there as well. Then we said about don't apply too much, can lead to residue build up and reduce its effectiveness. Then reapply roll-on deodorant throughout the day as needed to maintain freshness and protection. So we said something that some people we spoke about the longevity of some fragrance or of some roll-on, whereby after 2 hours it's gone. And we said most people, most brands do not include it.
That is just for 2 hours.
Just for 2 hours. What they will just write is last longing.
Sometimes they even put 48 hours.
For 48 hours.
There's only
so
for to
if you
catfish
fall
anybody.
victim of I won't use I don't want to use the word I have SCAM, but if you fall victim of that kind of product, life is not that hard. Put your roll-on in your bag or put your fragrance in your bag. So don't use it from home.
Buy the one that
when
you're
you're about to enter, you're just find the corner.
I don't know why. I really don't know why I need to reapply roll-on though. That doesn't make any sense to me. It's not a sunscreen. It's only sunscreen that in the next 2 hours you reapply it. I don't think I have that time.
Okay, if you are, let's say you are Miss Fresh, do you know?
Some people, in fact, people that the roll-on that stays for 72 hours, they still carry it along and still reapply it. Why?
So if it's some brand that lasts long, you can just use it and keep it at home. But if it's something that that it will fade off, nobody would know. Don't stress of yourself.
Carry it in your bag.
Just put it in your bag. When you want to enter your office, find a corner, spray, enter the office. Oh, you smell good. Thank you, my brother.
And then in the next 45 minutes,
God bless
it goes again. Goes to the room.
Restroom. I love this your fragrance. It's not fade. Oh my brother, it's original. God bless you.
That's how it is.
It is live. I mean, it's one of those things for us to, you understand how this thing goes. So it's not that. Please, just make sure. Well, what I want to subscribe to is that fine. You might choose not to use any perfume. It's about hygiene, as you say. But most of the time, if you pace out a lot. The work you do has to do with stress and everything. You have to sweat and all of that. It's something you can just buy and just use. Do you understand? Because I know most people do not subscribe to it at all. Some people say I don't use it. Just use it. And something I won't buy or I won't subscribe to is shading some other people that no, I don't love to associate with this person because the fragrance of it looks like that of Abuki, that of White Garment Church. No, it's something they can afford now. Let the poor breathe. Even our president even said this thing. It's very simple. Don't they are not let them enjoy. At least even if they don't.
Don't be angry if they say they don't like your smell. You may give some people headache.
I was going to say that too. That you made mention of the fact that sometimes when you are fasting,
when I'm fasting,
some people it's all about sensitivity.
Yeah.
Someone like me, I would actually. If I don't like the fragrance of somebody's deodorant. If I know it's someone I can't tell, I'd rather not stay close to the person.
I've told you, I would just tell the Marwa. I've done it
before. So that's the best thing because not them, and I don't like when something is too sharp.
Yeah, too
sometimes
strong.
Yes,
if you don't like the fragrance, then you all think those things.
Do you know that the deodorant that are expensive and they don't even smell so well? So it's not about the price sometimes. It's all about how well it smells.
If you
don't like the fragrance, you remove it. Because I don't cannot relate now.
I can relate though.
It was fragrance. Then it turned to. Then you keep worshiping God. It's not that hard.
Please, I can't. My head is clouded with the smell. Please, no. No.
All right, resolution box. It's where you get enlightened, you get to know better about industries, brands, and you get to know about a lot of things that has to do with personal issues as you as a consumer. And I love the fact that today we spoke about personal care, about roll-on, the reason why you should use it more often. We spoke about the benefits and the disbenefit, or you do call it disadvantage. Please, it is something you should apply. And so most people, the people of my class, that after using it on the ram, we use it on clothes. I guess we need to drop it. I pray, I repent. The Lord will help me. Amen. And now we're about to draw the curtain on the program. Thank you so much for being with us, and my most capable team will be back next week for another beautiful segment of consumer analytics and resolution. But before we go, team, let's have your parting words.
Stay fresh, stay clean, don't disturb your neighbor. If you know some people have been telling you have body odor or you smell a little bit, don't take offense.
And please, if you would tell your neighbor, be polite about it.
Yeah, please be very, very polite about it. Very sensitive topic. And for brands out there, please, let's continue to do better. And also, kudos to every brand, roll-on brand out there. You deserve all the accolades.
You deserve all the accolades. Like I said earlier on consumer analytics, that all we do is not about our opinion, but has to do with the projection of consumer voice, and it's solely that of consumer. We're just projecting their voices out, and of course, Nivea is what is stopping the chat. Nivea brand, kudos to you people. Please do well. Consumers are testifying to your brand and to the good works and the quality and the effectiveness, the functionality of your brand. Please keep it up. And all other brands, you two are amazing. Please keep up with the good work. It's alive. It goes back and forth. We might come again on Roll-On and we see all other brands. Someone said she does not like 24K, but 24K Roll-On might be, on the chat next time. Remove ConsumerHallaTV or what?
Okay, I would just say, get yourself a roll-on so that you can roll with the royalty. So
the rhymes. It a drop. Somebody find this one.
Just smell good, be good, and stay fresh, like Kike said. I mean, it doesn't cost anything. It doesn't necessarily have to be expensive. We believe when it's expensive, that is
coconut oil itself.
Anything that is good, and just stay. I believe everything still boils down to your hygiene.
Yeah.
Your hygiene.
And please, if you have just freshly shaved, please, I don't advise you use your roll-on. Please apply a powder a little bit so that your pores can heal before you start applying your roll-on. For the day that you shaved your hand, underarm, I would say please don't apply roll-on. Yeah.
All right, it's a wrap on the program. Thank you so much. We'll meet on another segment of consumer analytics and resolution box next week one day. Do well to enjoy the rest of your day. It's a wrap.
Right, my name is Peters and I am a product manager. So this is a very innovative idea, and first off, everybody is a consumer, and so this is the voice of the consumer, and this is the voice that is going to be heard. For the first time, the consumers in this country are going to be able to express their ideas and to get to know your rights, to know what belongs to you. And it's going to change a lot of branding. It's going to change a lot of things, because everybody knows that we're not just getting things out for the consumers. The consumers have a right to accept. As they say, the customer is always right. So the customer is the consumer, and the consumer is always right. So, when there is control, when there is feedback, there is bound to be change. So so I said, I'm a product manager. When you develop products, sometimes you believe you know what the users want, and through different kinds of surveys. But when the users actually get the product, they can tell you their mind, how the product is, their feeling about the product. So it's good to definitely change how products are being designed, how services are being given to people. because you can get a feedback, and that feedback can make or mar a company, and everybody wants to have good feedback. So it's definitely going to change the behavior of people that make products. One very good thing is information. Information is power. So the consumer is going to get way more powerful. The voice of the consumer will be heard, the opinions of the consumers will be heard, and that opinion will shape how products and services will be made in this country going forward. Be on the lookout. You are now in charge. Several things coming your way through this station. I'm very excited about it. The things he's already brought out, and there will be many more things. But the bottom line, the consumer is now in the driver's seat. So ConsumerHallaTV, thank you for this innovative work. You're going to keep evolving and just follow the consumers. The consumers will lead you to what they want, and that's how it's supposed to be, always. They're going to have different types of consumers, and they're going to pander to the different needs, but you are going to be making consumers very, very powerful. So thumbs up, keep up the good work. My name is Korede Peters. Thank you very much.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
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 At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our Consumer Halla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do how to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
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 At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our Consumer Hala brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
To news on the I am Iri Ayomikunle Eke. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority has reported a significant decline in fuel consumption for the month of June 2025, with total fuel evacuation falling to 1.44 billion liters. The Director of Public Affairs and DPRA, George Eneita, confirmed this in a report today that daily fuel consumption had averaged 48 million liters, correcting earlier reports that suggested a lower figure of 38.94 million liters. George Eneita said the total fuel evacuation for the month of June was precisely about 1 million liters, representing a 16.42% decrease compared to May's total supply of 1 million liters, a drop of over 290 million liters. According to him, the figure represents a daily average evacuation of 48,000 liters, which is obtained by dividing the total monthly volume by the 30 days and the month under review. And now the National Sugar Development Council (NSDC) signed agreements with 4 operators to develop greenfield sugar projects that will collectively produce 400,000 tons locally on an annual basis. The Executive Secretary and CEO of the Council, Kamar Bakrin, who announced this in a statement in Abuja yesterday, said the deal is the latest phase in an ambitious campaign to slash the country's FT sugar import bill and achieve domestic self-sufficiency. Meanwhile, figures obtained from the Nigeria Bureau of Statistics and BS indicated that the nation spent over 2.2 trillion naira on sugar imports over 5 years. Under this new agreement, the 4 operators will each develop 100,000 tons of facilities across Nigeria's agricultural belt, namely Brent Foods in Oyo State, Niger Foods in Niger State, Legacy Sugar in Adamawa State, and UMZA in Bauchi State. The federal government has withdrawn its criminal complaint against Comfort Emerson, the passenger accused of unruly behavior abroad at the Ibom Air flight, and reduced the flight ban imposed on foremost Fuji musician Wasiu Ayinde Marshal, well known as Kwamwan. Announcing the decision today following consultations with stakeholders in the aviation sector, Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development Festus Keyamo stated that the resolutions were reached after reviewing the incident, considering appeals from well-meaning individuals and taking into account the remorse shown by those involved. The minister also revealed that Ibom Areas agreed to withdraw its complaint against Ms. Comfort Emerson, who was arrested over the incident on the 10th of August, noting when the police took her a statement in the presence of a lawyer, she exhibited great remorse for her conduct. Following the withdrawal, the airport's command and the police prosecutor will take steps to secure her release from Kirikiri prison this week. The airline operators of Nigeria has also agreed to lift the lifetime flying ban placed on her, with details to be announced soon. Let's cross over to the Dangote refinery. Now the Dangote Petroleum Refinery has announced a tax reduction in the ex-depot price of the fuel from 850 to 820 per litre, effective from August 12, 2025. The firm said the price adjustment underscored its resolve to support the economy and provide relief to consumers amid rising energy costs. Meanwhile, the Group Chief Branding and Communications Officer Anthony Chijena, in a statement yesterday, assured the public of a consistent and uninterrupted supply of petroleum products, stressing that the reduction was part of the refinery's commitment to national development. Meanwhile, the Nigeria's Labour Congress, NLC, has hailed the firm on the reduction, calling it a vital step in bridging Nigeria's fuel supply gap, boosting employment and restoring public confidence in the country's industrial capacity. Chairman of the NLC Lagos State Chapter, Fumi Cecil, gave the commendation during a visit to the refinery, and Dangote Fertilizer Limited praised the massive scale and strategic significance of the Dangote's group investment, stated that the projects are delivering tangible benefits to the Nigerian people. And also, the federal government has launched the Youth Credit Initiative, codenamed Youth Cred, a component of the Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation targeted at empowering youth entrepreneurs, particularly members of the National Youth Service Corps. Minister of Youth Development Ayodele Olawande launched the program at the NYSC orientation camp in Abuja, pledged that the ministry would expand the program beyond NYSC members to reach the informal sector around underserved communities. The minister described the Youth Cred program as a veritable platform designed by the federal government to provide a single-digit interest loan for youth who desire to expand their businesses and start a fresh business. He also said the initiative was an open expression of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's love and hope in the capacity of the youth to strengthen the economy of Nigeria through small and medium businesses, thus contributing to the gross domestic product of the country. And now let's talk about petroleum. Fuel prices across Nigeria soared past 900 naira per litre on Monday, despite a noticeable decline in global crude oil prices, sparking fresh outrage among motorists and commuters already grappling with high living costs. The news then gathered that several filling stations, including those operated by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and major independent marketers, adjusted their pump prices upward over the weekend. And in about this update here in Lagos State and Ogun State as well, and NPC retail outlets were seen selling fuel at 900 naira per litre, even as crude oil prices climbed from nearly $69 per barrel last week to around $66 per barrel on Sunday. The Dangote refinery partner marketers, including Adover PLC and Aidin Petroleum, also raised their prices, with AP outlets in the Mowe area of Ogun State selling at 925 per litre and Aidin outlets at 910 per litre. Nevertheless, the survey confirmed a patchwork of prices across different marketers, which says Total Energy sells theirs for 910 naira per litre, Ashrami Energy sells theirs for 905 naira per litre, and NIPCO sells theirs for 890 naira per litre. Fast Beam sells theirs for 892 naira per litre, and NU Retail sells theirs for 950 naira per litre. Let's move over to the TCN. The Transmission Company of Nigeria has disclosed that it has expended over 88 billion on repairs of vandalized infrastructure from 2021 to date nationwide. Speaking at the public sensitization on the use of vandalism of TCN infrastructure at the Odongunyo, a 132 kilovolt transmission substation in Ikorodu, a TCN principal manager lines engineer Sheyi Onobajo noted the taxes meant to be paid to the government to rebuild and upgrade and power system which are now being used for repairs of the damage. As well, also speaking at the event was the general manager of TCN Lagos region, Mochid Akitola, which stated that so far they are delighted with the response received from the community leaders, the security agencies, which include the Nigerian police and civil defense, steel companies around the Ikorodu area, and some key community members. He also said that this level of awareness will be done quarterly and they will engage local events to reach out to more community leaders and stakeholders around the area. Still present on the news line, however, Ikorodu has been slated for upgrade, but when there is a report of vandalism, the funds for those upgrades will be channeled to repair. And most times, those repairs takes up to 3 to 4 months before it is completed, leaving communities without a power supply. Before we end the news, let's talk about business news now. Nigeria exported a total of 663 million metric tons of products to 11 ECOWAS member states in the first half of 2025, according to the Nigeria Export Promotion Council. The figure represents a significant increase compared to the same period in 2024. To press it further now, signaling the country's growing footprint in regional trade. The announcement was made by Mrs. Noyayeni, the Director General of NEPC, during a press briefing in Abuja on Sunday, where she presented the Council's 2025 half-year and non-oil export performance report. Madam Ayene highlighted that Nigeria has exported a 488 billion metric tons of product valued at $83.538 million to 21 African countries outside the ECOWAS bloc. And this marks a 2.59% increase in total export value compared to 1.96% recorded the same period of 2024. Ayene also emphasized that the AFCFTA framework is instrumental in boosting regional commerce and driving inclusive economic growth across the continent. And she also commended the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment for its strategic efforts in positioning Nigeria as a regional trade hub and a key player in Africa economic development. We've come to the end of the news on the I am Iri Ayomikunle. We appreciate you for being there. Please stay with us for more news updates and for more insightful program. Good afternoon. Bye for now.
Nigerians can actually lodge complaint on that portal. We spent a lot of resources to build a very robust platform where today, if you have any complaint, about any brand, any leading brands in Nigeria, and you go on that platform, you can actually click, just a click, you can find the brand, you can actually lodge your complaint, and once you submit it, that complaint will be routed to that organization, and within 72 hours, we will obtain feedback for you. We build it in such a way that we have connection to almost all the organizations, and it's been working. We've resolved several complaints for people without having to charge them any penny, because the idea is not to charge. So what we have done with ConsumerHallaTV is to take it to the next level. So we hope to change the narrative. We want to, give, the right direction. Nigeria has the largest consumer market in the world, with a population of over 220 million people. Why should we be the one that is suffering the most? Everywhere you turn to, it's as though Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. You're traveling, you buy a ticket. For whatever reason, an airline will wake up middle of the night, delay the flight for whatever reason, and then you'll be waiting at the airport for hours. You'll be there for 2 hours, 3 hours, no any explanation. Then while you're there, they can even wake up and say, oh, flight has been cancelled. So everybody carry their luggage and go home. Nothing happened. Of course, things are changing. We must commend government because government is beginning to wake up, but there's still a lot to be done. And we believe that we can help to make, bring about those right changes. So we offer deliberately, part of what we do is that we also offer advocacy. All right. We're not just an advocacy organization, but we offer advocacy. We have a legal team. We have lawyers that are registered on our platform. All right. That can also take up cases. Okay. So, and we've taken up many cases like that, and won those cases. So Consumer Hala is a platform to help consumers to, we're not fighting brands, but rather we say we're bringing about an amicable, resolution of conflict, such that it will be beneficial to the consumers and also be beneficial to the brand. I remember the word of Jeff Bezos. Bezos is the founder of Amazon. He said that the most important single thing, all right, for an organization is to focus obsessively, use the word obsessively, on the customer. We often say that customers is a king. They should sit at the top of the ladder. In our environment, customers are the ladder. A brand wakes up today, decide what product to produce. They wake up today, decide how much the consumer should pay. They wake up to decide everything for consumers. So consumers are just at the receiving end. And yet they are milking the consumers. There's no price regulation in this country. None. People just wake up and fix prices. Look at power. Government wakes up, we change policy, we wake up and we get people to pay more. We think it's time for consumers to begin to speak out. In speaking out, in engaging, we can get the brand to begin to do what is right. And of course, I know that the consumers themselves need to be educated. So our role, our vision also is to ensure that we educate consumers, we bring awareness. A lot of Nigerian consumers don't even know about their rights. You buy a product from a supermarket. I've had this experience. You buy a product from a supermarket, all right? For whatever reason, you take that product back to your house, and maybe something went wrong somewhere. By the time you take that product back to the shop where you bought it from, and you say, okay, this thing, you know what's going to tell you? Okay, now me make them. Let me make them now. That's why I buy them. Meaning that there's nothing I can do to the product. So you lose the product, then you lose your money, because the money is not refunded. The product you can't use. Only in Nigeria. Only in Nigeria. Let me give you another experience I had. In the course of this, because I did a lot of, I went around, in doing this. I was in US, I was in UK, I was in South Africa, I was in Germany, just because of this, to just study the environment. I was in a friend's house in UK, in London, And then what happened? We were going to go out, and he was going to dress up. So he said, oh, to me, I was seated in his sitting room. So he said, oh, wait a minute, I picked up an iron, that's the pressing iron, 2 days ago or so from a store. Oh, let me try this, let me just try and use that to iron my shirt and we can go out. So I was seated, the TV was on, I was watching. While I watched him, he brought out the pressing board, spread it out, brought the iron out in my presence, plugged in the iron, and then as soon as he switched on the power button, we just had a spark. Boom! Ooh. The guy was raged. Then he goes, what just happened? So he said, no, these guys are in trouble, they're in soup. I was thinking, what are you going to do? I was trying to compare that experience to what would have happened in Nigeria. In my presence there, he opened the pack. There was a card inside it. Inside that card was a call, number to call. And they called the shop or wherever he got the thing from. I was hearing the conversation that was going on. And all he said to them on the phone was, look, by the time he even called, clearly because they already, through the call, they could trace where he was calling from and who was calling. He said, yeah, I picked up this number, I picked up this iron yesterday, and guess what? I just plugged it to power, and then the thing just, stopped, didn't work. At the other hand, I could hear the voice, oh, we're so sorry. We're sorry about that. And they said, this is your address, yeah. Don't worry, we'll get you a replacement. All right. So my friend ended the call and dropped the. So I said, so what's going to happen? He said, don't worry yourself now. Shebi, we're here. They will bring a replacement. I said, they will bring a replacement. He said, yes. I said, they won't even try to check whether it was your fault, because it could have been your fault. Maybe you didn't do something well about the first. No, it can't be his fault. Shebi is a brand new item that he bought. While we were still talking, in fact, I'm not even sure it was up to 30 minutes or so. We had a knock on the door. He himself said he must be the dispatch person. By the time he opened the door, it was a dispatch man that was on the other side. And then the dispatch man was at the door. Just watched it. Was at the door. I was seated in the sitting room. The guy was at the door to meet with the dispatch guy. The dispatch man that brought the replacement iron, I heard him say, we're so sorry. So I was so shocked. I mean, a dispatch man, this guy is a dispatch, so also apologize. I was so touched by it that even a dispatch man was so trained, to tell the guy, we are so sorry. And guess what? He brought the replacement iron. By the time my guy opened the iron, it was a bigger size iron. So they replaced with a bigger size iron. The guy never asked for the one that went bad. He didn't say, okay, where is the other one that we gave to you so that he could take it back? No, he just bought a new one and gave it back. So I asked my friend, I said, can you interpret this to me? He said, here in London, if they didn't do this, they know the next thing I will do. So I'm just going to grab a lawyer and I'm going to tell them they've destroyed something in my house. By the time I'm done, they will pay through their nose. Because the consumers are conscious of their rights. In Nigerian consumers, even those who are aware, won't even take the battle up. Everybody just go, what can we do now? Today they wake up and ban this. What can we do now? So we're going to change the narrative. We have to stand up. So the vision of ConsumerHallaTV is really to create an engagement platform that constantly mirrors the minds of consumers and provide right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria. Thus, we believe, will be forming part of that our overall vision, of creating a more caring world of consumers where businesses thrive. So I think that we'll make our impact. We ask you to join us on this journey. ConsumerHallaTV will drive engagement. It will also be there to help to promote brands that are doing what is right. So we're not out to criticize any brand, rather we have to complement what the brands are doing, because there is no organization that or a business that was set up to fail. Nobody set up a business to fail. So there are just gaps that needs to be fixed. So together we can fix things, and together we believe that we will create the right story for consumers in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
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 Our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria.
Is the consumer, and the consumer is always right. So, when there is control, when there is feedback, there is bound to be change. So so I said, I'm a product manager. When you develop products, sometimes you believe you know what the users want, and through different kinds of surveys. But when the users actually get the product, they can tell you their mind, how the product is, their feeling about the product. So it's good to definitely change how products are being designed, how services are being given to people, because you can get a feedback, and that feedback can make or mar a company, and everybody wants to have good feedback. So it's definitely going to change the behavior of people that make products. One very good thing is information. Information is power. So the consumer is going to get way more powerful. The voice of the consumer will be heard, the opinions of the consumers will be heard, and that opinion will shape how products and services will be made in this country going forward. Be on the lookout. You are now in charge. Several things coming your way through this station. I'm very excited about it. The things he's already brought out, and there will be many more things. But the bottom line, the consumer is now in the driver's seat. So ConsumerHallaTV, thank you for this innovative work. You're going to keep evolving, and just follow the consumers. The consumers will lead you to what they want, and that's how it's supposed to be, always. They're going to have different types of consumers, and they're going to pander to the different needs, but you are going to be making consumers very, very powerful. So thumbs up, keep up the good work. My name is Korede Peters. Thank you very much.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
Business thrive. And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and a lot more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
Consumers in Nigeria, all right? So by bringing them specialized and what you call analytical, research-based content generation that will inform, educate, sensitize the audience, So that's ConsumerHallaTV. So I call it an offshoot of our ConsumerHalla brand. ConsumerHalla brand actually was the first we call it the first complaint or consumer complaint resolution portal. When we started it about 10 years ago, or about 7 years ago, it became the first complaint resolution portal. We created it so that Nigerians can actually lodge complaint on that portal. We spent a lot of resources to build a very robust platform where today, if you have any complaint, about any brand, any leading brands in Nigeria, and you go on that platform, you can actually click, just a click, you can find the brand, you can actually lodge your complaint, and once you submit it, that complaint will be routed to that organization, and within 72 hours, we will obtain feedback for you. We build it in such a way that we have connection to almost all the organizations, and it's been working. We've resolved several complaints for people without having to charge them any penny, because the idea is not to charge. So what we have done with ConsumerHallaTV is to take it to the next level. So we hope to change the narrative. We want to give the right direction. Nigeria has the largest consumer market in the world, with a population of over 220 million people. Why should we be the one that is suffering the most? Everywhere you turn to, it's as though Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. You're traveling, you buy a ticket. For whatever reason, an airline will wake up middle of the night, delay the flight for whatever reason, and then you'll be waiting at the airport for hours. You'll be there for 2 hours, 3 hours, no any explanation. Then while you're there, they can even wake up and say, oh, flight has been cancelled. So everybody carry their luggage and go home. Nothing happened. Of course, things are changing. We must commend government, because government is beginning to wake up, but there's still a lot to be done. And we believe that we can help to make, bring about those right changes. So we offer deliberately, part of what we do is that we also offer advocacy. All right, we're not just an advocacy organization, but we offer advocacy. We have a legal team. We have lawyers that are registered on our platform. All right, that can also take up cases. Okay, so and we've taken up many cases like that, and won those cases. So ConsumerHalla is a platform to help consumers to. We're not fighting brands, but rather we say we're bringing about an amicable, resolution of conflict, such that it will be beneficial to the consumers and also be beneficial to the brand. I remember the word of Jeff Bezos. Bezos is the founder of Amazon. He said that the most important single thing, all right, for an organization is to focus obsessively, use the word obsessively, on the customer. We often say that customers is a king. They should sit at the top of the ladder. In our environment, customers are the ladder. A brand wakes up today, decide what product to produce. They wake up today, decide how much the consumer should pay. They wake up to decide everything for consumers. So consumers are just at the receiving end, and yet they are milking the consumers. There's no price regulation in this country, none. People just wake up and fix prices. Look at the power. Government wakes up, we change policy, we wake up and we get people to pay more. We think it's time for consumers to begin to speak out. In speaking out, in engaging, we can get the brand to begin to do what is right. And of course, I know that the consumers themselves need to be educated. So our role, our vision also is to ensure that we educate consumers, we bring awareness. A lot of Nigerian consumers don't even know about their rights. You buy a product from a supermarket. I've had this experience. You buy a product from a supermarket, all right? For whatever reason, you take that product back to your house, and maybe something went wrong somewhere. By the time you take that product back to the shop where you bought it from, and you say, "Oga, this thing," you know what's going to tell you? "Oga, na me make am. Na me make am now. That's why I buy am." Meaning that there's nothing I can do to the product. So you lose the product, then you lose your money, because the money is not refunded. The product you can't use. Only in Nigeria. Only in Nigeria. Let me give you another experience I had. In the course of this, because I did a lot of, I went around, you know, in doing this. I was in US, I was in UK, I was in South Africa, I was in Germany, just because of this, to just study the environment. You know, I was in a friend's house in UK, in London, you know, and then what happened? We were going to go out, and he was going to dress up. So he said, "Oh," to me, I was seated in his sitting room. So he said, "Oh, wait a minute, I picked up an iron, that's the pressing iron, 2 days ago or so from a store. You know, oh, let me try this, let me just stand, use that to iron my shirt and we can go out." So I was seated, the TV was on, I was watching. While I watched him, he brought out the pressing board, you know, spread it out, brought the iron out in my presence, plugged in the iron, and then as soon as he switched on the power button, we just had a spark. Boom! Ooh. The guy was raged. Then he goes, What just happened?" So he said, No, these guys are in trouble, they're in soup. I was thinking, what are you going to do? You know, I was trying to compare that experience to what would have happened in Nigeria. In my presence there, he opened the pack. There was a card inside it. Inside that card was a call, number to call. And he called the shop or wherever he got the thing from. I was hearing the conversation that was going on. And all he said to them on the phone was, "Look, you know, by the time he even called, you know, clearly because they already, through the call, they could trace where he was calling from and who was calling. He said, "Yeah, I picked up this number, I picked up this iron yesterday, and guess what? I just plugged it to power, and then this thing just, you know, stopped, didn't work." At the other hand, I could hear the voice, "Oh, we're so sorry. We're sorry about that." And they said, "This is your address, yeah? Don't worry, we'll get you a replacement." All right. So my friend ended the call and dropped the. So I said, "So what's going to happen?" He said, "Don't worry yourself now. Shebi, we're here. They will bring a replacement." I said, "They will bring a replacement." He said, "Yes." I said, They won't even try to check whether it was your fault, because it could have been your fault. Maybe you didn't do something well about the first." "No, it can't be his fault now. Shebi, it's a brand new item that he bought." While we were still talking, in fact, I'm not even sure it was up to 30 minutes or so, we had a knock on the door. He himself said he must be the dispatch person. By the time he opened the door, it was a dispatch man that was on the other side. And then the dispatch man was at the door. Just watch this. Was at the door. I was seated in the sitting room. The guy was at the door to meet with the dispatch guy. The dispatch man that brought the replacement iron, you know, I heard him say, "We're so sorry." So I was so shocked. I mean, a dispatch man, this guy is a dispatch, so also apologize. I was so touched by that. Even a dispatch man was so trained, you know, to tell the guy, "We are so sorry." And guess what? He brought the replacement iron. By the time my guy opened the iron, it was a bigger size iron. So they replaced with a bigger size iron. The guy never asked for the one that went back. He didn't say, "Oga, where is the other one that we gave to you," so that he could take it back. No, he just bought a new one and gave it back. So I asked my friend, I said, "Can you interpret this to me?" He said, "Here in London, if they didn't do this, they know the next thing I will do." So I'm just going to grab a lawyer and I'm going to tell them they've destroyed something in my house. By the time I'm done, they will pay through their nose. Because the consumers are conscious of their rights. In Nigerian consumers, even those who are aware, won't even take the battle up. Everybody just go, what can we do now? Today they wake up and ban this. What can we do now? So we're going to change the narrative. We have to stand up. So the vision of ConsumerHallaTV is really to create an engagement platform that constantly mirrors the minds of consumers and provide right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria. Thus, we believe, will be forming part of that our overall vision, of creating a more caring world of consumers where businesses thrive. So, I think that we'll make our impact. We ask you to join us on this journey. ConsumerHallaTV will drive engagement. It will also be there to help to promote brands that are doing what is right. So we're not out to criticize any brand. Rather, we have to complement what the brands are doing, because there is no organization that or a business that was set up to fail. Nobody set up a business to fail. So there are just gaps that needs to be fixed. So together we can fix things, and together we believe that we will create the right story for consumers in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Hello beautiful viewers, it's that time you have been waiting for. Time to get entertained, time to get relaxed, and time to get refreshed, because we are happy people and this is our happy space. Welcome to Screen Time, your #1 show on ConsumerHallaTV, where you experience entertainment at its best. On this show, we bring to you our top 5 countdown, celebrity of the week, entertainment highlights, and of course interviews, as well as new movie release updates. I am Iremofe Kofrola, your screen god, and I am ever present with your #1 screen goddess, the Kikedemo Ajibala.
Alright guys, welcome to another episode of Screen Time on ConsumerHallaTV. And as you all know, we always have fun when it comes to Screen Time on ConsumerHallaTV. Today we are welcoming you guys, and it's always a pleasure serving you undiluted and premium entertainment. Thank you for joining us for the show today.
Oh, interesting. I mean, I'm just trying to contain my joy because,
okay, I know.
I mean, it's the moment we have been waiting for, and Screen Time goes beyond entertainment, and we try to educate people as well. But today's quite different.
It is actually
because over the past few weeks,
like 2 weeks or so,
2 weeks now, the internet has really been buzzing. It's a lot of debate here and there, and because I mean, it can only be Kemi Adetiba.
It can only be Kemi Adetiba.
That makes.
No, it can only be Kemi Adetiba because it is the remover talking about Kemi Adetiba.
Obviously, if you know me quite well, you know that I mean, I'm the biggest fan of Kemi Adetiba when it comes to making quality movies, series, and I generally quite resonate with mine. But she actually burst her bubbles when she came with this series, To Kill a Monkey.
It is actually the best.
I mean, if you have not seen To Kill a Monkey, you are I mean, you are wrong.
You are wrong on all shades of wrong. You actually need to see To Kill a Monkey. I'm not a series fan, but you convinced me to watch To Kill a Monkey. I love watching Nollywood. I'm not a fan of outside the country movie. It's not really my thing.
Hollywood and all that.
I love Nollywood, but I'm not a series type of person. Once the movie is more than 1, 2. I don't even 2. I'm not a fan of it. But To Kill a Monkey is just a very interesting story. I've known about To Kill a Monkey for like 3 years now. We've been hearing about Kemi Adetiba is bringing a movie to the our screen, To Kill a Monkey. You were the one that told me, and I think you were
definitely.
I mean, like 2023.
Yeah, 2023. Yeah. I remember we were talking about it, and I was like, I'm so excited because it's Kemi. Anything Kemi, I'm just there. You understand? But interestingly, when we watched this series, there was one of the performances that stood so distinct. It was so, and I was like, when we were talking about Ife, Mini, and Obos, I was like, one person was the betrayer.
God!
When it comes to betraying someone, I mean, he embodied that character and he killed it. I mean, guys, today is very different because this man is someone that, away from the screen, is someone that I've always admired. When it comes to his charm, when it comes to his charisma, when it comes to everything. I mean, he's a very sweet man. When it comes to, I mean, not just his talent, but when you see him, you know that yes, you've really seen the definition of a man.
Yeah.
All right, Kike, do you want to really spill it out today?
I don't know. I think they already know the person you're talking about, because if you're talking about the biggest betrayer in To Kill a Monkey, it has to be this person. For me, the character is not this particular person. Let's put that disclaimer out there, because people cannot differentiate reality from movies, and I think that's the biggest issue we have with Nigerian audience. And it's quite, I don't know, once they see you do this thing, they already stereotype you for that particular
and I think it's because when you embody your character convincingly, so sometimes they just address you by your name. And from today, I'm going to say it on camera, I'm going to be addressing this man because I watched him in Ashabi's Child.
I love that.
I saw a difference, and when I saw To Kill a Monkey, oh my Jesus, he's not that person that
Michael.
No,
Inspector. You're calling him like that?
The one and only Michael Ejo on the studio today. I mean, the mighty Michael Ejo.
I don't know, but I would like you to formally introduce yourself.
Yes. Yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Michael Ejo. You know me, I guess most popularly from To Kill a Monkey, where I play Inspector Onome. But like they said, I've been in numerous movies like Ashabi's Child. Ashabi's Child is very dear to my heart because that story was really emotional story to tell.
It was.
A very, very emotional story to tell. I remember Bolaji saying to me, Michael, I know you don't necessarily want to do this, but for me you will do it, and I did it because I am against every form of rape in any way, shape or form, any form of abuse, just think they do my bodies. So yes, and I'm very excited to be here today.
Thank you so much for honoring our invitation, and we really appreciate you for coming to the show today. And let's talk about To Kill a Monkey a little bit. It's a story that is buzzing right now, and I don't think the fire is quenching anytime soon because of how deeply it's actually connected to the people. When we talk about stories, relativity is something that people should put in the forefront of it, and I think that's one thing that some Nigerian movies kind of lack. I would say that, kind of like, but Kemi Adetiba is someone that is not actually foreign to us. We all know that she's a very spectacular human being. She's just, for me, she's an enigma. She actually knows her onion, and she's actually doing it very well. To Kill a Monkey is something that I know a lot of people audition for. Were you called upon, or you just felt like, okay, you just heard that this person is making this movie, and you felt like, okay, let me put in for an audition, and I see what I'm going to land this role, because your role, people don't understand, it is very, very significant, especially with the kind of force, the kind of security forces we have in the country.
So, with regards to getting my role, I'm not going to lie and tell you that I didn't try and see if I could get a closed audition, because I did do. Because open auditions are, oh gosh, as much as I'm grateful, in my first 2 years of acting, I probably attended 50, 60 open auditions. Wow. And as a matter of fact, people used to call me number one because obviously, like, you don't know people's names, you know, when you're starting out. So they just used to say, oh, who's number one on the list? Is number one Abi? So because I was notoriously known to be number one, I would show up at an audition. Typically, I would get to a 9 a.m. audition at 4 a.m. That was always that was me, you know, because I want to be the very first person you see. If you have to see 200 people, you'll probably start getting tired. I've been on audition panels before. Me, I'm already tired by the time I've seen like 20 people. So, you know, talk less of if you are like number 100 and something. If you like, act fire. If I'm tired, I'm tired. My brain is not working. You know, so I always wanted to be the very first person that they would see. And I thought that I could do the same thing. So I woke up at 2 a.m. I didn't even sleep. I don't know, whenever I tell this story, I don't know why I say I woke up. Because I was awake. I was anxious. So I'll throw back. I tried to get a closed audition and I called Colette. And I said, Colette, I know you're Kemi's friend, though. Can I get a closed audition? And she said, oh, Michael, closed auditions have gone. And at this point in time, I've not gone for an open audition in 3 years or something like that. I've been getting steady work, you know. And I said, you know what? I don't care if I've not gone for an open audition. This Kemi Adetiba. Any steez that I think I have, throw away the thing. Let's go. So at 2 a.m. I started getting ready. You know, I went over, you know, my audition over and over again, picked out what I wanted to wear, went to the audition. I got there at 3 a.m. By the time I got there at 3 a.m., they were already, I was number 9, so there were 8 people.
3 a.m. Wow.
Interesting. So prepare me to ask number 1, what time did you get there? What time you got there? I don't know. You know, and that for me, it was very, very inspiring because it just showed how hungry people were.
Yeah.
You know. Nigerian actors are one of my favorite sets of actors. I love Nigerian actors because they are hungry for opportunity and they're willing to put in the work. They are super talented.
Very,
actually. We have very talented performers in this country. So, long story short, Shasha, I auditioned, got called for a callback. Oh, God. The callback was even more stressful than the first audition. I read 20-something times or something like that. I went in quite a few times. I remember Kemi making a joke that she's going to make me the official reader of this audition. You know, at one point in time, they were done seeing me. I think they got tired of seeing my face. Wow. But then she wanted to audition someone else and she was like, who would read alongside? I said, yeah, Michael, come, let's go. You've been in there many times. You know. So, and I guess that because they'd seen me so many times, it was easier to have me audition with somebody because, okay, we don't see you. Let us, so we can focus. We don't have to focus on 2 people. Yeah. We know what you can. You know, so, and I'm glad I was able to do that. And when they called me and I got the role, I was very excited because I did put in the work, if I'm being honest.
Thank you.
I put in the work and I was very, very happy that I got that call from Remy to be a part of the project. And it's been such a huge blessing. Yeah. We shot this in 2023 and just being announced as part of the people on the project, my life began to change from there.
Very beautiful.
You know, and in this past 2 weeks that the project has come out, my life has changed even way more. It's so good to see people appreciate our work and get the accolades that we have.
Thank you so much. That was really beautifully said.
Interesting. I mean, I was just trying to follow up the story, and I'm like, wow. I really saw the determination in that, and how you were able to really, you know, set your mind to do it. And I mean, I'm so happy that you are a part of this project, and I mean, it's getting so much accolades for how well it has been received. And so I just want to know, like, what was really on your mind? I mean, when you know that you're going to play this particular character, Inspector Onome, I mean, I know you were happy, fine, but I mean, trying to embody that character, and what did you do so convincingly? What did you do so differently that made you embody that character so much? Because I mean, I saw the on-screen chemistry between you and the legendary Bimba Kintola. I mean, that was so. I mean, at some point, I thought probably you were really falling in love with her at some point, because I mean,
oh my God, it threw me off.
Yeah, I mean, I was like,
the twist was just coming in. I'm like, okay, what's really going on here?
Yeah.
I thought there was something there, and then we saw that okay, this person is not who this person is.
Exactly.
It was just chaos. was chaos on another level.
So I mean, and I guess that was the first time you were acting with her. And of course, I saw in one of your interviews where you said, I mean, you watched her in 93 days.
Yeah.
And so you working with her in that particular project, how was it for you, and how were you able to really embody your character?
Okay. All right, so I'll answer your question in two parts. It's a two-part question. So, firstly, it was easy for me to get into this because my actual first name is Onome.
Oh.
Michael is my second name. Even though that I'm more professionally known as Michael Edjo, but my first name is Onome. So I felt there was already that connection there because, like I said, I worked really hard for it, and Onome means my own, and I felt that this role was mine. You know, so I owned it right from the moment that I got that script. When I got that script and I saw, I was like, oh, you're playing someone who shares the same name as you, and the significance. I believe in the power of a name. I really do. Which is why I don't like it when people don't use to spell Michael well. Because
the or something. Yeah.
We can enter the same trouble. Yeah. Because Michael L means God. So if you then spell it Mike Al, you've lost the meaning of the name.
Yeah.
And Michael means like God. You know, and you know, I strive to, you know, be like God. Do you know what I mean? So I want you to call it well so that you can speak it into my life for me. But like I said, it was easy to get into him because I really felt that connection. And when I read the script, I remember Kemi sending me a message on Instagram, and she said, oh, hi, because I checked on her, and then she said, oh, I was thinking about, weirdly, we were thinking about you this morning, and we were editing it to give your characters a bigger bite. I said, hey, what's in one bite? I said, okay, no problem now, give him a bigger bite. So they would send the script in tranches. So they sent, I think, the first 3 episodes, then the next 3, then the last 2. So they read it just like all of you. I think I'm going to fall in love too. So I got to the first 3. I was like, okay, I'm not in the first 2 episodes. I see the first episode. I said, this guy's being so nice to her. Her family members died. I said, okay, they're trying to help her with love.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, I was wondering who's going to play Inspector Mo. I had no idea. I only knew Stella Damasos was on the project and she was playing Nosa. That was the only person I knew that was on the project. So I was like, who's going to play this thing? I'm quite excited to see who my love interest would be. We went ahead, and then I saw more of the chemistry between them and all of that. And then we got to episode 8 and I said, hey?
Like, where is that coming from?
From where to where?
Exactly.
How is it happening? And what I really liked was I liked how I felt when I read it. And I said to myself, I want people to feel that.
We felt it.
Yeah. I said I wanted people to be surprised like I was surprised, because I was really surprised.
If there was a time, or like there was a way I could go into that screen and actually carry a gun to shoot his victim on me, I would have. Because it became, you know, when a character, just like you said, when an actor embodies the character so well, and you begin to hate that person, you now forget about the movie entirely. But what I don't like is that people take that hatred on for like a long time. But
I understand. I've been in the game for a little while.
So it's somehow.
My manager is behind the camera, and he can tell you something that happened. We went to lunch in somewhere in Landmark, I think. Yeah. And the waiter was kind of giving small attitude.
Wow. What?
Interesting. And that wasn't recently. It was a film I acted called The Photographer.
Yeah. With Ego was and Morrison.
Yes. And the person was giving an attitude, and I just thought, okay, this person is just not happy to be at work today. So I was just more excited at the prospects of the things that me and my manager were discussing. Only for Ty, remember, and he comes.
Wow.
It was he, right? Or was he? I can't remember. It was he, right? Yeah. And then he comes and then he's like, I didn't like you in The Photographer. I was like, oh, okay, so you're finding it hard to dissociate. Wow. No spit inside my food, sha.
For me, I think in The Photographer, I hated the character more than I hated Onome. Onome was a bit pleasant. Yeah. But you know when somebody is embodying like an abusive partner, it was really frustrating for Ego. That character was kind of meek. She couldn't speak of herself until Morrison, the knight in shining armor, came, and then there was a confrontation a little bit. So I understand, but people need to learn how to actually
it would be nice if they can dissociate.
Because I don't know.
if you can't, it's still okay. My own is shot outside though. As a fighter.
I know nobody's going to do that.
No, actually, you can't do that. Actually.
Okay, moving away from To Kill a Monkey a bit, and I know that's still we are still coming to that.
To Kill a Monkey, it has to be.
Yeah, because people are like, is there going to be a sequel one way or the other? Are we expecting a season 2, something like that? But looking at it, I mean, how did your journey begin for you? At what point did you know that you were going to be an actor? I mean, because everybody at that point, did you grow up watching some actors and be like, hey, I want to be like these people? Or it's just a natural thing for you?
So I really wish I had this story, you know, of how I've been acting even before I could talk. You know, I like when I hear all those things. I've been, you know, especially singers. So I was singing before I
your mother's home.
I was talking my mommy breast or all of this. All that story. But I don't have that story. Oh. I really don't. I was an Efiko through and through. I mean, wow. I was a, you know, I went to university in the UK. I came out with the first class degree. I went to go and do a postgraduate diploma. I thought I was going to be like the next oil company magnate or something like that. I was a corporate guy. And then I had a relationship fall apart. I lost my job. My mom had chronic kidney disease, all in the same year, and my world was shaking. And my friend at the time, gospel artist Tim Godfrey, he saw that I was falling into depression, and he was doing a musical at the time called Ewuro, and it was showing in National Stadium, and it had people like Waje in it, Gloria Young, Lepashos Bosse. There was quite a few people inside, you know, and he'd done the first edition of it before. And this was the second one that he was doing, and he just wanted to just get me out of my funk. So he said, why don't you come and understudy for this character? I don't think he even knew I could act. He just wanted to just do something nice, you know.
For you.
Tim, thank you again. You know, just to, you know, because he saw that I was in a bad place. You know, and he's like, come out of your house now, come. So just understudy this character. And I said to him, I know they act now. Yes, I know that you know I can sing. And he's like, we just need somebody who can really sing, because this character has 3 songs to sing. I said, so the acting part, you want me to spoil this thing for you? He said, no, you're smart, you figure it out. So I came, you know, and I just used to come, and I liked being around music, and, you know, it lifted my mood now and again. Then the person that was supposed to play the character now stopped coming for rehearsal. Wow. So I now I was not the understudy anymore. I was now the person that had to play it. Oh. And then that person became the understudy. Wow. So it was 7 shows. I did 6 shows, and the guy did 1. But something happened in the middle of it. The week before we were supposed to start, the director said, the lead character was Waje, but her husband was not at the rehearsal. And the director said, I need to block this scene. I need to rehearse this particular scene. And I was sitting down, they said, Michael, please just carry a script and read it. I said, sir, I know the lines. I've watched it so many times. And then I jumped on. And Waje and I acted it. And Waje is such a good actor, by the way. Yeah. I know we know her as a good singer, but she is a good actor. You know, and when we finished, people started clapping. And I had to join them to be clapping. You know, because I said, it's Waje you are clapping for. Wow. Waje now said to me, she said, it's not me they are clapping for, Michael. She said, what did you just do just now? I said, I don't understand. She said, this is how they used to steal somebody's role. Wow. The director came up to me and said, I thought you said you were not an actor. I said, I'm not an actor now. I'm so confused. What happened? And the Lepashos Bosse came up to me and so people talking about me and I was like, I don't understand what happened here exactly. You know, and nobody gave me an answer. And I just moved on with my life. Only for the final show, the lead character was stuck in traffic. And the director came to me and said, get into costume. You're going to play it. And your understudy would play your own character. That's why I didn't do the last show. But luckily, the lead character came in the scene before, because I almost wet my pants. Because I obviously wasn't ready for that. Yeah. I didn't even know that I was an actor. So I literally just stumbled into this. And when this was over, I went for an audition. Tinsel, I booked that. I went for my next audition, I booked that. I went for the one after that, I booked it. I said, something there, you know. So, and I'm very, very happy that I stumbled into this, because I can't imagine life doing anything else.
Beautiful.
Wow.
That's very
What a beautiful story. And I mean, for somebody out there, I'm quite sure they've been able to pick one or two things that sometimes, you know, the life's journey, you can't really predict how things might work out at the end of the day. But I mean, I'm so happy that it has been an interesting journey for you. And you know, being an actor now, people are getting to see your face in different, you know, movies, in different stories. And I know the future still holds a lot for you. But how lucrative has it been in Nigeria here to be an actor? Because you know, we see the lifestyle.
We brought
yes, we asked an actor too.
Yeah.
And you know, we see the lifestyle. And sometimes people say, no, we are not getting this money from film.
Exactly.
From
but the
filmmaking.
lifestyle
You understand? You see sometimes youth out there, younger ones too, they just want to be like, oh, I want to be like this person and all that. So how lucrative is it being an actor in Nigeria?
To be honest, like I'm not an ostentatious person at all. I don't care for a lot of the things that people care for, to be honest. So I'm very easy to please, you know. Very, 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 very easy to please. I think that acting is lucrative if you are getting work. If you get to a certain level of your career, especially, I believe you can live off of acting and live really, really
comfortable.
Wow.
I'm doing it. I don't have a side hustle, and I'm okay.
Interesting.
I'm very fine. So.
Let's go back to T-Camp now. I think we've kind of
yes, you know, we just did that.
By the way. So I know you said you actually love the character Onome because it resonated with you, and starting with the fact that it has your name in it, which is Onome. If you had been like, what role, what other character would you really love? Like to play? What other character do you think? If not Onome, like we don't necessarily say you have to pick, but if not Onome, there are a lot of interesting characters in Tika. Which one do you think you would have really, really enjoyed playing also?
I'm asked this question in every interview that I do, and my answer will forever be the same: Aussie boy. Always. And yeah, I think everybody would expect me to say Femini. and that's who I read for anyways, you know.
Wow.
Because, you know, and everyone will expect that, you know. I'm a very strange actor. I'm usually...
Yeah, you are actually, I agree.
I'm always attracted to the character that people don't either see coming or a character that you can do something with. You know, there are scripts, sometimes I've gotten scripts and I've been offered the lead character, and then I look at this character, doesn't have as many scenes, and I say, no, I want to play this person, because with this person I can change my voice, I can change my appearance, I can do something. I don't like to always play the same person. So I have, in smaller projects, played an Efemini before. Do you understand?
Yeah.
You know,
I watch a lot of your movies. A lot of your,
I have played
the Heart of Heart, you know.
Yeah.
We're all players on the go. I watch your movies actually. I think I am a very big fan of you, Michael. I don't know, but I watch a lot of your movies. And if you say a lot of your movies here, you talk about your movies here, definitely will have watched it before, because I think I'm more of a YouTube person rather than Netflix. I'm not a fan of other shows like that. People always say, "Why are you bringing this movie to YouTube?" Is it that we don't deserve good movies on YouTube?
You deserve it too. I love my YouTube.
Yeah, I love YouTube.
I say that everywhere because I also saw my YouTube fan base come out for me in copious amounts in TCAM. You know, I would see a lot of them. You know, they came out fighting. You know, some people who didn't know me, would say. They would be like, you know, they didn't say anything bad, which I was grateful for. They were just like, oh, hey, Inspector Onome, he killed his role, and they're like, are you sleeping on him?
Yeah.
You know, a lot of my YouTubers are you sleeping on him? You watched him in this, we watched him in that. You don't know about and I really just loved how my YouTube people came, and I forever ride for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and stay on To Kill a Monkey, because I followed through the journey, and now one thing that is even more interesting is away from the fact that on the pre-production and all of those things, the post-production now that people are aware of the series and their scenes, I realized that there's this kind of bond that has been created among the actors. You understand? Everybody, you see Bushi and William Dempsey all together and all that. How were you guys able to? Because sometimes when people just finish a project, everybody goes and that is just it. But what was it like? Was it Kemi that brought about that, you know, kind of unity among you guys, or how did it work out for you guys?
Definitely, Kemi had a huge part to play. She's a fantastic leader. But there's always a project that does something in terms of bringing people together. It happens once in like a decade or half a decade. The last time something like this happened was when I did Unbroken. And till date, my closest friends are from there.
Wow.
The person who played Evie, Teniola Ladishe.
Yeah, I loved it.
Elman Baduwe.
I loved
Osari
it.
Hiaronsaye. F.I. Wara.
Ooh,
Another. Like, we literally have a group chat. We are a family.
Wow.
Like,
beautiful.
Anything. If you want to know my deepest, darkest secrets, it is one of these people that I've mentioned that have it. These are my people. And something just happens in a project and just does that. And weirdly, it happened on TCAM because as you were just talking, I was just thinking, even people that I had one scene with a feminine, and I've spoken to him twice today. Already, I'm seeing him this evening.
Wow.
I had no scenes with Ozzy Boy. Ozzy Boy is coming to my house later this evening. Bimbo and Kintola.
Obviously, I mean,
5, flipping 6.
Yeah.
You know. So it's I can't tell you what it is, but there's something that happened on the set of TCAM that's just created a family.
Even seeing the behind the scene being posted now, because we've seen a lot of it on Sunshine Rosman stories, or even on our page on Instagram, we can see the chemistry. And there is a particular actress too that I'm seeing people are really sleeping on her, Omeche.
Oof,
yeah, people actually,
girl.
Yeah, people are actually sleeping on her also. I think she very beautiful, and I love her playful side in movies. You know. If
you see any nonsense content, now make me do. I'm telling God you say you like her because you make post one thing. Now make me do a move.
No, I love Ameche so much. I think I've told you, I love Ameche so much. People don't really understand that this lady is very fantastic, and I was very happy that she was able to, you know, show in that particular type of even though she did a little thing, but her presence was still felt. So I think these are the reasons why I would always say that projects are kind of thing that build ties.
Yeah.
And we can see it all through with people. You know, people are really speculating. Are these people saying each other? Are these people doing it? It's just a lot of chaos going on online. And I'm very happy that even though sometimes you make a movie, the next 3 days everywhere is just cleared up, another story will cover it. But TCAM is striving back to back. You can see it's trending for more than 2 weeks, which is a very, very great thing. It's like history is being made.
And
for 2 weeks, a movie is stopping everywhere. It's
you know,
about.
You don't have to dance before people watch it, you know, TCAM. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like more like words of mouth.
Yeah, that's what's actually pushing the movie.
Yes, I know how many people have told, and most people don't watch Nigerian films. They're like, so when they came back, they're like, I didn't know this
You
was
promised.
the...
Let me say something about this guy. He promised somebody a gift if they watch TCAM.
Exactly. Yeah. Because
And then
I was doing the Lord's work. Seriously.
I don't know.
Seriously.
He promised somebody a gift.
Amen.
He promised somebody a gift, and it was when the film was coming out. I forgot that it was supposed to be dropped that day, and he was like, "Kike, Tukile Monkey is coming out today." I'm like, "Today?" He was like, "Yes," and I didn't want to watch the movie because I think the first I don't like horror movies.
Yeah, the first
scene.
God, you are like my mother. My mother literally messaged me and she was like,
I don't like
this horror film. Why didn't you tell me? I said just get
and I
past
love the
first
fact that
scene. It's not horror.
The trailer was not giving out. Yes. Another thing, I mean, kudos to Kemi Adetiba for
oh my
this.
God.
You know, when I saw the trailer, I was expecting a different kind of story.
Yes.
So when I started seeing it, and like you said, when you were getting all of the scripting beats, and you know, at the end of the day, Inspector Nome was going to betray Inspector Mo and all of that. So she did a very fantastic job
the
on that. Now, still we are going on with this. I want to ask, congratulations on your being part of Director Guild of Nigeria now. So now I'm looking forward to you directing a lot of projects and all that.
Can't wait,
now you can sing, you're an actor, and directing is also on the way. So which of these do you prefer the most? Acting, singing, directing? And before you go on the show, you are going to sing for us. I mean, yeah, you are going to sing
Please,
for us.
I was gonna say that.
Yeah, so which do you prefer? And do you look forward to like producing your own film in the future?
So, hands down, I would always be an actor first before anything else. I always tell people that weirdly, I think I'm a better singer than I am an actor. But it goes to speak to passion. It's not about what you like. It's not about what you are
good at.
Best at.
Yeah.
It's
What
about
you like.
what your heart calls out.
Yeah.
You know, and my heart calls out to acting before music. So if I had to pick an order, I would say acting, singing, directing. But it's not far. You know, I believe that, you know, as a creative, there's your ability to create. No matter whether you're creating music or creating a performance or creating a holistic film, once you are creating, you're at your best. You know, so it's not far between.
So we should be looking forward to a future.
Yes, and with what you said, I have produced films. I actually was a co-executive producer of The Art of Heart.
Oh, The Art of Heart with Sophia Lakija.
Yeah, wow, that's so interesting.
I was a co-producer for Captured as well. That has Stella Damasos,
Captured, yes. I think that was like 5 months ago.
Yeah,
Captured
in January.
Yeah,
wow.
like 5 months.
Wow, interesting.
You see, I know all your movies actually. I don't know how, but I do know, and it's very hard for me to say, oh, I think I particularly like this person. You came not like quite long, seeing your face. So when people will say, oh, Michael, some people will say, I'm just seeing him TCAM, which I would tell people that I don't think you know this particular person you're talking about. This person is a seasoned actor. He knows what he's doing.
And he was even in this lady called Life. I think he played Jemima's husband. So sometimes when people say this, I'm like, excuse me.
I don't have, like it's quite funny when people say, oh, I'm just seeing it for the first time in TCAM. I'm like, no, you don't know what you're saying.
So now looking at it, you know, as an actor, you are busy and all of those things. You know, you have a very tight schedule. And once again, thank you for coming because you know, I mean, within just few days, I mean, you answer to our call. So how do you kind of relax? You know, away from the stress, and so what do you do to just like relax and
you know? Like I said, I'm a very simple person. I love my space so much. My home is my sanctuary.
Wow.
You know, not many people know where I live, and not because I'm trying to hide anything, but you know, there's something about my home for me that is just my personal space, and I just love it so much. When I come back after a long day, like it's very rare for me to agree to even let somebody accommodate me somewhere. It's the house, I think somebody put calabash under my bed. I don't know, because my body calls to. Fun fact, I had a hotel room in a very beautiful hotel in TCAM for 2 months. I didn't sleep there one night. I always went back to my house. So I would stay there in between long scenes or whatever. But to close my eye, I would go to my house and lie down on my own bed. I just love my house. So I unwind by being at home, music, television, you know, that sort of thing. Very just chill.
Interesting.
I don't know.
Yeah, such a simple man.
Very, very simple. And even though he had tough scenes, you could kind of see the softness, you know, from it. Just like when my favorite character of yours is the one you played in Achabi's Child. It was a very significant role because I think we rewatched it yesterday.
Yeah, you say watched yesterday.
I love watching movies like 3 times. Movies are very good. I will go back to watch. People will say, "Oh, what are you watching?" I do that. So I watched it again. The character it has a little bit of twist, just like he had with Onome.
Yeah.
People would think because of how close you and your niece was in the movie, that maybe something was going on. And I really love that movie because it brought about, it spoke volume about trauma. Trauma doesn't end with, oh, just forget about it. It doesn't work that way. It moves forward. And when Bolaji Ogunmola broke down, when you hugged that you were trying to control her, like, what's really going on? And she still kept on asking her daughter, are you sure your uncle did not touch you? And I really love when people embody characters. You acted like you've been in that situation before. You really felt and you went through the emotions with her. And that's why I will always tell people that you don't just watch out for the person you love most in movie. I love Bimbo Akitola. That's what I like Mofe. Bimbo Akitola is his favorite actress. But there were some things she did in TCAM. It annoyed me. I'm like, bro, if you were, they would have shot you in between your eyes. Like, can you just sit down in your house?
But you know the thing I love so much in TCAM?
Yeah.
You know, that jollof scene where both of you were having that discussion.
Yeah.
I just took the food and I was like, this man, what's up now? And I was just like, wait, what's really happening here?
Like, it was quite funny. I didn't see, for me, I'm someone that produced movie. I didn't see your twist coming.
Exactly. That's still, see, so I would want to ask now that you went to court, at the end of the day now.
Were you like you
didn't let her get the money?
Did you get the money?
Yeah, did you get the money? How are you spending it now?
Usually there's a backstory that, and that's one thing I love about Kemi as well.
Yeah.
So she gives a backstory because I asked her before we shot that scene. I think that scene was one of the last scenes I shot, actually. The private jet scene was the very last scene I shot. I remember that. But this scene, she said to me, imagine that they had offered you an immunity deal and they said if you testify against Efemini Edewo, that they will let you go free. That's why, if you see when they were integrating, there was even tears in my eyes, and I was saying everything because I wanted my freedom.
Like this,
I said, I wanted everything. I want my freedom.
People had issues with that scene.
You know,
they were angry.
So, yes, a lot of people were like, and
They wanted you
I
to
feel
go-
like when
to go
people
to
keep
jail.
saying betrayer, they're not even talking about me betraying Inspector Mo. They're
Yeah.
not about me betraying Efemini.
Yeah,
Because apparently
somehow.
they say I really shared everything.
Exactly. That is I was like, both of you were in this together. Now, hey God, I saw that scene. I was like, this man just wanted to just. Like,
People did not get the relativity of that scene because I think I've explained to more than 10 people that it happens abroad also. If they want you to testify against somebody, even though you are wrong, they will let you go. That is your
Because
own
that's
bargain.
the
That's the
bigger fish.
bargain, and that's the big. That's the
catch the
big.
bigger
Thank you very much. That's the big thing. They only want your testimony so they can put that person behind. But my own problem was that I felt a little bit of pain for Efe because I just felt like they made him, the scapegoat. They carried his head like this and drag inside the mud. I'm like, why exactly is this man, getting all the blame? And every other person that was in like a part of this issue went scot free. And I love Tenny. I love her so much. Tenny is she should be like maybe like my top 5 actresses. And I hated her character in the movie also.
Don't even go there. Don't even go there.
Exactly. I really, really love what they actually portrayed there. They portrayed to us that when somebody is in love, you don't intervene. Yeah. You don't talk about that person. You don't talk about that person's love interest. No matter who you are, they're going to forever hate you. And that was our own dispute with her father. She just felt like father was like the stumbling stone between her and her lover. Whereas her lover doesn't even care about her. That's the thing.
Interesting. So I would want to ask before you sing for us. We've not forgotten anyway. So, what roles would you want to play in future? Moving forward from now. I know people would want to see you. Because I wouldn't want them to stereotype you.
Yeah, people stereotype a lot.
You are a very fantastic actor. In all honesty, so I really want to see. I want to watch movie. I'm like, I'm forgetting that. This is you playing a character and I want to I don't even like this man, like that waiter that was like but I know in real life I'll be able to separate it. Like she said, Bibi Akitola is my favorite actress, but I watched a film one time and I didn't like her. I was like, this woman, the way she even came
with her crop top.
Exactly. So I just want to ask what roles would you want to play in future and what projects should you be expecting from you?
So if you had asked me this question like a few months ago, I would have said, my classic answer is I like to play the villain because coming into this industry, I got a lot of he looks like a nice guy. He is a nice guy. Makelejo is too sweet. You can't give him anything other than
sweet guy.
I propose. I was always that guy. And then I did the photographer.
Yeah.
And people started giving me the villain. And I think I did the photographer well.
You killed it.
So thank you so much. So right now I think I've shown people I'm able to do the nice guy, I'm able to do the villain. Now I want to be stretched in terms of my emotional depth. I would love to play like someone who has lost every single thing. Imagine Inspector Mo in episode 1 as a man. Like someone who's lost everything.
She went through a lot.
I would like to play that and watch his journey. Wherever the story wants to take that man, I want to go through a journey like that. I know I also want to play a deaf character.
A deaf character? That's quite
I want to play a
interesting.
deaf character. You know, I think that's because I know how to you know, so I sign. So I can, yeah. So I know how to sign. So I would love to, you know, bring some sort of representation to, you know, the deaf community. So I would like to play a deaf character. And I want to do more comedy, actually. You know?
Interesting. Is it funny? I don't know if I've seen your funny side in
Have you watched, also on ConsumerHallaTV, it's called Heart Over Time? Kanaga Jr. is inside.
Oh, I think I've seen it before. Yeah,
the character that people started calling him Uncle Imo.
I've seen that movie.
Go and watch it. People said that that was a comic character.
Oh really? I would go back to it.
Interesting.
I mean, I've seen
we are going to see that very soon and all that. So I can say this is symbol of your tattoo. That's symbol of music.
Yeah, he has tattoo, and I've never seen tattoo
ones
on him before. I've never seen this on him.
What inspired that? Let me just ask.
I've always loved tattoos. I've loved tattoos. I love them a lot. The only reason why this is all you see, well, I have 1, 2, 3, and then this.
Yeah,
this is with my siblings. You know, the only reason why you can only see this and why it is here is so that it is easy to cover up with makeup. So when I play a pastor or any of those things, but the day people leave me inside my eyelid, tattoo inside.
I'm actually very happy that it's not some people that will say, "Oh, I did this because it has a story behind." Like,
story.
Just be free. I love that answer. Actually, I love that
come
answer.
and sing for us.
Hey, go.
Sing for us.
Okay, maybe when we are done with, you would sing for me.
For
he
you.
doesn't really need to sing for you. Actually,
oh my
he's
goodness.
gonna sing for me, but after. But before we go, let's quickly round up because I'm very sure he has other things that he needs to attend to. Yeah. How do you perceive the future of the Nollywood space? Because over the years we've seen a lot of involvement compared to the times that we have the wrong subtitles, the cinematography is horrible. We've really grown. There are beautiful stories out there right now, and I'm living for the faith-based movie right now. I love it so much, and I think Mibademo is killing it in that aspect. So very beautiful. So when it comes to this kind of movies now, we've seen a lot of involvement. Like I said, the subtitles are quite good now. The cinematography, even the VFX, everything is kind of amazing. But we still need more. Obviously, we are just like you said. Through your journey, you've been somebody that you've been hungry for this success, and it is paving ways for you. And I'm very happy and proud of that for you. So, but for people that would want to see more from the movie industry when it comes to Nollywood space, and we are not saying we should go to Hollywood, but we'll get there one day. How do you perceive?
Our stories will just
how do you perceive the future of Nollywood?
And just to add, just a simple one. And do you think there will ever be collaboration? Because I think the industry needs more collaboration too. So do you think we are getting all those collaborations that we need enough to tell all our stories too? Just to add to that.
Hands down, the future is bright. Yeah. It is so bright. And I love that you asked this question the way you did. You know, like I said, you know, a lot of people ask questions about the industry and things like that, but you asked in a way that you had highlighted growth.
Yeah.
And it shows that if you believe that it has grown from here to here,
it
can grow from here to here.
Yes.
And that is literally the story of Nollywood. I'm so proud of Nollywood. And the thing is, even then with the bad subtitles,
he was too sweet.
No,
they will show you the car reverse and all of that.
And the jet.
Loved it.
The plane, oh my God.
I loved the stories. I was obsessed with all the performances.
African stories are beautiful.
All of them. Victor Dominic, Desmond Elliott,
everybody.
They were phenomenal for that phase of Nollywood.
Yes.
Do you understand? They are still very relevant now.
Very relevant.
And I love where it's going. And I feel like we need to celebrate things in stages of where they are.
Exactly.
You know,
I think I like that.
I'm glad that you're celebrating Nollywood for where it is now. And then in the future, in a couple of years, you will celebrate it for the way it is.
Definitely.
You know, there's so much room for growth. And I hope that the public, I hope that you guys, I'm looking into the camera. Am I looking at the right camera? Am I looking at the camera?
Yeah.
Good. I hope that you guys would trust Nollywood to tell these stories because we are the ones that are telling the whole world about life. We're done with Hollywood
Thank you very
giving
much.
us the representation
Thank you very
that
much.
they feel. When we see, the only time they mention, say, oh, yeah, we got this email from a Nigerian prince, a scammer.
Yes. No, we don't want that.
We want to tell our stories to the world. So trust us, guys. Trust us.
And I always say something. A movie is the mirror of the society.
Exactly.
Nobody can tell our story better than we do.
Sure.
And if we are actually looking for, it's kind of the days that we actually like to emanate the Westerners. I'm happy that we're actually telling our stories are beautiful. From like some Kuti, Izzy and Nikolapo, a lot. Even King of Boys, Gang of Lagos. These are stories that relate to us personally. And I always tell people that you that says I don't watch Nigerian movies.
Let them go and see TCAM. That just
Not even only
TCAM.
TCAM. TCAM is a very beautiful representation of what we are facing in the country. This is a real life issue. These are issues that deals with people. People actually take young ones to a place just like far from this particular movie, Baby Farm.
Yes.
These are real stories. These are real stories, and these are our own stories. It's not Baobali. It's not, I don't know, Fast and Furious. We are not doing that. It doesn't resonate with us. Let's just be truth. It's just truthful. It doesn't resonate with us. But TCAM resonate with me personally because these are things that
I think everybody has something to just speak from.
CNN will not tell you the truth of how Africa is. They will always portray to you we are scammers, and that's what we are to them. And then we are just what they want people to perceive us as. And they have been selling this story for a while now. I think it's that time that we change our own narrative ourselves.
Interesting. So, thank you so much for shedding more light on that and all that. So, parting words for your fans. I mean, what should they be expecting from you? Because I know you've got a whole lot. I mean, in 5 years to come, and I know that, I mean, you'll be cutting away all the awards. I'm quite sure of that. So, just, yeah, sure. We look forward to that. I mean, definitely. So, what do you have for your fans out there?
Thank you to every single person who has believed in me. Thank you to those who have been riding with me prior to Kill a Monkey. Thank you for those of you who are coming on board now from To Kill a Monkey.
Welcome.
I don't take it for granted at all. I come from a very strong business background. I believe in investment and a return on investment.
Yeah.
I promise you that the time you have invested in me, I'll return it to you.
Oh,
beautiful. Very sweet man.
In any way, shape, or form.
This person is very villain. This person is very sweet.
All right. So, Kike, do you say anything?
Nothing so much. I'm very happy that I get to share this space with you. I don't know if they told me last week that I was going to see Michael Ejo in the studio today, I would have said, is that true? Like, I would still be in doubt. And I was very happy when I got the call that, you were going to come. Because we've had some people on the show, but not really physical some of the time because of the busy schedule. And we don't take that for granted. We really appreciate and we recognize that being in the Nollywood space can be quite tasky. But we're actually very happy. So thank you so much.
And shout out to Mr. Olutayo, a very fantastic man.
Exactly.
I mean, he did a very good job. I mean, thank you very much for that.
Nonsense, no, they manage.
We can see that actually. We can actually see that. Thank you so much. I think we'll actually have to go on a short break. And when we get back, we'll continue to proceed into Celebrity of the Week, another segment that we'll do on screen time.
So thank you once again for gracing our screen.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
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 At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers. through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and a lot more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
Welcome back from that short break, and as you all know, before we went on the break, that was Michael Ejo here in the studio this beautiful day, and we had amazing fun, obviously, because he's such a sweet soul and very humble. And shout out to his manager. He made this really effortless, and it was really beautiful, and I couldn't phantom how beautiful this experience has been today.
Oh man, I mean, everyone was watching would know that was really a beautiful moment on the show today. Having him talk about, you know, his journey and talking about the trendy series To Kill a Monkey now. I mean, that was a very interesting one. And once again, thank you so much, Michael and Olutayo. Thank you.
Okay. I think we've taken a lot of time because of
it was worth it anyway. I didn't want it to end.
Yeah, we didn't want it to end, and it was so beautiful that we kept on talking, kept on asking him questions, and I didn't doubt when he said he came out with first class from the United Kingdom. He's an intelligent person,
obviously,
and the way he answered his question was so articulate, simple, and straight to the point, and he still gives very good details to that. And we spoke about TCAM, To Kill a Monkey, which is very the story out there right now, the series that everybody's talking about. But let's quickly wrap up that edition and move to today. We'll be doing something different for our top 5 countdown, because Michael graced our screen. We'll be talking solely about the production that he has been on. Trust me, TCAM is not the first production that Michael has been on. Michael has been in the game, and I personally have watched this particular person grow, and his growth, his journey has been so beautiful. And he said something that quite catches my attention. He mentioned that it's not how well, it's not how far, it is how well. And the more you keep on hustling for something, things are going to come your way. He didn't plan to be an actor. It just came, and then doors are
seriously
opening.
I'm not planning to be a billionaire, but I mean, hi, who knows?
Okay,
come on.
My God's grace. So let's quickly move on to the series that the stories and the production that Michael has been on, and the first one is
before you mention, these are stories that are very beautiful.
Very beautiful.
So we are
story.
looking
You
at
need to watch them.
Top 5 movies that he has appeared on that have very fantastic stories.
We have The Babysitter on Amakasi Film Limited, LTD for short, on YouTube. And this story has dropped quite a while ago, and the story is a very beautiful story. The story about this story is centered about self-love also, because the particular lady that he was having and Angel Enigwe is in the story.
And that's coming on number 5.
Coming on number 5 is The Babysitter on Amakasi Film LTD on YouTube. It's a very beautiful one. Sweet, just simple, normal story, but you know, it depends on how the characters embody their acting. That's how well these stories are told. So The Babysitter on Amakasi Film LTD. If you've not seen it, please go and check it out. I'm very sure you will have your day filled.
Interesting one, and I mean, he's always an amazing actor, and he killed his role too in Babysitter. So coming on number 4 now is no other movie than We Are All Players. I mean, this is a very interesting one, and Kike, I know you are a big fan of Oh, Michael, no doubt.
We all players on Egonwosu TV.
Yeah, he got a very fantastic actress.
That story, oh my God, that story, Michael was actually very nasty. The character that Michael played, because now people cannot separate reality from movie. Yeah, the character that he played was very nasty, and he's not, don't get it twisted, this person can play different kind of roles, but this character was a character, you know how men, I will not say how men, because you know how people can be with ego. It was egoistic. He thought he could get one of his female, I think it was a little bit superior to Ego in the movie, but Ego made him know that I am a woman and I know my stuff, and she showed him shaggy. But he went so far to like try to destroy her career, but then God conquered that character. So you really need to see We Are All Players. Actually, I think it's on Egonwosu TV, and yeah, it's on Egonwosu TV. And John Ekanem, my fine guy,
a very sweet actor also.
Yeah, he was. I think he had Ego are one of the main character, because Michael had to look for the help of John to try to sway Ego a little bit. But the story is beautiful. Please go watch it out. We Are All Players on Egonwosu TV.
Coming on number 3 sport now. Kike, tell us.
The Art of Heart. It's a very recent movie, maybe like 2 weeks or a week ago. Yeah, The Art of Heart features Michael Edger, Charles Bond. Yeah, I think Charles Bond was in the movie,
Yeah,
and there's one other person, the little girl.
Yeah, Jemima is also in the film.
Jemima Osinde. I was like, what is Jemima doing on the streets of YouTube? We rarely see you.
Come on.
And then Sophia Lakija.
Yeah,
Sophia Lakija is very beautiful. She's a phenomenal actress. We all know that. That one is still news. If you don't know, Sophia is one of the most seasoned actresses we have on our screen now. And Michael was a little bit, he has a tinge of villain in him also, but it ended up being a very sweet love story, and it centered around heart, drawing and painting. I guess that's where the heart came in. So The Heart of Heart. So it's a very beautiful name. So go watch it. Actually
on Stella Damasos
TV. So very beautiful one out right there.
And moving away from number
one of my favorite.
Moving away from number 3 sport is coming on number 2 sport. Can you make a guess? Okay, let me tell you. It is no other movie than The Photographer.
Yeah.
I mean, Michael, what are you doing to us?
I don't know. I don't know actually. The Photographer is one of the stories that I really love, because it's a story that shows how the mind of a human being can be controlled and manipulated. Exactly. The character that is Ego kind of that she portrayed, I would say the character was a little bit meek. I was quite annoyed, and I get that. When you are in some financial difficulties and you get someone that's like your almighty savior, you tend to get stuck in that particular situation, and I think that was what happened in that situation. Michael Edger's character played the Almighty, the Lord and Savior. He Lord over this particular lady until Morrison, which is the photographer, came along, and yeah, the story kind of changed, and it was a beautiful story. I love the face-off between him and Morrison. Morrison is beautiful.
Yeah. I remember that particular scene. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
That was a very beautiful one.
Yeah. And the photographer is on Uchenna Obunabo TV. Uchenna Obunabo makes a lot of beautiful stories right there. And coming at number 1, one of our favorites, and I understand why Michael actually loved this particular story so much. This story is very emotional. It is a story that every character there knew what they were doing. And Bolaji Ogunmola, it's on Bolaji Ogunmola TV, by the way. Bolaji Ogunmola is a very beautiful writer, a good producer, and I can't wait for her to get the accolades that she deserves. She's getting the accolades, don't get me wrong, but she needs to get more, just like Michael and other people that are doing fantastically in the movie industry these days. Ashabi's Child, that's the name of the movie.
Ashabi Tonshadola. But this one was not speaking
Dola. She was speaking trauma. No, this movie, I don't know. The place that she broke down, I was talking to Michael about, that she broke down, and she kept on asking her daughter, "Are you sure your uncle is not,
I felt I felt that it was real.
It is a very beautiful story that we cannot continue. We cannot stop talking about. These are things that happen in our society. This kind of abuse goes on, you know, even in the family. Like they say, Yoruba people will say, for most of the time, it is people that are within you that are actually hurting you. And the mother was so ignorant. That's the mother of Bolaji in the character, Shabi's mom. She was kind of really ignorant. She set aside her daughter's pain and face her brother alone. You forgotten the fact that it is who you are closer with that would actually take you will feed on your weakness and say, oh, she would never suspect me to do something like this. And indeed, he got away with it for quite a long time. Also, that particular woman that acted as Ashabi's mom, she's known for how she can cry in movies. She made me really emotional when she was apologizing to her child, and I'm very grateful that she understood the fact that she actually offended her child. Nigerian parents don't want to apologize to you. But they will just give you they'll just tell you a little bit of
not in this kind of situation.
Some Nigerian parents have that.
I'm even moving away from the fact that Nigerian parents, because this is something that is very traumatic.
Very traumatic.
You know, you can't really voice out the emotion you've bottled up for a very long time, and I mean, it's a very sensitive story, and we need more of this kind of stories to be told. So well done to Bolaji Ogmola once again, and Michael did a very fantastic job.
As an uncle, he was so sweet.
I can watch that over and over again, and it was one of the movies that I actually recommended for people to watch, because every girl child, every parent needs to see that movie.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let's wrap up the top 5 countdown. Now let's move to our celebrity of the week. Have you seen this man? Ooh, it's
ever charming, ever sweet, ever talented actor.
Exactly.
Kike's
one of my
favorite actors.
Yeah, one of my favorite actors.
That Michael Ejo.
Michael Ejo is our celebrity of the week, and he deserves it because his role is not only significant. It's also the way he tells his story, the way he embodies his characters.
That's the most important thing.
That's how it resonates with. So Michael Ejo is our celebrity of the week.
Interesting one.
Very beautiful.
I mean, I wish that moment could just go on.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Now we have to quickly wrap up for everything in the studio because we're taking a lot of time. And now let's move to top 5, the
new movie release updates.
I didn't want to leave the top 5 countdown because it's my Canadian movie. But yeah, so now to new movie release updates.
You just quickly run through that.
Yeah, coming at number 5 for me is No Entry. It was on Nolly Family TV. Those are the great, you can imagine. Chineye Inebe. I love Chineye. Chioma Nwos. And she was the gate woman. Can you imagine? Very hilarious woman. It's on Nolly Family TV on YouTube. Oh, please go and watch it. No Entry. One of the movies I would recommend for this week if you want to have a good laugh. Yeah. And also another one is Black and White on Sandra Okunzuwa TV.
Sandra is doing amazing quite well.
Yeah, she and Maurice Sam.
Maurice Sam. I remember seeing Maurice Sam in Blood Sisters.
Yeah.
I mean, Maurice Sam is just
very funny. Very good guy actually. He's making his way to the top. And also, It Takes Two. Starring Dara Osadebe. Do you know Dara? That's little Dara girl. You don't know Dara Osadebe?
Dara, no,
you know her. Don't tell me you don't know my baby girl.
Oh.
Peter Komba, that guy, is a twin. Actually, I just found out that this guy is a twin. So both of them, it dropped on Uchenna Obunabo TV. Another movie I recommend if you want to have a good laugh. Obianuju on Maurice Sam TV.
Maurice Sam is just giving us.
Oye Alex. Oh my God.
Are they still Native Body?
It was something like Native Body. I think it was like a continuation of Native Body. So it was now Obianuju.
Wow.
Her name was Obianuju in Native Body. Yeah.
Wow. Interesting.
The movie is funny, actually. Then, one of the movies I recommend for this week also, that I really want everybody to watch. This movie is a very big eye-opener. One of my best movies this week is called When the Music Fades.
Yes.
On Uchenna Obunabo TV. Stars Daniel Otim, Blessing Obasi Nze, and Inem King. This story is quite beautiful. It's also a story about abuse and trauma for Daniel Etim. It just tells us how trauma can really hit somebody so deep that you don't really understand. You know when you are eating your girlfriend but you know that what you are doing is wrong, but you can't control it. Then you go back and punish yourself and hit yourself too
for doing
that to your girlfriend. But I love the ending of the movie actually. If you want to see what happened at the end, go watch it out on Uchenna Openabo TV when the music fades. It's a very beautiful one.
You know,
I think that's all we have for this week.
Definitely, yeah, because I was going to say, if you Hala Okike,
continue. Oh my God!
Go on and on, because you just have to see all these movies.
Yeah.
And in case you think that there were some movies that you were meant to be, or and we didn't mention. And from our top 5 countdown, Michael Edge's movie, and you feel like, there were some movies you watched, and
a lot of other ones that we didn't talk about too.
We can also leave that in the comment section.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I mean, you know that anything that has a beginning surely has an end. And it's about time to draw the curtain on the show today. I mean, it was a very beautiful moment with Michael, and I'm quite sure he will still be on the show again and again. So this is all we can take on to this episode of Screen Time, and I had a very beautiful moment, and I'm quite sure the same with
I did.
And in case you've not subscribed to our channel, please do that. It costs you nothing.
Nothing.
Is there anybody that is telling to bring money to subscribe?
It's
run, no. So ensure you subscribe, like, comment, and share our videos. My name remains the one and only Iremofe Koforola, the man clothed in wealth and strength.
Okay, I think he's the only one clothed in wealth and strength, but I am also clothed in wealth and strength. Thank you so much for joining us for today's edition of Screen Time on ConsumerHallaTV, and don't forget, this is the best of the best entertainment show that you can actually be on. Always join us every Mondays for this particular for this beautiful program. Thank you for staying connected to ConsumerHallaTV. Until we come your way next time, same station. I'm Tikelamo Ajibola. Bye for now.
Bye.
Right, my name is Korede Peters, and I am a product manager. So this is a very innovative idea, and first off, everybody is a consumer, and so this is the voice of the consumer, and this is the voice that is going to be heard. For the first time, the consumers in this country are going to be able to express their ideas and to get to know your rights, to know what belongs to you, and it's going to change a lot of branding. It's going to change a lot of things, because everybody knows that we're not just getting things out for the consumers. The consumers have a right to accept. As they say, the customer is always right. So the customer is the consumer, and the consumer is always right. So when there is control, when there is feedback, there is bound to be change. So so I said, I'm a product manager. When you develop products, sometimes you believe you know what the users want, and through different kinds of surveys. But when the users actually get the product, they can tell you their mind, how the product is, their feeling about the product. So it's good to definitely change how products are being designed, how services are being given to people, because you can get a feedback, and that feedback can make or mar a company, and everybody wants to have good feedback. So it's definitely going to change the behavior of people that make products. One very good thing is information. Information is power. So the consumer is going to get way more powerful. The voice of the consumer will be heard, the opinions of the consumers will be heard, and that opinion will shape how products and services will be made in this country going forward. Be on the lookout. You are now in charge. Several things coming your way through this station. I'm very excited about it. The things he's already brought out, and there will be many more things. But the bottom line, the consumer is now in the driver's seat. So ConsumerHallaTV, thank you for this innovative work. You're going to keep evolving and just follow the consumers. the consumers will lead you to what they want. And that's how it's supposed to be, always. You're going to have different types of consumers, and they're going to pander to the different needs. But you are going to be making consumers very, very powerful. So, thumbs up. Keep up the good work. My name is Korede Peters. Thank you very much.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
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 At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our Consumer Hala brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
Good evening and welcome to News Highlight on ConsumerHallaTV. I'm Kikelomo Ajibola. The first highlight this evening is the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority has reported a significant decline in fuel consumption for June 2025, with total fuel evacuation falling to 1.44 billion liters. Let's move away from that now to the National Sugar Development Council, as they've signed agreement with 4 operators to develop greenfield sugar project that will collectively produce 400,000 tons locally on an annual basis. Now, another highlight is the federal government has withdrawn its criminal complaint against Ms. Comfort Emerson, the passenger accused of unruly behavior aboard an Ibom air flight, and reduced the flight ban imposed on foremost Fuji musician Wasiu Ayinde Marshal, popularly known as K1 The Ultimate. Now, let's quickly move away from that to another news story here. Dangote Petroleum Refinery has announced a 13 naira reduction in its ex-depot price of the fuel from 850 naira to 820 naira per litre, effective from August 12, 2025. The federal government has launched the Youth Credit Initiative, codenamed Youth Cred, as a component of the Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation, targeted at empowering youth entrepreneurs, particularly members of the National Youth Service Corps. Back to petrol prices now. Petrol prices across Nigeria surged past 900 naira per litre on Monday, despite a noticeable decline in global crude oil prices, sparking fresh outrage among motorists and commuters already grappling with high cost of living. In a new development about the transmission company of Nigeria, as they've disclosed that it has expended over 88 billion naira on repairs of vandalized infrastructure from 2021 to date nationwide. Now to the business news, talking about figures. As Nigeria exported a total of 663 million metric tons of product to 11 ECOWAS member states in the first half of 2025, and according to the Nigeria Export Promotion Council. And now let's report about the Center of Excellence here in Lagos State, where Lagos State government has admitted that residents would continue to experience flash flooding due to climate change and other environmental factors. The total foreign transactions on the Nigerian Exchange Limited have reached 1.14 trillion naira in the first half of 2025, representing an increase of 113% from 540.48 billion naira recorded in the same period last year. Back to figures but let's talk about safety matters first, as the Federal Road Safety Corps, through its Contain Unit Command in Lagos State, has announced that it would ensure that truck drivers do not leave the port without getting properly latched to their trucks. Now, the federal government, through the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, raked in 5.21 trillion naira from the sale of crude oil, gas, and other economic activities. In the first 6 months of 2025, it said the revenue inflow represents 42.7% of the record of 12.2 trillion naira it generated in the entire 2024 fiscal year. The figure, however, represents only 34.7% of the 15 trillion naira revenue targeted set by the federal government for the commission to implement the 2025 budget. Another major highlight here, a Lagos-based food delivery startup, Chowdeck, has raised $9 million in Series A funding to launch a quick commerce strategy and expand operations in Nigeria and Ghana, according to a statement by the company. The equity round was led by Novastar Ventures, with participation from Y Combinator, AAIC Investment, Rebel Fund, GFR Fund, Calio, OAC, and others. Now over to the foreign news, where 60 countries, including Nigeria, face increased rift after United States President Donald Trump launched a reciprocal tariff program targeting products and countries with different rates. And now we've come to the end of the news highlights this evening. Thank you so much for staying through with us from 8 o'clock till 6 p.m. on ConsumerHallaTV. And this is ConsumerHallaTV, where you get all the full update of the day. And thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget to join back here on tomorrow morning by 8 o'clock a.m. ConsumerHallaTV will resume to give you further updates on the day-to-day activities in Nigeria. Thank you so much for staying with us. I'm Kikelamo Ajibola, and you've just watched the news on ConsumerHallaTV.